Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:29. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sigel Znube. Good morning, Warrant Officer.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Warrant Officer. Yesterday, when we adjourned, just before we adjourned, you were dealing with the procedures when one is on the scene of a recovery. And what I just wanted to deal with this morning briefly, we were dealing with the Maiden Wharf 999 kg recovery. What I just wanted to find out from you before we proceed, that was a matter where you had called LCRC to come out.
That is correct,
Okay, if we can then go to the exhibit file. It's the first file. CJC 235. And before we get to, if we could go to page, we had dealt earlier on with the, yesterday we had dealt with the issue of what you do when you arrive on the scene, and Commissioner Baloy had engaged you on the procedures. Before I get to that, you had spoken about the intel that you had received regarding this specific seizure. What is the relationship like between DPCI and crime intelligence insofar as drug busts are concerned, and the information that you get given by crime intelligence?
Commissioners, I'm going to say it's brilliant. We have a very good working relationship. I cannot do my work without them, and then once they've generated intelligence, they cannot do their work without us. So I would say it's highly, that's the incorrect word. I will say it is an ongoing working relationship with trust built between each other.
And the information that you receive from CI, do you get to verify that information, or do you accept it at face value and act accordingly?
Commissioner, you get to know your intelligence operatives. Some of them will take a chance on information, but we do have members that we've worked for years. And if he comes to me with information, he presents the information to me, I will accept it as fact and I'll operationalize it.
And if information is received from a CI operative, do they attend the scene of the seizure as well, or do they give you the information and step back?
There's an answer to both of those scenarios, Commissioners. We do have crime intelligence operatives that will come and observe what is happening. There's a reason for that. They've got to do feedback to their protocols that need to be observed. But there are also times when the information is passed here where the operative doesn't want to be there. They're ghosts. So they don't want to be seen or located there. But we are still in permanent communication with them.
Okay, when you say they ghost, effectively, some of them give you the information and that's it. You go on hoping that what you've been given is accurate.
Commissioner, when I say they're a ghost, it's a person that mustn't be identified in a community space. It's also a person that mustn't be identified in the normal policing space. They're covert operatives. The relationship exists that I work with him, therefore I identify with him, but I'm not going to go and tell everyone, hey, he's a ghost or a spook, whatever you want to call him, but he's an intelligence operative. That's what I'm saying. When he comes to the scene, he doesn't get involved in my crime scene per se. He will be an observer. But whatever they've done to facilitate the information, I will then operationalize from there.
So that's what I wanted to just establish. He doesn't get involved in your crime scene, and they don't make any decisions about what should be done at the crime scene.
No.
And do they have any experience with drug seizures and the procedures involved?
Commissioner, it's highly untoward that an operative gets involved actively with a crime scene and like collecting exhibits, processing suspects and stuff like that, because that means he's going to end up in court. So you're exposing an undercover operative. But they will be close by to narrate information to you as you finding something or you questioning them, hey, I need to know what's happening with this. They will check on that information. So technically they are on the wings of a crime scene.
And if the operative, the CI operative, gives information about a container, for example, so he gives you that intel, do you have to take the next steps insofar as getting the necessary permissions and authorizations to inspect the container, open the seal to the container? Or are there scenarios where the CI person that had given you the information will say to you, I've already obtained authorization from the clearing agent, etc.?
Commissioner, it's positive on both of the scenarios given to me at the moment. Yes, on both. I do not know what the relationship between the CI person and that container yard is. So what happens between them there, I don't know. But if the instruction given to me is the container is stacked for you, it's ready for inspection, go look there, I'll go and look. But in the other version of when the information comes and then I have to do the necessary follow-ups and arrangements, yes, I do that.
If he gives the information that he got the necessary permissions, must you verify that with the people that he said he got the authorization from as the person that's in charge of the crime scene, or are you entitled to rely on that information? So not the information about the actual drugs that's on the container, but information regarding that aspect.
Commissioner, if I understand this correctly, so we're saying, does CI say that they've arranged the whole operation and I must just come in and work in the yard?
Yes.
It's highly likely that it has occurred. In my experience, it has occurred with me. If you're saying I have to check on his credibility of that version, well, now I'm going to say 10 out of 10 times, you cannot enter that yard and start working without the yard management being present with you. So someone from operations, someone's from the yard will be there. So that confirms your presence with that member.
Okay, so, but my question is, let's say the person from the yard is there. Do you just say, I just want to confirm that we do have your permission to go ahead?
Commissioner, if I can say this then, if my information is there's drugs in that container right now and there's a risk of those drugs going missing, I'm not going to wait for their permission. I will use the necessary laws to go and seize that container and gain access to so I can stop the movement of those narcotics. Because, I don't know if you can understand it, a container can move very quickly. And if something's in a bag, and all it means is just to cut a lock, then the bag moves faster than the container. I can throw a bag over there for the wall, and you can dispose of exhibits. So there's a couple of scenarios here that we need to take into account, and it's difficult just giving an overview. So I would say, if my information was 100% positive, I trust my CR, They say to me, go to that container, there's drugs there, go there now quickly. I'm going to do with the same zest and zeal and go there quickly and start working. If someone's going to say to me, hey, you need to wait for this, you need to wait for that, there are a few steps that we can do to delay the process. We need lots of resources then to do that.
Okay, so if you, at the scene, you've got the container, you haven't opened it yet. Your CI has told you that he's gotten the necessary permissions, and there are people on the scene which you would know them from your experience, but assume that you're not somebody that does the drug busts on a regular basis. You get to the scene, there are people around there, you don't confirm with any of those people, are you from the clearing agent, are you from... I'm just trying to understand, are you relying solely on the information from the CI? If that information is wrong and you've opened a container without the necessary authorizations, what are you relying upon? The suspicion that there are drugs there, and is it a reasonable suspicion if you're only relying upon the evidence or the information you're getting from a CI?
Commissioner, maybe I heard this. Yes, I'm relying on the reasonable suspicion. You also asked me about the people that are present. Do I need to have the necessary people? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm going to say, yes, it's nice to have those people there. But those people sometimes are annoying, I'll say it straight. I will wait hours for them to come to the harbour, or I'll wait hours for them to come to a depot. Or you'll say to me, no, I'm not available for the next 3 days. Can we not book an inspection in 4 days? So, long story short, it's business. That man gets paid to be there. That container in that yard gets paid for every single day that it's there. So it's an economy in our country. But my job is to do my job now and today. So I will extend the invitation. Guys, I need to inspect this container now. How long? You're messing me around, I'm doing it without you. It's under camera, I've got witnesses, I proceed.
Thank you.
Can I just ask the question slightly differently? Your crime intelligence operator has given you intel. There's this which is coming in. What do you do when you arrive at the... So you come ready to do the inspection. So we know that's why you're getting there. But in terms of process, when you get there, what do you do? Do you look for a manager? And this is, I've understood the part where you say, if there's a risk that the consignment is going to get lost, I don't even ask for permission. The law allows me to go and open up and we'll deal with it later. But I'm asking where that is not the case. You do have the luxury of walking in casually and asking who's the manager. I am going to look at that. That's the kind of question I'm asking. What do you do when you arrive on the scene? You have intelligence that there is a container so-and-so which has stuff in it.
Commissioner, I'm not going to say the word luxury. If I had to walk in there and say, I want that container now, I want to inspect it now, I'm not going to get that cooperation. As I said to you, they're a business, we're a business. If we work together, it works. I can say from my side, not from other people, I do speak to the container yard manager. I will speak to the operations manager. I will speak to whoever's there. The more people there give me more resources. I don't have the resources to move certain items. I'm not Superman to lift a container. So for me to do my job in that environment, I need them. So the formality of greeting, setting up the working relationship, and the plan for the day is cordial, and I would say it's necessary. So for me, yes. And the other thing is, Commissioner, you can't just get into that yard without them knowing that you're there. It's a secure premises. As I said, for most of these yards, you either go in under escort, you scanned in, they scan your vehicle, they do everything. Depending on the level of occupational health and safety, your vehicle might not even be allowed in. So you walk. So they know you there. then it's just good manners to go and introduce yourself and say, this is what we're busy with. We might be a little bit, we might be long, or I need the following resources. And remember, Commissioner, when I close that container, I don't have a container seal. So if it's a SARS detention, SARS needs to be there to put their seal on, but then the container yard must still supply me the resources to reseal that container, which is their yard seal. For insurance, they need to document that because it's a loss to that company. So the cordial relationship must exist.
Thank you.
And insofar as containers that get detained, so not from SAPS, but if there's a detention notice from any other authority, does the shipper get to choose which yard their container will be inspected at? How does that work?
Yes, Commissioner. I've done brief studies in it and I've worked in the environment, so maybe I can answer this. If a container or a set of containers is brought in for inspection and then they get detained, let's say they get detained before inspection, they will then say, take them to this yard. There's a booking that I can accommodate them for you for this week. Otherwise, they will go into a stack where they're paying cheap rental while it's being installed. So in this case, CHC or LCS or Grindrod, they'll say to you, okay, I've got 5 spaces for 5 containers today. Then in 2 days' time, you can do the next containers for inspection because the staff must all get paid, and that's how it works. And then there's people that write down the lists. I forget their name. They document every single item in those containers. So the shipping agent or the shippers, they do say, listen, this cargo is going to LCS, the cargo is going to Grindrod, the cargo is going to CHC. They can choose that. But there are some instances where we know that like Durban Container Terminal. There's relationships. I need a container checked today. I'll phone them. Hey guys, I need a favor. Can I bring a container to you quickly? We want to unpack it and we need to move it. And we do that. And then the customer agrees that the Durban Container Terminal deals with it.
So you could have a scenario where the depot themselves are also involved in trafficking. We
could. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and how are you aware if that does occur or no? You're not aware of it?
Information has been received, but I've yet to prove it, Commissioner.
Okay, and it's specific yards or across the board?
A lot of yards, especially with counterfeit goods.
With counterfeit goods, okay. Then, Warrant Officer, can I then talk to you about the bagging of the exhibits at the scene? Yesterday I asked you if it's possible for exhibits to be bagged or sealed other than at the scene, and you said no, not that you're aware of, but there could be scenarios where that could happen. Are you aware of that, of a scenario where...
I'm very sorry. You are moving on to a different point. I just want to come in here, totally unrelated to what you've been dealing with, but I don't want to forget what I want to raise. Yesterday, one of those interlocutory matters we had, I forgot something very important, and now it will have to be dealt with by way of correspondence.
You have my leave, Chair.
Thank you. Warrant Officer, I may be mistaken, but I think it was General Finn who said that with drug busts of this nature, that is where a consignment of drugs has been loaded onto someone else's container. He said in those matters, it is very, very difficult to detect who the consignee was, and that therefore, I'm paraphrasing of course, and that therefore these cases end up being non-detectable. I have no expertise, obviously, in policing, nor with drug busts. But I've been wondering in my mind whether the failure to detect isn't a function of the fact that once you have your information, you immediately come in and take the drugs. Is it not possible, if it is not, please explain why not, is it not possible to rather do surveillance up to a point when you know who the consignee is, whether it's at the point where the consignee attempts to take the drugs off the container, but some sort of surveillance and then action at the appropriate point. Why must you effectively throw your hands up, as I understood General Flynn to basically be saying? We throw your hands up and you say that with these sort of matters, we can never detect the consignee and therefore we can never arrest that consignee.
Commissioner?
I hope it was General Flynn.
I'm not aware of that. Commissioner, that is what the mandate of our office is. If I answer you now, I will divulge a police methodology. But
so
I think in terms of this...
Therefore, you prefer a methodology that kills your chances of detection. All right, no.
Commissioner...
Let me hear you out.
Commissioner, I think it's valid because of where we are and all the allegations being made. So I think it's valid because the Commission is under the impression that we don't do this. So I need to say to you that we do. And how it is done. This is the relationship between ourselves and crime intelligence. It's an undercover operation. It's conducted in terms of Section 252A of the Criminal Procedure Act. Me as the investigating officer, I've done a few of them. I've boarded vessels at sea. We found the drugs. We swapped the drugs. We put baby powder. We put something. It looks the same. Along with the necessary surveillance devices. The technical challenges, Commissioner, is the devices. I'll say that. It frustrates the operation. It's not a manual human surveillance. It becomes a technical surveillance. So I'm relying on a ping going down through the harbour channel. Then I'm relying on a ping when it moves again, when it comes off the ship. I cannot be there to see it because I'm unaware of who my targets are. So my relationship goes back to crime intelligence, which is where the surveillance comes from. As I said, if I don't explain it to the Commission, you're going to think we're not doing the job, but we are. We've tried. The responsibility now is, the Commission is saying, let's just say that seal is their unique number. Now we know that drugs are inside that container. How much drugs? Whether it's a small bit or a ton. What if it goes missing? It's back to the warrant officer, Commissioner. It's back to the members that do the original inquiry or the original docket. We are the ones that will get charged for the drugs that go missing. A controlled delivery is the ultimate, to catch them red-handed. But the risk is huge. But the elements do exist. We have explored this previously. I have done it a few times. I can say between PE, Durban, Johannesburg, and on most of those occasions, the suspects know that the devices or the surveillance is in place, so they don't pick it up.
So basically, what would you say, based on the last sentence, your very last sentence, what would you say the success rate is? Is it
for the controlled delivery with drugs?
Yes. Where you have baby powder.
I have not had a success, Commissioner, but other people have had success.
I'm asking because my sense from General Finn's evidence, I may be exaggerating, was that it's basically nil. But of course, he didn't explain that there would be this controlled attempt at seeing who the consignee is. But my sense was it's basically nil. So insofar as you are concerned, also you as an individual officer, it's nil. And from your testimony, you are quite experienced in this and you've handled quite a number. So even if statistically we're talking about just one officer, but because you are involved in quite a number, if it's nil with you and if it's nil with General Flynn in terms of what he told us, I'm just trying to think, would you say all of that is attributable to the fact that the consignee would get to know that there's now this ping that you are talking about?
It's not, there are many factors, Commissioners. Remember, the port itself is a fenced environment. And I'll use the word fence lightly. Every access point is controlled. If your syndicate controls the access to the port, they've got access to drug flow in and out. Let's just use one substance, narcotics today. Not counterfeit, not non-ferrous, not humans. Let's just stick with narcotics. So if I, as a police officer, drive into that port, they know I'm there. If my surveillance operative goes in there and they know that who these people are, they know they're there. If I task some untoward persons, a surveillance team, that is not disguised as persons that have normal access to the harbour, they'll know they're there. When I operate in the port, I cannot operate with autonomy without anyone around me. There's always someone there. So how do I do that operation? Putting that transponder on the device without them knowing. Just to give you an example, I have to board a vessel. The captain must give me permission to board the vessel. The whole crew knows that I'm coming on board the vessel. The harbour knows that I've left Durban Harbour and trafficked en route to that vessel, because we call them, we tell them, we're going out to sea. Then I must tell the captain, the ship's engineer, the first mate, that I need to go below deck and put a transponder and open the container. They will then authorize a member to go with. They will contact their people. There's procedures in place. So you're broadcasting, same as having the TV here. You're broadcasting your whole operation before it even starts. So the likelihood of it happening and being successful is small. But we do it with the hope that the person takes the bait.
All right. Thank you. I'm just wondering in my mind whether... the danger is always that people will get to know. But I was trying to think if there aren't ways of counteracting some of these, or even avoiding some of the steps. But whether or not it's legal, that's something else. And
Commissioner,
like for instance, everybody knowing at the harbour that now you are leaving the harbour, aren't there ways of avoiding those?
But then, Commissioner...
Can't you, like the criminals, get off some beach and drive off onto the vessel? Of course, there'll still be the problem of the people on the vessel itself getting to know. But at least reducing the...
Commissioner,
yes.
Maybe the Commission doesn't know this. We have intercepted drug shipments where we found their own transponder devices inside those bags. So they themselves are tracking their shipment. If it goes off the necessary paths, hey, someone's stealing my stuff. So who do they call? The police.
No,
they have better technology than we do.
Yes,
so we have to outthink them all the time.
Yes.
So as of today, we must now change our strategy again.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was moving on to bagging the exhibits, but before that, if we could just go to, I think we had dealt with the pictures of what you had found when you opened. And if we can then go to page 384, I think it is. If you can just tell us what we're looking at there, of the exhibit bundle.
These are the bags, if I'm correct. This is the Maiden Wharf scene, the Scania LCS depot.
And so at this point, the team unpacked it from the container.
At this point, LCRC is present, and as we are unpacking, we are starting to catalogue and diarize what we've found. So this is merely my contemporaneous note of what I'm working with.
And page 385?
385 is much later. This is where we open one of the bags to establish what the actual contents is. So from going from a black bag that we suspect to contain cocaine, going to establish that it contains bricks of suspected cocaine.
Okay, 389?
It's an image depicting a W logo on bricks of suspected cocaine inside the canvas bag.
And on page 391, if you could just tell us what is the team doing there?
391, that is when we'd finished all the fingerprinting, and now what we started doing is finished the DNA on the bags, on the handles. Now what we're doing is literally opening each bag and then decanting the contents of the bag into exhibit bags.
And if we go to page 392, we'll see there's quite a few people on the scene. Are those people that you call later on to come and assist?
Yes.
Okay, and LCRC as well.
So that is members of the Border Police, Metro Police Street Crimes Unit, myself, and LCRC. And then out of image are the shipping yard managers.
And then on page 396.
Can I go? 396 is our yield from the container, all in exhibit bags, ready for taking to the police station.
And how many bricks do you get into one bag?
Process of trial and error. Commission, we used to pack quite a bit, so it's less paperwork, but they break and they tear. So I can tell you safely you can put 20 bricks in a bag, and it won't tear. You can pick it up. The average policeman can pick up 20 kilos. You need 2 people to pick up a full bag, which is 40 kilos, and if you don't, you're going to break the seal and tear the bag. So safely, 20 kilos.
These exhibits bags, do they come in different sizes, or do you have a standard size for these types of busts?
Commissioner, indeed they do. They come from a tiny little bag like this, which we call a bullet bag, that's our wording, up to, I can put a mattress and a body in it if I really wanted to. We call them computer bags, bed bags, those are our names. But they come in numerous sizes which the state has made for them. But remember, as I said, each bag is unique in its alphanumeric substance. So what's unique with these ones is it'll be PA, PB, or PX, or something like that. That would mean it's a big, what we call like a rifle bag. So yes, Commissioner.
And do you come with those bags, or did you request to have the bags brought to the scene? I mean, it's quite a lot of bags.
Commissioner, in this case, I think I had enough bags in my vehicle, so I would have come with those vehicles. I have a crime scene kit in the back of my vehicle.
And how long did it take the team?
Sorry, Commissioner?
How long did it take to bag all the exhibits?
Long. Long. We left there late at night. We started in the morning, we finished in the night.
Okay. And what's happening to the rest of the yard while you're doing this? Because this is not a bonded warehouse.
They carry on business. They run during the day or the night. They carry on.
And no complaints received about disrupting business while you were doing this?
As I'm saying, Commissioner, that it was with their assistance. They bring the pallets and stuff for us to load the stuff on. They bring the forklift for us to move it again. They supplied this. This was it's like a work area. So if it rained or we had inclement weather, we were undercover.
With this kind of operation, would you have emptied the container? As a standard practice, do you empty it completely to check that there isn't more than what we see in this picture? And is that part of what you do with every operation?
Okay. Commissioner, in this specific matter before the Commission now, this is the Scania matter. So it contains very carefully placed never scratch in your wife's cupboard, you'll knock over a cup. So these containers are packed like that. So for me to go and pull those containers, those truck parts out now, we would have damaged them. So what we did is we identify the rip-on, rip-off methodology by opening the container. We found the drugs. Now to answer the Commissioner correctly, at the end of this, we then researched all of those containers. So, yes, Commissioner, we searched them all. I would climb in with a torch, look again, see if there's more bags, open the cab. I think in my other contemporaneous notes you can see I'm in the cab taking photographs. Just in case you miss a bag. And just in case we miss a brick. A bag is big, a brick is small. And the other thing is we're looking for other things. Sometimes the suspects leave notes. Believe it or not, they leave messages to each other. They either write it on the container on the inside, they write on the outside, we might find another duplicate seal. So the answer, Commissioner, is that is not the end of the operation. The whole container must get searched again and maintained.
And is that whole container must be searched in the different ways that you're describing? Is that part of the training that one should expect? That every police officer who's involved with a drug bust which involves a container would know to do more than just take the drugs that are on your face when you open the container, but to do a search, because that's part of their training.
Commissioner, I would say it would be expected of them. Correct. Because if you're in this environment and you inside this working space with this type of intelligence, someone, whether it's my senior or someone, if I forget something, they will remind me. But we talk to each other. But working with these type of things, we need to take an extra step or two. But a normal policeman, Commissioner, might not do that.
I deliberately ask in this way, is it part of their training in anticipation that another police officer will say, I was told there are 27 bags in this container, and when I opened it, I saw 27 bags, and I took them and I left. I did nothing wrong in that way. It's my way of doing things. That's why I'm asking if it's part of part of the training.
Commissioner, I'm not going to say
or the talking to. This is how we do it.
I'm trying to think, is it in a manual somewhere? And I cannot quote it. The Commission asked me about the relationship with crime intelligence. Yes, I trust them. They're saying to me in this case, let's just say crime intelligence gave this to me. They said to me, there's 27 bags. Okay, cool, thanks. But I'm going to look anyway. Rather safe than sorry. And I think it saved me a lot of times.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. I want to just deal again with bagging the exhibits on the scene and why it's important to do it on the scene. why it can't be done elsewhere. Can you address that?
It's procedure. If I say anything else, it's wrong. It's procedure. It says it must be processed on the scene. Just to give you an idea, we're dealing with a compressed powdered substance that's deemed a block, cocaine. If I transport that block, I'm just saying, and it gets dropped, manhandled, moved, at the end of the day is, I write in there in the SAP 13, here with one sealed bag containing a block of cocaine. Then the laboratory gets it. They open it and they say, we received bag number so-and-so containing a bag of powder. It's because the forensic space thinks differently to my space. I don't know if that makes sense to the Commissioner.
But that could happen regardless of where you bagged the substance.
It does, but the courts don't see that. And they say the exhibit is tampered with. Mandrax tablets. I said to the Commission, if it's not compacted properly, it becomes powder. Then they say, oh, but it's not tablets. You tampered with the exhibit. It's the degradation of the exhibit. So I would say the reason you seal the exhibit correctly at the scene is to maintain the integrity of the exhibit.
And if it is done, so you're saying if it's not done at the scene where the seizure occurs, if it is done at the police station where it's booked into the SAP 13 register, that would be an issue?
I'm going to get a lot of trouble from other policemen, but the reason I wouldn't leave drugs open without an exhibit bag in as an SAP 13 is because it's going to get tampered with or taken. So I would want it to be controlled, and the control is the sealed exhibit bag.
And when it's done at the scene, there's LCRC present who takes photos for the photo album showing that it was bagged at the scene.
And if not LCRC, at least myself documenting contemporaneous notes. I've got evidence that it's in that specific unique bag number. It doesn't get changed. And then my metadata from my phone is the same as, if the Commission is understanding what I'm saying. Each photograph on my device has a metadata. It tells me date, time, location. Isn't that good enough? Look, I sealed it, date, time, location. When I hand it in, it's still sealed as of that time to that time. So my chain is intact. It's less space for me to get poked at.
And if it is then booked in at a police station, so in the case of the June 2021 seizure, it was booked in at the police station into the SAP 13, but it wasn't in exhibit bags. What is the value of doing it, of doing that if it's not in the exhibit bag?
Commissioner, that's very difficult for me to answer.
Please try.
It's very risky. It's very risky. For instance, if I'm going to, the Commissioner asked me now how many bricks go into an
So
exhibit bag.
risky in the sense of evidentiary material, or risky in what sense?
Tampering. The exhibit register gets handed over at every shift. There's more people getting to touch and see what is there. The Commissioner asked me, how many bags for how many bricks in a bag. So in the end of the day is if I've got 999 loose bricks in a charge office, if one brick goes missing and I don't go there until I've arranged my necessary transport, how long it's going to take me to know that one brick is missing? So it's risk. If there's a mouse in the charge office and the mouse decides to eat through my brick, the brick is contaminated. And Commissioner, it may seem it needs, funny, but the defense attorney would use that against us and say we tampered with the exhibit. So if I've taken the necessary steps with the state presiding me with a bag to put it in, I should just follow the protocol.
Can I suggest this and hear what your comment is? That if they are not bagged, if the exhibits are not bagged at the location where they are found, at the port, and they're taken to a different place where the bagging and the entry into registers happens, part of the risk that there is no knowing ultimately whether what was originally offloaded from the container actually is what makes its way to the second location. So there's a risk of loss along the way.
Commissioner, you've got it. You cannot say what was found at point A has ended up at point B.
Thank you.
You as a policeman in a box it's not going to be a happy day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Now,
Can I just ask, slightly related to this, the intelligence operative that tips you off, and you say sometimes they will be on the scene, and sometimes they are ghosts because they don't want to be seen. Do they eventually get to know that what was offloaded, what they were tipped and what was offloaded is in fact fully accounted for on your SAP 13? Does the system permit for that?
Commissioner, I don't work in their environment enough to answer fully, but I've got an idea. So let's say my scenario, for instance. A source gave certain information to the police. So a source claim would then be submitted through their processes. The source claim would have to come to me, because I'm the IO. I'd have to put a copy of this docket with it to show how the source gave the information or validated that source information. So they will then have an understanding of what I've done with the exhibits, because the source gets rewarded on a recovery. The source gets rewarded on a recovery and then a conviction. So at a certain point, they might lose interest in the docket because their intention is intelligence. So to answer the Commissioner, I think a lot of the information would have been gleaned from the scene that would suffice to do what they needed to do. And then at some point along, they would keep tabs because they're still talking to their informers, and they were doing progress on those matters. So they do follow-ups. I have intelligence handlers that speak to me from matters way back because we still talk, and they haven't been finalized. So they do check up on matters. They are like a brought forward.
and insofar as, I just want to go back to FSL and any role that they may play on the scene of a recovery, not a clan lab. If a investigating officer calls FSL to come to the scene of a recovery to guide his members or her members with doing sampling, have you ever heard of anything like that occurring, and why would that happen?
Commissioner, I can say no, and I don't know why it would happen.
Can you just tell me what is sampling?
I don't know.
So you wouldn't ever ask FSL to assist you with doing sampling of exhibits?
Commissioner, that's what I'm saying. The word is different to me. It needs to have a context. If I'm dealing with illicit chemicals, which I suspect to be used in the manufacture of narcotics, there's lots of chemicals. We don't know what they are. They're labeled as such. I could ask them, do they come and take that stuff? And they will give us advice. Then usually out of that scenario, customs gets involved. Because customs can take samples from containers and stuff like that. And they have a laboratory. So they will put a detention on those chemicals. The chemicals get detained. and then an analysis gets done from customs side, and then there's a relationship going forward. But personally, Commission, I will say I haven't had experience in sampling or doing that on the scene.
Yeah, I was very specific to confine it to a recovery scene, so not a clan lab.
No, Commissioner, I haven't.
And if you, as the investigating officer, wanted to know whether what you're dealing with is cocaine on the scene, what you found, you could do a presumptive test. You wouldn't need FSL to come out to do that.
No, I would do that. A presumptive test I can do on the scene.
Thank you.
It's something totally different, Commissioner. Remember, the presumptive test doesn't come with a 2-on-2 statement. It's just an investigative lead. It's a little swab. It's something. It's the same as having a dog bark at the drugs. It's not what FSL does. It's a presumptive test, just saying to me, yes, you're on the right track. Carry on.
And have you ever requested FSL to, or inquired from FSL how to go about destroying exhibits if they take time to make storage available for your exhibits?
I have, due to correspondence in matters that I have, and it was requested me that I correspond, that I can move exhibits to them for destruction. Yes, I have.
Not for you to move exhibits to them for destruction, where you are asking them how you can destroy drugs.
No, I'm not allowed to do that.
Why do you say you're not allowed to do it?
I've never done it, never heard of that.
That's different to saying you're not allowed to do it. Why wouldn't you be allowed to do it as an investigating officer? What is required in order for exhibits, drug exhibits to be destroyed?
Commissioners, in the olden days, we used to destroy cannabis, burn it. But that was done with an officer and the exhibit clerk and stuff like that. That is all changed now. How I understand the protocols and the methodology behind it, there's only one authorized entity that destroys exhibits, and that's Forensic Science Laboratory. The Commission showed me the documents the other day, the SAP 83, that's the directive and the authorization to destroy an exhibit. Myself as an investigating officer, or even, I don't want to say further than that, I'll stay with myself. I'm not authorized to destroy an exhibit.
Exhibits generally, or are you talking about narcotics? Are you saying any exhibit has to go up to FSL for destruction?
So, Commissioner, if there's, for instance, thank you, Commissioner. If I have a suspect that has left a phone at a scene and the matter is finalized, and the phone must, nowadays you don't hand the phone back or you don't put them on auction because of all the data on it. A cell phone is now destroyed. So you authorize the exhibit clerk to have that phone destroyed. How they do it, they squash it, they break it, or they send it to a scrapyard, I don't know. But there's an authorization that is done to destroy that exhibit. But for narcotics, I can say, I know, there's only one space, and that is Division Forensic Science Laboratory.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted I wanted that delineation.
Firearms are the same, Commissioner. All firearms go to Division Ballistics.
Okay.
Only they destroy them from there. It's not destroyed anywhere else. They all get processed at one point. We call it a nodal point. I don't know if that's the right word.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Warrant Officer, there's just one aspect on the investigation part that I want to ask you about, and then I want to move on to just tie up some loose ends from yesterday to conclude your evidence. In the bundle, the second exhibit bundle, there should be a new page 611.1.
You said CJC what, Mr.?
611.1, Chair. It's CJC 242. No, it's 24.
Sorry, Commissioner, say the C?
244. CJC 244. The page after page 610, there's a new page. 611, there's a new 11.1. 611.1. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
This relates to the June 2021 seizure. When we spoke yesterday, you had mentioned the detention by the Department of Health so far as the bone meal is concerned. Can you just explain this document to us, how this document comes about and its effect on the container once it is received, this note is received or issued? What happens to the container?
Commissioner, to be complete, there's a few forms missing that I see this now, but it can be explained. When the vessel arrives offshore, it submits a notice to discharge to the Port Authority. In that notice to discharge, it's digital, of course. The notice to discharge includes the container and the commodity as it is classified. So the person that packed this would have given it a classification and a commodity code. The moment, in this case, I see it's bone meal.
Yes.
It's bone meal. So it's an animal product, it's a waste product. So there's a system in place that flags these items automatically. And what it does is it automatically places a detention on that consignment. So that container, at some stage in its life now, while arriving in Durban, has to be inspected. It cannot be released into the market without being inspected. And the detention notice here is the Department of Health, Veterinary Services. Sorry, it's Veterinary Services that had put the detention.
And if I understood what you said, that Veterinary Services and Department of, I'm assuming, they don't have their own bonded warehouse and whatever. Where would these get inspected? Where the shipper has chosen, the yard that the shipper has chosen?
Correct.
Okay. And then I just want to inquire from Advocate Sello if I need to deal with the SARS detention notice. If I can just ask you then, how does this go, if you can go to page 623 of that same bundle. At 611 we have Veterinary Services calling for the detention of, well, there's a detention notice because they're going to inspect. And then on 623 you will see that there's a notice of detention from SARS, a SARS detention notice, illicit trade. It's dated the 23rd of June 2021, so that's the day after the seizure. The seizure was on the 22nd of June 2021. Do you know why SARS and the vessel that or the container that we're interested in is the one that you see asterisk under investigation? Do you know why SARS would issue a detention notice after the container is already in the yard?
Just the wheels of the system, just going slowly, that's all. So SARS has obviously picked up the flagging notice that it is a commodity. We know the Ladeur, but I don't think it would have been shipments being monitored on the Ladeur. It's a massive vessel. It would have been, in this case, it would have been the product that would have been flagged. I'm surmising, it's hearsay. But if you're asking me how it came after the container was already in the yard, remember the detention notice is placed automatically. Now they're doing a formal notice, and that's what this piece of paper is. It's a formal notice from the SARS illicit trade group to the import manager saying, we want to look at those 10 containers that you've landed.
It's not because SARS suspects that there's drugs on these. They're looking for illicit
They're
goods.
looking for illicit goods or,
Okay.
or wrongly declared goods.
Okay, thank you. Then, Warrant Officer, I just want to deal with the aspects, a few aspects that we dealt with when we were dealing with your history and your experience at DPCI. Chair, if I may just ask the attorneys to hand up documentation that they will put in your files during the tea adjournment, but for present purpose, just to hand it up to you. Just for me to place it on record what is being handed up, and then to ask the warrant officer some questions on that, and to clarify one aspect of his evidence from yesterday as well. So, Chair, you will have in front of you, I think, is it CJC 249? The first two, CJC 247 and 248, are just photographs that the warrant officer had given us to show the evidence, the bags, the mandrax in the evidence bag of the February 2020 drug bust, because there aren't any photographs of the exhibits in the bags at the scene. And then 248 is just better copies of where the scene was cordoned off at the February 2020 scene as well. Then, Chair will recall that yesterday the warrant officer gave evidence about the dispute about the cancellation of his scarce skills allowance when he was transferred to support services, and the legal process that he then initiated in order to stop the cancellation. He's provided us with the letter that he had sent in response to the notice, and the notice as well. So the order of the notice, it's CJC 249. The letter that he received is at page 670. Can you go to that letter?
I'm here, Commissioner.
And Warrant Officer, if you can just perhaps maybe read the letter into the record and then just explain to us that, I know you said that your allowance was never formally cancelled, but if you can read the letter into the record. And at this stage, if I understood you, what you were saying is that you were at support services at this stage, and they notified you that they were cancelling your scarce skills allowance.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, please go ahead. You can just read the heading and paragraph 1 and 2.
It's SAP 21. Cancellation of scarce skills allowance and service allowance. It's my force number, my name, Supply Chain Management Support Services, Directorate for Proprietary Crime Investigation, KwaZulu-Natal. According to our records, you are currently placed at Supply Chain Management in the Provincial Office and not performing any operational duties. Kindly note that you do not qualify for scarce skills allowance and service allowance. Therefore, the above-mentioned allowances will be cancelled with immediate effect. It's dated 2020-25, 07-14, signed. Colonel N. Jama. That was the acting head. That's the head of our legal services.
Okay, and then you responded to that. This is on the 14th of July 2025. You've already been at support services for over a year.
Correct, Commissioner.
Then at page 667, your response, you can just read it from paragraph 1.
This is my response to the notification. It was compiled with a bit of assistance from the legal team.
Don't you want perhaps to focus on whatever salient issues you... you want the warrant officer to deal with?
Chair, so...
I'm looking at the length of the letter.
Yes, I understand, Chair. It's just that you will recall that he had given evidence about the history of the initial complaint, so it deals with that as well, just to show that contemporaneously there was this interaction about him not having received feedback on the initial complaint. That's why I'm asking him to.
Okay, that's in order.
I'll tell you which paragraphs not to read, but you can start with the one.
Cancellation of scarce skills allowance and service allowance.
Just from paragraph 1, yeah.
Thank you. On 14 July 2025, I received a written notice of cancellation of my scarce skills allowance and service allowance with immediate effect. The reason given being that I am currently placed as supply chain management at the provincial office and not performing any operational duties. Copy is attached. 13 February 2024, I received a written notice of temporary placement from serious organised crime with pending the outcome of the investigation of a complaint on allegations of serious corruption against myself. On 30 October 2024, I received a written notice of alleged misconduct and pending investigation in terms of Regulation 8.1 of the South African Police Service Discipline Regulations, 2016, conducted under DPCR KZN. There's a DR number. On about 2026, November 2024, I was requested by Colonel Magudla to submit an affidavit in response to the allegations against me, and I did so on 29 November 2024. A copy of the covering email and affidavit explanation enclosed. Aforesaid notices dated 13 February and 30 October are attached. On or about 19 December 2024, Colonel Jacob phoned me and informed me that the investigation under case number KZN DPCR DR4 of 2024 had been finalized and that he was issuing me with a verbal warning in respect of the allegations against me. Since then, I have received no formal notification of the outcome of the investigation into the initial complaint against me, which gave rise to my temporary placement, nor have I received any further communication or update from anybody regarding my temporary placement, save for the notice of cancellation of my skills allowance and service allowance with immediate effect. I was temporarily placed at the Provincial Support Services, DPCR KZN, pending the outcome of the investigation. In the circumstances, I hereby request immediate written confirmation of the outcome of the initial investigation and the consequent status of my temporary placement. I have never applied for a transfer to or a placement at Provincial Support Services, DPCR KZN, nor do I hold or occupy a specific post number at Provincial Support Services, DPCR KZN, nor have I received any notice or correspondence regarding any intention to have me placed permanently at Provincial Support Services, DPCR KZN. I currently hold a post of investigator at Serious Organised Crime Durban. I believe that I should be placed back in my position at Durban Serious Organised Crime to perform my usual operational duties as soon as possible with the immediate reinstatement of my scarce skills allowance and service allowance. I await your response as a matter of urgency. In the interim, all of my rights are reserved. Signed by myself.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. And then, Chair, just for the record, page 671 is that temporary placement where we had a photograph. He's now provided the actual document. Warrant Officer, after your evidence yesterday, I had then asked you whether there was any other aspect that you wanted to deal with insofar as the issues of victimization within the DPCI.
I need some explanation on the letter, the warrant officer's letter. Warrant officer, the warning that was given, I'm not sure that I follow what exactly it related to. If we juxtapose that with what you referred to, as I understand it, the original investigation. By the original investigation, I assume that you are referring to the open quote serious, or rather open quote allegations of serious corruption, close quote.
Correct, Commissioner.
And what exactly is this that you were warned or given a warning about?
I was charged for being the director of a shooting club. You are supposed to have permission to be part of the police club. I made my representations. It was done, I think I mentioned it yesterday. We did it to preserve the name for the bank account. There was no income reserved. There was no income anywhere else. But I was charged for that.
Oh, I remember that from your testimony yesterday.
Yes,
it's just that in this letter, of course, you are writing to someone who has that background.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now with us, you're suddenly warned, and yet you are writing about the allegations of serious corruption. So it all gets mixed up, at least in my mind.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apologies for that, Chair. So he had addressed it yesterday. The verbal warning was in consequence of the alleged, that you failed to declare your directorship in the shooting club.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks.
And in paragraph 8, you say you haven't received, or in fact you are requesting confirmation of the outcome of the initial investigation. This is the Florida Road allegation that you're
Yes,
supplying
Commissioner.
drugs, and you never received anything in writing.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. As I understood your evidence yesterday, you found out on your own from, I think, Port Shepstone, that there's nothing to it, or that the investigation was closed.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, the issue that I had wanted to ask you about related to when we spoke about the victimization, you had indicated that there were other members that had also been victimized, but the other issue was the protection of certain members at the DPCI who did have serious allegations against them.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Do you want to address that now? Or do you choose not to?
I can.
Okay. What has been provided to us, Chair, is on page 672. It's a news article of 2 senior Hawks officers that had been arrested. And the warrant officer had indicated that he is aware, has personal knowledge of the one he'll deal with the allegations against the officers and what their current employment status is and what happened to the colleague that had reported the incident.
Thank you, Commissioner. I only became aware of this as I was now working at the provincial office. Next to us, we have a Priority Crime Management Center. It's where all our sensitive information gets profiled on our targets, our suspects, and our projects, and our undercover operations are run. One of the ladies there was arrested for extortion or corruption. I stand corrected on the correct charges, along with a fellow brigadier. What then transpired is that person was released on bail. The person came back to work, nothing happened. It's difficult to understand it because here a mere email gets presented and you get moved. Here you've got a person that's in a very confidential environment, classified environment. It's out on bail for a serious offense, nothing happens. So I'm aware of the people, they weren't happy with what happened, they work in the same space, and complaints were brought. We can say a whistleblower came forward. So the whistleblower got victimized straight away. The whistleblower has since moved to a totally different environment, but still within the DPCI, but in a different part of the province now. But as we speak, the other person is still at work, not suspended, not moved. So there's no impartial behavior towards employees when there is investigations against them.
And this colleague that has been arrested and is out on bail for the allegations in the news article that we've been provided, who does that person report to?
Ultimately to the General.
General Sanona.
Correct, Commissioner.
Immediate?
Commissioner?
The immediate person she reports to?
The immediate is obviously the group commander. It's Colonel Mangole. And Colonel Mangole falls under General Sanona.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Chair, that's the evidence of this witness.
Let's check something. Yesterday, you spoke about the complaint that you laid, and after which you were then moved, or these allegations were made against you. And this is an allegation. The complaint was about the loss of exhibits, as I understood you, and dockets, or disappearance of exhibits. Do you have, or can we have a copy of that complaint?
Commissioner, I don't know how it is with a member of the commission.
Is it with the commission?
It is with the commission.
Okay.
I don't know how it's been handed in or where it is, but I still have the original.
Okay.
So if you want it, I can produce it to you in person.
And that complaint, you submitted it to who?
That would have been Captain KG Sibia.
Sibia. And did you receive a response to it, as in an acknowledgement
No,
in any
you asked
form?
me yesterday, Commissioner, and the answer is still no.
And to your knowledge, was any investigation conducted into that complaint that you laid? Did anything come of it, as in inquiries even?
Commissioner, there was an investigation,
Okay.
but on different cases, not those cases. The
Not,
member was
not the ones that you complained about?
correct. The member was eventually found guilty in court, but the member was not dismissed. The member brought discharge.
But but the ones that you referred to?
The one that
you're
I
saying no.
referred to, I cannot tell you what the outcome of the investigation is.
Okay.
To this date. It has been handed to other law enforcement agencies because I did not get anywhere with it.
Yes.
I can, with the greatest of pleasure, hand you that document.
Okay. Ms. Mbe, will you arrange that we have it?
Yes, we will,
you.
Commissioner.
Good morning, Warrant Officer.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Just going back to the temporary placement letter dated 13 February 2024, it's on 475 of file 2. But in the current one, I think we were given a cleaner copy because the one we had in file 2 was a photo. It was signed by General Senona, correct?
Yes.
And General Senona is coming to give evidence on Friday. Now, in this commission, we try not to turn the commission into a forum where people deal with labor issues. So we don't ventilate HR issues between people and their superiors. But the allegation you made is very serious, and it goes to the heart of the terms of reference of the commission, because you implied yesterday that your superiors were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the traffickers. Now, I want to try to understand that allegation. Is that an allegation you are making against General General Senona? And is it something that we must put to him when he comes to give evidence on Friday?
Commissioner, I think it will eventually come out that the suspects who stole the drugs are known.
Say that again?
The suspects who stole the drugs are known.
Are known.
They are known.
Known by who?
I was informed by Colonel Jacob personally who they are. But the links to the management are known.
Management of DPCI.
Correct,
The
Commissioner.
links of the suspects who stole the drugs
Correct,
to the
Commissioner.
management of DPCI.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes.
So the only influence that I can draw, I cannot say to you, Commissioner, I have evidence, is I have done X, Y, and Z. The repercussions are as follows.
Now, I don't want you to go into the evidence of who took them. My focus was really on the allegation you made yesterday that you believe that you were temporarily placed in another department because your superiors were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Now, I just want to be clear. You are saying General Senona amongst others.
No, sir. I said General Sonona is the person that moved me.
Because he's the one who signed the letter.
That is correct.
So when you say your superiors, you're referring to him.
I can't answer it like that, Commissioner. It's very difficult. That's very difficult.
And you're basing that on suspicion, obviously.
Commissioner, I've made some good recoveries. I think I've done a very good job. I don't need anyone else to tell me that. It's in my heart. If I was not doing a good job, I wouldn't have been here.
And you...
But the other thing, sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Never have I received an accolade, an appraisal, an award, or a nomination at the Prestige Awards or anything for the work done.
So let me summarize this because, look, I'm mindful of the fact that it's sensitive testimony you're giving. But the long and short of it is you have reason to believe that the reason you were moved was the reason you explained yesterday. And you can't think of any other reason why you would have been placed in supply chain.
There is no other logical reason, Commissioner. If I was not interfering with someone's activities, they would have left me. But if I was efficient to interrupt their activities, I was targeted.
And you are saying even if there was an initial complaint, you believe that once it was found not to have merit, you should have been returned to your old position?
Correct, Commissioner.
And the fact that you have not been returned suggests to you at least that they don't want you there?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, there's just one matter for clarification with the warrant officer regarding the polygraph, his evidence regarding the Port Shepstone polygraph results. Warrant officer, my recollection is that you said you weren't aware of your results of the polygraph, that you failed the polygraph. I just want you to clarify the position because you had clarified it to me earlier on. It's not that you weren't aware that you had failed. You were told that you had failed. It was the first time that you had seen the report that you had failed.
Commissioner, you put the report in front of me yesterday. I even said to you, am I allowed to even see this? It's the first time I've seen that. As far as we were told, is it a myth? Is it a truth? You failed. We must just take it as it is. In the DPCI, if you fail the polygraph, you're supposed to be transferred out or fired or whatever it happens. It says so. But nothing happened. And then yesterday, the Commission, you put that document in front of me, and it's scary. And then you see your name there, and then you say, hold on, this is the thing that I've been looking for all my life now, just to say I didn't do it.
Okay, so it was the report that you were referring to that you didn't have knowledge of, but you were informed unofficially or informally that you had failed the polygraph.
Commissioner, the polygraph person, when you finished, they say to you, what do you think? Did you pass or you failed? And I said, I don't know, you tell me. No, you failed. And then we were told the whole office failed. So that would be different to the report that I saw yesterday. So we were told from the onset that every single one of us was now corrupt. But the document I see yesterday has exonerated so many people. But they don't know that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify so that it's not suggested that you're saying you didn't know that you had failed. You didn't. What you're saying is the polygraph examiner just said to you, how do you think you've done, and said that you failed, but nobody officially communicated the outcome to you. You saw it here for the first time at the Commission.
Correct.
Thank you for the clarity.
I just checked this. We saw two documents yesterday relating to the polygraph. You saw that. The one, it's the DI outcome, and that says deception identified or something. And that's what you're referring to as a failure. But there was a second document which had about 3-4 names where it says no opinion, something like that. So you say you were told all of you have failed. Were you told anything about the later one, the other report that says no opinion and includes you in that list?
Commissioner, that is correct. Both of those letters I had never seen. Maybe is it on my file? I don't know. I've never been told I've had something like that put on my file. I've never seen it. Never.
What does that mean? You are not aware until yesterday that there is a report which said no opinion is expressed about your test.
That is correct,
until
Commissioner.
yesterday. Right. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Seegers.
Chair, sorry, we do have an answer on the polygraph. We just received it. I want to just get guidance from...
Are you referring to the unsigned document?
To the explanation
the second document?
Yes, an explanation of the two documents. It'll just take us 10 seconds to consult
right.
as to whether we... And we'll provide the document.
I'll
Chair.
count 1, 2.
Please. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my leader has said that I can read this into the record, and we will then provide the official document from the Lieutenant Colonel, Subsection Commander of Polygraph KZN Forensic Science Laboratory, KZN, who has sent us an email to explain the two documents. And the email came at 9:50. We only saw it now. It says the test was conducted by Captain Nell. All polygraph tests are subjected to 2 quality reviews. The first is the technical review during the polygraph process after the polygraph charts are generated. During this process, the result was a DI, deception indicated. The polygraph result was communicated to the examinee during the post-test interview. The results on the summary were obtained after the tests were done. This is in relation to the first report. Later, during the administrative review process, the reviewer went through all documents and found that the polygraph examiner had made serious errors during the polygraph examination process. Reviewer's report is attached, which is the unsigned one. We will see if it is the signed one now. A non-conformance was opened and investigated against the polygraph examiner. The test was considered invalid so that the examinee was not prejudiced by the errors of the polygraph examiner. The polygraph examiner in question was stopped from conducting any further polygraph examinations thereafter.
So, effectively, the warrant officer was exonerated.
He was, Chair.
All right. That probably means all of those tests were...
This relates only to him,
Yes,
we will, before all the other witnesses come, we will have to do the same exercise, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We are done with the witness, Chair.
Warrant officer, you are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. And at least I'm happy that we are at the point where we are adjourning. I see that you are emotional, so you'll find time to compose yourself now. Thank you very much again, Warrant Officer. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
1 2 wa utlwa 1 2 1 1 1 2 mic check 1 2 1 e sharp mo all right nyaka le wena o bue mo ke tlo kgona ho utlwa yeah ya utlwala ka yi yeah I can hear you 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 2
Good morning again. It's 11:24. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Make sure that they are quiet. Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Kakane.
Morning, Chair. How are you?
Gosh, yes, it is still morning.
It is still morning. I'm just trying to check whether everything is sorted, but we've got the witness who's the one who is in camera or partially in camera, and that's Colonel Duma. That would be giving evidence. I'll be leading his evidence.
We may start.
Yes. What I do want to check is whether he can hear us.
The rank is Colonel.
Colonel Duma. Lieutenant
Colonel Duma, can you hear us? Colonel Duma? Colonel Duma, can you hear us?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Will you be swearing or affirming, Colonel?
Swearing.
Please state your full names for the record.
It's Justice Jabulani Duma.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, can you hear me? Just to clarify.
Yes, I can hear you, Advocate.
Okay. Before you just confirm for me, you should have a file, a small file that has your statement.
Yes, I do have it, Advocate.
And you would have 3 other files, which are exhibit files.
Yes, I confirm. I do have it.
And there is another file that has been delivered to you just now.
Yes,
Okay.
I do have it.
We'll go
Yes.
to that file later on.
Yes.
Can we just check our own files? You say 3 exhibit files.
Yes, it should be. Do you have 2 or 3?
We have only
It's two
2
of us.
from
Two.
the last witnesses. Yeah.
Okay, then maybe I'm mistaken with
Okay, just wait.
Oh, no, apologies. It's 2 exhibit files. The one is the statement file. Apologies. So it will be
It's
2.
the same that we had.
It's the same as you had with the previous witness.
So this will be the first.
Can you then go to your first file, which has your statement?
Yes, I've got it in front of me.
Thank you. What we'll try and do is, just in the interest of time, is go through your statement, but what we will do is to ask clarity-seeking questions or clarity questions as we go along, and I'd request the commissioners just to take note of that rather, that we just ask questions as we go along rather than letting him finish because time, I think, is not with us. Could you then start with your paragraph 1, reading it?
Yes, Commissioner. My name is Justice Jablan Duma. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service with personal number.
Please skip,
0459.
no, please skip your personal number.
Okay. Now let me start afresh. I'm Justice Jablan Duma. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service. I'm attached to multi-dimensional organized crime, Durban, intelligence collection in crime intelligence. And I'm a unit commander in MDOC Durban in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay. Can you then just explain to us your position with this multidimensional organized crime? What is the structure? Where does it fit within the command of the police and crime intelligence?
Okay. Just a second, Commissioner. Multidimensional organized crime deals with serious and violent crime, which includes armed robberies, CITs, etc. And its reporting structure, each way it is as follows. From the handler.
Sorry, Colonel. Would you just explain, you're saying etc., but I just want you to set out fully what it is that you are involved with. It's important.
Okay. Basically, we are dealing with multi-dimensional organized crime, where we investigate syndicates involved in serious and violent crime nature, which is armed robberies, which include CITs, and business robberies and murders.
Thank you. So do you deal with narcotics currently?
No, we don't deal with narcotics.
Okay. And in terms of the command structure, who do you report to?
Okay, I report to my section commander, who is a full colonel, and who reports to the brigadier, who is a section head, who then reports to the provincial head, crime intelligence. And the next person in command will be the divisional commissioner.
Thank you. And do you interact with the DPCI and the leadership structure of the SAPS? And what's the nature of your interaction?
Operationally, we do interact at the ground level, and at senior level, there is an interaction between CI, section head, provincial head, and provincial head of DPCI, which will also include National Prosecuting Authority.
Okay. On your side, do you interact with the leadership of the DPCI and the police, that is National SAPS?
No, we interact at the operational level, which will be from our office to their offices, and then from there the interaction will be on our section heads or provincial heads at a senior level.
Okay, so there is no formal need or structure in which you interact with the leadership of the Hawks?
No, there is no formal unless it's something that needs an application where you need to submit when you request whatever you'll be requesting them to assist you with. But operationally, we interact. We have a memorandum of understanding where we interact, where operational members interact with.
No, I'm talking about the leadership.
You spoke at the same time.
Oh, sorry.
There will be transcription problems. Please repeat, Mr. Skakan.
Apologies, Chair and the witness. I wanted to check your interaction with the DPCI leadership and the police leadership. That's what I'm interested in, your interaction. I understand operationally you said you work or you interact.
You mean me as a person or as a unit?
Yourself, as a head of the unit.
Yes, we do interact with the operational commanders within DPCI if we need to operationalize information. There is that communication.
Thank you. Then would you, unless there's anything, can we then go to your paragraph 4? I don't know whether there's a need to go to paragraph 2 in the light of swearing in.
No, you may skip it here.
Yes, okay. Is there anything you wanted to add, Colonel?
Perhaps the last sentence. Of
No, Commissioner, no.
The last sentence of paragraph 2, I gained, I gained knowledge of the facts. That sentence, perhaps. Did you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner, yes, I did hear you.
Please read.
So if I may interpret that...
please read that
okay.
into the record. I gain knowledge
Okay.
of the facts.
Okay, I gain knowledge of the facts stated in this statement through intelligence gathered during the course of my investigation and personal observations in the performance of my duties.
Thank you. And I just wanted to perhaps just to follow on what the chair is saying. Currently, you are the unit commander, correct?
Is that correct,
Okay.
Commissioner?
When you've indicated that are you involved operationally in undercover operations and such matters, where yourself you are engaging in certain tasks as an operative?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Please go on to read paragraph 3.
Okay. Are we skipping or are we continuing with that one? Because I think that's the one.
No, please read
we
it
said
out.
to skip. Okay. I'm matriculated in 1991, joined the South African Police in 1992, before SAP was amalgamated to the South African Police Service in 1995, and appointed as a constable. I served in uniform branch, currently known as Visible Policing, at Westville SAPS. I studied technical SA in Durban, National Diploma, Policing Management, but did not finalize or complete studies. I was appointed to the rank of a sergeant in 1996, and in the year 2000, I was appointed to the rank of a warrant officer.
Please proceed, and unless we interrupt.
Okay, paragraph 4. In 2009, I was appointed to the rank of a captain. I joined crime intelligence in 2012 and attached to security intelligence in border security, which is in crime intelligence KwaZulu-Natal, and became an intelligence operative. On 2026-0301, I was appointed as a lieutenant colonel and the unit commander, multi-dimensional organized crime Durban intelligence collection. I've gained my knowledge and experience through police training and fieldwork through the years in my ranks. Okay, the paragraph 5, my duties in border security and crime intelligence included gathering intelligence and supply such intelligence to the relevant units within South African Police Service for operational and investigation purposes. The intelligence gathered is supplied to relevant SAPS members or units available in order to operationalize or to investigate.
Okay, can you just elaborate on that for us in terms of gathering intelligence and what prescripts are applicable in your operations?
Okay, Commissioner, that will be more answered in paragraph 7. I don't know, should I jump to paragraph 7?
Okay, then perhaps,
Okay.
no. Perhaps just continue and after you've read paragraph 7, Mr. Sikakane may then decide if there are other details he still wants. Just continue reading.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, paragraph 6, the mandate of Division Crime Intelligence is to gather, correlate, evaluate, and analyze information to prevent and combat crime in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act 39 of 1994, as contemplated in Section 205 of the Constitution, to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, uphold and maintain the law. The primary focus is to provide crime intelligence in support of the operational requirements of the operational components of the SAPS. Paragraph 7, the primary function of crime intelligence is the establishment of an intelligence network by way of source of information of whatever nature to address specific intelligence requirement as illustrated and defined in the intelligence collection process of transforming crime information into crime intelligence through application of identification, tasking, planning and direction, gathering, evaluation, collation, analysis, interpretation, production, dissemination, action, feedback, and closure. And then I said there I cannot attach any documents about operational processes as all CI documents are classified.
Please continue.
Paragraph 8, intelligence gathered is reduced to writing by the operative and submitted to the commander who will sign off the report. The report is registered and forwarded to the Intelligence Analysis Center where the reports and the information get disseminated to relevant addresses which are on the reports within crime intelligence and other operational components of the SAPS. Paragraph 9, the ad hoc information does not need any approval from the commander to be operationalized, but it is one of the member's key performance areas to conduct operations. Once the member has submitted the intelligence report to the commander, he continues to personalize the information with the relevant unit of SAPS who are responsible, plan operation, and make sure that the intelligence applied is operationalized. Once this operation has been conducted, the feedback report is submitted to the commander. All intelligence reports follow the same process as mentioned in paragraph 8 above. Paragraph 10.
Just hold on.
Colonel, what is considered ad hoc information that you say does not need the approval of the commander to operationalize?
Commissioners, when we refer to ad hoc operation, we refer to a information that is not planned, information that comes in an emergency way where you just received it and then you have to operationalize it. It's not an information that's where maybe you have a progressive investigation that you've been dealing with, but it's information that just come by the way and then you grab it and then you operationalize it.
Oh, sorry.
But if an informant tells you that something is going to happen tomorrow or 2 days from now, 2 days hence, is that ad hoc information?
We call that an ad hoc because it's not attached to any of your current investigation that you're busy with. Maybe let's say our office we deal with projects, with operations.
Yes.
So it's information that is not part of that. It can be information sometimes that is part of the operation, but not maybe in line with the threats that you're trying to address. But it's the information that just comes that needs attention at the time, and then you operationalize it.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Colonel, just on the point, I wanted you to distinguish in more detail the gathering of evidence or intelligence rather, distinguish it between first getting the information, one, and processing it, and then constructing it as intelligence. Can you just take us through that process? And then compared to what Commissioner Baloyi has said about ad hoc information, and how does it get translated into intelligence?
Okay. Commissioner, basically, we'll be going back to our intelligence collection process, where we look at the crime statistics, and we identify the threats that are a problem. It could be within the district or within the province. And then we do identification of the threats by compiling a threat analysis so that we can analyze and look at the statistics of crime that is taking place, that is probably worrying our communities. And then based on that, once we've identified the threats and done our threat analysis, we then task our sources on the ground to look into the threats that we're facing. From there, we plan and we make a direction as to what we're going to do, which will mean by then we'll then probably register inquiry. Not probably, I'll just say we register inquiry based on the threat. It can be a threat file or an inquiry file, depending on the threats that you're facing at the time. And then from there, you start gathering information with regards to the threats, where you identify the causes of the threats, the modus operandi, and who is involved in this threat. And then from there, you will evaluate the information. And then you'll put all the information together, and then you'll analyze it. You'll hand it to the analysts to analyze it. And then from there, you will know exactly what you're dealing with, which is the interpretation. Interpretation will give you a clear picture as to what is it that you're dealing with. Is it a syndicate, or is it people who are operating at separately, committing the same crime? And then from there, it's production. Production is when you reduce into writing. From there, you disseminate it. You disseminate it to your IAC, Intelligence Collection Center. From there, once you've disseminated your reports, it's action, which means you operationalize it. Once you've operationalized it, you get feedback from the operational team, and then from there you close your investigation. So that's the process that intelligence gathering is about.
And how long does this process take? And secondly, who is involved in the operationalizing of the information? For example, who signs off the operation?
This process, as I said in the beginning, you will register inquiry, but inquiry has a time frame to keep it open. So it will then mean you'll have to go to your pre-project, where you will have to apply for a authority to conduct such pre-project, and which will probably run for a certain period. And then if you still can't address your threats, you will then apply for an authority to conduct an undercover operation. So that is the process. That's how far I can explain that process. I cannot go into details as to other issues, but that's the process that we follow.
And for example, if you get information yourself,
Yes.
Who would you interact with within this process, within crime intelligence?
The process that, as I've explained, which runs from inquiry to a pre-project, then to a full-blown project, you will have to have your operational team, which will include DPCI, which will include NPA, and which will also include other offices like your asset forfeiture and other relevant units within SAPS, your surveillance and everything. So it becomes, you'll have a team there that will be assisting you. So in most cases, you will have to engage with the prosecutor to get the guidance going forward, so that you don't go off and focus somewhere else, so that you keep your gathering focus with regard to the threats that you're dealing with.
Perhaps maybe let me ask my question differently. I'm limiting for this point within your crime intelligence structure. I said if you get information, right, who do you report the information? Do you submit it to your commander according to your statement?
The handler.
Sorry?
The handler who's a ground troop who collects information. The handler who's a foot soldier. He gathers information, he compiles intelligence reports, he submits to the commander. The commander reads the reports, he signs off the reports.
Thank you. That's the structure I wanted. So a handler would then collect the info from their sources, their respective sources, and they would then compile a report, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that report is then submitted to your commander?
Yes.
And then your commander has a look at it, and if he's happy, then he signs it off for operation.
He signs it off, it gets disseminated.
Okay.
So it depends what information you have. If it's for example, you can get information of a threat of a people are planning a strike, So that's an early warning that you're going to be submitting, which must go to Intelligence Analysis Collection Center, where it gets disseminated to VISPOL, for VISPOL to plan and be ready so that they don't get caught by surprise. So it depends. Reports. It depends what information you're reporting on. Is it information, early warning, something that needs attention, or is it a crime that is about to be committed, or is it information about, for example, someone else has a bag of guns in his car or in his house, and we need to operationalize the information. So it depends. It always depends. It's not just one process. It depends on what information you're getting and how to deal with it at the time.
Thank you. And is this process set out somewhere? Because I would imagine it can't be informal.
Yeah, the processes of crime intelligence are set out in operational processes of CI, which is a guideline on intelligence gathering.
Sorry, it's set out where?
It's operational process of CI, which are guiding CI with regard to gathering intelligence.
So what's the name of the document, just for the record?
It's operational processes.
Yes?
Of crime intelligence.
So that document, okay, please, am I interrupting you?
Yeah.
So it's operational processes of crime intelligence.
Crime intelligence, yes.
Okay. And you are familiar with this process or this document?
Yeah, it's talk about intelligence collection. It's not just one page. It's probably it's a heart of CI. how CI do things.
But at least you would be available, you would be familiar with the provisions that apply to yourself.
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of gathering information, so if you are a handler, you would have some sources. What are the type of sources that you would have as a handler in a typical case?
Sources, you will have your sources that you registered as informants. Sometimes you'll have sources that are not registered. You'll have contacts, people who provide you information who are not expecting any financial gain. Yeah, those are human sources that you get.
And if there is, I think we spoke of a process earlier on in terms of engagement. You said it will depend how long it takes. It will depend on each of these, in each circumstance, how long the process takes and how you operationalize it, correct?
Yes.
And when it's ad hoc information, I think that's the question that you had from Commissioner Baloyi, is that it is information that you would obtain from in emergency situations.
Yes, it's an information that is not in the planning. Like, for example, if you're running an inquiry, you have a progressive investigation. But something that comes now that, for example, there's a wanted suspect and he's spotted somewhere, and then you get a team to go there and arrest him. That's like something that is quick that comes now that you need to deal with it. That's what we refer to at a corporation. It's something that doesn't need any investigation, that you must do analysis, you must gather and follow all this process that I've mentioned. It's something that you get now that you must operationalize now. Maybe you get it today, tomorrow it's operationalized and it's closed. That ends there.
Okay. Please proceed to your paragraph 10.
Okay. Paragraph 10, Commissioners. Border security is responsible in gathering intelligence to address the threats of all criminal syndicates involved in organized crime related to cross-border crimes in land, air, and sea borders. And the following standard operational procedure is followed whilst dealing with containers at the harbor. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, the standard operational procedure, the SOP in terms of container operations at the ports of entry, crime intelligence procedures. When an operative has information relating to smuggling within containers at the seaports at Durban Harbour, the intelligence operative must brief the commander on the information. The commander will analyze the intelligence, and once all the relevant information is gathered, the commander will then brief the section head of VPO, Visible Policing and Operations at ORS. ORS is Operational Response Services in Border Police. The intelligence is only shared with the section head to prevent the information from being leaked. We retain the intelligence point as well. We do not disseminate immediately in order to prevent the information from being leaked. Procedure after bringing the
Colonel, before you proceed.
Brigadier at the Durban.
Sorry, Colonel?
Colonel, before you proceed, in that very first paragraph under crime intelligence procedures, you say the intelligence operative must brief the commander on the information. Is that the same thing that you referred to earlier as a written report to the commander? Remember in the...
That's correct, Your Worship.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
That's correct, Your Worship. I mean, sorry, Commissioner, I'm saying Your Worship.
Commissioner, thank you.
Commissioner. Hey, Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, you may.
Sorry,
Okay, Commissioners.
sorry, Kenel. I think just to follow on what Commissioner Baloyi is indicating. So, the first paragraph, you would say that that does not relate to ad hoc information?
Yes, that is ad hoc.
It also ad hoc ought to follow the SOP that it set out.
Yes, it's ad hoc. It's ad hoc. It works both ad hoc on operations that are if it falls under projects that is being run at the time. This is the process you will follow. For example, if you get information on your operation that there's a container coming with counterfeit goods, that's the process you'll follow. Obviously, you'll compile your intelligence report as usual, and then you'll follow the process of engaging with ORS. Whether it's ad hoc or it's not ad hoc, you still follow the same.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, the procedure after briefing the brigadier at the Durban Harbour. The information is retained by the section head, and only a container number is given to the ORS profile unit to request a detention from the shipping line. The profiler will send an email on an official detention form and request that the shipping line have the container moved to a licensed inspection depot. The depot is determined by the shipping lines, as they have their own depots that are contracted to the shipping line. Common depots are Green Africa, Freight Station SA, CMC, Green Road, Intermodal, and UCD. All shipping lines must comply with the request of the police. The various scenarios, depending on the nature of the intelligence, will require different approaches. One, if a container is suspected to be carrying a rip-off consignment of drugs, the container can be inspected on the vessel out at sea. If the vessel is within within 12 nautical miles, 24 kilometers at sea, the police or Directorate for Private Crime Investigation may use Section 16.3 of the Police Act to board the vessel and conduct a search and seizure. Containers may also be inspected within the container terminal. This is the operational area within Transnet terminals. This type of inspection requires the assistance of Transnet to track and locate the container. The container is placed for inspection at the designated site known as claims area, where there are cameras. Sensitive operations may be conducted within this area. Police may detain any container.
What constitutes sensitive operations that you say may be conducted in this area? What is, maybe let me ask again, what is a sensitive operation for this purpose?
Sensitive operations most probably will be of counter narcotics that will refer to sensitive information. And then you get other operations where you will have to look at your counterfeit, but more operations that we deem sensitive are operations that involve drugs or counter narcotics.
And the operation that you say happens in this area, what is that operation? What happens, in fact? Let's talk about counter narcotics. What does a sensitive operation in this area entail? What are the elements of it?
Okay. Basically, in operations that are conducted in this area, it's where, let's say you get information of a container that's coming. Maybe your information says it has counter narcotics. So you have two ways of doing it. You can after requesting a stop or arrest to put a stop, you can request DPSI to be present, or you can ask ORS inspection team to open containers, the container for inspection, to confirm what commodities inside, or if there is drugs inside. And then if there is drugs, if it's positive, then you summon DPCI to come to the scene.
And is this a secure area for this purpose?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to follow up on what you just said, you're saying that when the information is positive, you then summon the PCI. Is that what you said?
DPCI, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And what constitutes positive? What's the meaning of positive?
After opening and conducting inspection, and then you identify that, yes, indeed, it does contain drugs. Because there, the inspection will be done by the inspection team of ORS, who will open the container for you. You are not going to open a container as an operative yourself. You'll be there to say, this is a container I've identified. Obviously, they will call you when it's ready for inspection, and then you meet them there and then you do inspection with them. You observe what is inside there, and then when they confirm, yes, it's counter narcotics, then they will have to contact the relevant units, which will include DPCI.
Okay, so ORS is the one that contacts DPCI.
Yes, ORS has inspection team. When after opening a container, then they found drugs, they'll contact DPCI. Or you as a handler, you can also contact DPCI. Because at some stage, sometimes if you're gonna be doing this operation, sometimes we do communicate. Then you say, I've got this information. If they're available, they'll come with to the scene to do inspection. Or they can say, go and check with ORS. If it's positive, call us. It depends on each scenario.
Apologies. So you're saying, when you say it depends on each scenario, what does the process say? Does it say you can use the discretion?
As I explained, this is the process that we follow when we deal with containers. There is no written process that we can say this is the one. This is the office. Process that was designed. That this is what we must do when we deal with containers. So a handler can decide. Here's the information I'm getting of drugs. Do I take the PCI with, or the container is still at the harbor? You must know it's still at the harbor. If it's still at the harbor, it's under the control of ORS. There's nothing wrong by using ORS before you're conducting DPCI, because you don't know what you're going to find inside the container. You can use ORS to say, here's a container, let's do inspection. They'll do all the paperwork of placing a stop and making sure, trace the container and have it placed. And then from there, it gets inspected. Then if it's positive, DPCI will then be summoned to come, because it's their mandate to deal with drugs. But if it's negative, obviously, there's no need of calling DPCI, because there's nothing found inside.
Okay, please proceed.
Can I just understand when you say ORS will deal with it if it's still at the harbor, is that the limits of ORS's involvement? As long as it's still at the harbor, or once it's out of the harbor, they can't deal with it? Is that what it means?
They can also do inspections when it's outside the harbor. But what I'm trying to say, if they've placed the stop, they will deal with it when it's there in the harbor.
Yes.
Maybe they will open. Let's say, for example, let's move away from drugs now. Let's say it's counterfeit.
Yes.
They will open, then they'll realize, oh, no, here, it's possibility that these goods are counterfeit. We need to get brand attorneys to be present, and then we need to do a full unpack.
Yes.
And then that container will be sealed using a police seal. They'll seal it, and then it will be taken to the depot, where a date will be set for full unpack of the container, where the brand attorneys can then come and take samples to confirm whether it's counterfeit. Then from there, that's where another part of another unit of DPCI comes in now, which is commercial crime, which deals with counterfeit.
Thank you.
Then they'll be notified to take over that investigation.
And then in terms of the engagement of the DPCI, at what level is that? Is it just a matter of a phone call, or is there a formal process of engaging DPCI?
Commissioners, at the operational level, it works differently. It doesn't work with paper all the time. It works with a understanding between units which are working operationally. Some of these things, there is no time to say, now here's a container, now you found counterfeit goods, then you must go to your office and write a letter to request DPCI. It doesn't work that way. You pick up the phone, you call. The person that you're speaking to, he will say, okay, speak to my commander. You speak to the commander, you explain. Or you speak to your commander who lies with the commander of DPCI at their level, at their seniority. They'll liaise, But if there is a need for an official letter, which we refer to as the SAP 21, which is the letter that we write when we request any information or any assistance within the police, that will be thrown out. But on a normal operational processes, there is no time to do letters and all those. That gets attended to at a later stage.
Sorry, do you have?
It's all about communicating personally, or maybe go have a meeting, go to the office, set up a meeting, discuss, and continue. It's work as always, because at the end of the day, we have to work. As long as we know that we're still within the context of the law, we're not doing anything wrong.
Perhaps just finish the processes and then I'll just ask my questions at the end. I think you were...
I think I was at number 2.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The police may detain, number 2, the police may detain any container for random inspection in terms of the customs act based on profiling or intelligence. And number 3, as soon as the container is placed at a depot, ORS inspection team is appointed to conduct an inspection. In the event of the information is provided by crime intelligence, the commander of border security will be informed to be present before any seals are broken. If there is a jewel stopped by customs, then they may also be present during the inspection. It is also determined that the commodity was, if it is determined that the commodity was false declaration or under declaration, then customs will take over and do the necessary. Where there is a criminal case, for example, illicit cigarettes, drugs, counterfeit goods, or precursor chemicals, the police will usually take control of the commodities. Whenever there is information of drugs, the DPCI must be informed in order to take over the crime scene for investigation. Some containers may have already been released by customs and may have already left the port. In this instance, ORS does not have control over those containers. However, the police can still request the detention wherever it may be and conduct an inspection of the container. all depots must comply with the instruction to hold or detain the container until the police have inspected the container. And if they are satisfied that container is legitimate, then it may be released on instruction. Customs may detain and inspect containers in terms of the Customs Act and don't require the police unless they have detected drugs. In that instance, the PCI must be called out to conduct an investigation. In the case of drug cases, the PCI will have to command and control the seizure, packaging, and forensic processing is controlled by the PCI. The ORS and Customs have their own SOP which they follow, and this SOP was designed by the unit commander in sea borders and has been all along been followed by Border Secretary through the years, and there is no written SOP document available to provide in this regard at the office, as we are guided by intelligence operational processes.
Thank you. I just want to confirm whether I understand properly. This process you've outlined, you're saying that it is not contained in any document.
Yes.
So
there is no signed document that say this is the process we must follow. But it's like I'll put it this way, like I'll say we can call it a station order, which the office must break it down to guide as to what the members need to do in the ground. This is the process you must follow when you stop a container.
But surely with the kind of prescripts or what it provides, there must be some authority or way to oversee the process, or someone must take accountability if things are not followed. For example, it used peremptory language. There must be someone who takes into account or who ensures that this process is followed. Who will that be?
In this instance, it will be a commander to ensure that it's followed.
So if within crime intelligence, right, this, how can I call it, this thing that you've set out, this process you've set out, this is what everyone understands about seizures. And what happens if you don't follow it?
I'll say this. Here we're talking about Durban Harbour only. You mean here we're talking about sea borders. You must know now border security, as I said, is divided into land, air, and sea. This is how you deal with containers at the Durban Harbour.
Okay. So
it cannot apply anywhere else. It only applies how you deal with containers in sea borders. Let's say, could it be in your Richards Bay sea border or Durban Harbour sea border? This is the process you need to follow.
I'm saying that would mean that, let's say, within the harbour or sea, if this process is not followed, who would be accountable to it? Who would hold the member accountable? It would be the commander.
The commander.
And
yes, the commander.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed to paragraph 11.
Okay, paragraph 11. Crime intelligence does not need to issue document to request a stop and detention of a container to ORS. It can be done verbally or by sending an email to ORS. However, an SAP 21 letter of request to place a stop signed by the commander can be submitted to ORS if requested to do so. So basically in this paragraph, the crime intelligence, border security, and ORS, they've been working together for years. Even before I came, they've been operating together. There is operational, how can I put it? It's like a memorandum of understanding between the two offices, because we rely on them. And when it comes to stopping containers and doing inspections, because they have teams to conduct inspections. So they also rely on us should we pick up information with contraband or illicit goods or whatever the case may be, to provide them with with intelligence so that they can stop those containers. So it works both ways. That's what basically I'm trying to say here. Can I go on to paragraph 12?
Sorry, just before you go to paragraph 12. So, as matters operate, or for as long as you operated within this space, basically, there is no formal process that is adopted or that is written somewhere.
No, we don't have.
And basically, whatever information that you have, no matter how you gathered it, you can simply approach a depot or a transporter and inspect a container.
No, I think we were dealing with the processes in the harbor. So a container that is coming through the port, this is a process that you use to stop that container that is coming to the port. If you pick up information after the effects, the container has already went through the port and released to go to a depot. It's not in the control of ORS anymore. It's in the depot where you now, as a person that is getting information, you have to liaise with that depot. Should have been a clearing and forwarding who's dealing with that container. You contact them. It's your duty to contact them to say, you have interest in that container being inspected. You want to put a stop on it. Then they will tell you what they will need. If they say they are fine, okay, you can come and inspect it at this time, and then you agree, and then the team is arranged, and you go there and inspect. It's up to them. They can also request something in writing. If they will say they want something in writing, then you must produce something in writing as an operative. Then give it to them, But normally, I've never come at depot that will refuse when the police wants to do inspection, because the quicker inspection is done and the commodity is released, it's good for them. Otherwise, their clients start complaining. So we've never come across, when I was there, I've never come across where the depot will refuse.
Can you just explain this part, which I thought I understood, but now I'm confused by what you've just said? In where you set out the procedure, in paragraph 3, you say, of that procedure, you say, as soon as the container is placed at a depot, ORS inspection team is appointed to conduct an inspection. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Okay. And then in paragraph 5, the first sentence, it says, some containers may already have been released and may have already left the port. In this instance, ORS does not have control over those containers. Can you just reconcile, and I'm asking from a place of ignorance because I don't know much about ports, harbor, and depots. But it seems, and from that place of ignorance, it looks like there's a contradiction. Can you just explain how 3 works with 5, with the first sentence in 5?
Okay. Commissioners, 3 will be, if you go back to where we started, where I said procedure after briefing the brigadier, those containers falls under where a profiler has sent an email or on official detention form and request that the shipping line have the container moved to a licensed inspection depot. The depot is determined by shipping lines, and they have their own depot that are contracted. And I mentioned them there, which is Green Africa, Freight Station, SA, CMC, Green Road, and Samuel. All shipping lines must comply with the request of the police. So, number three, number three, as soon as the container is placed, those are the containers that are placed, that are stopped by ORS. They get stopped, then from there they move to these depots. And then as soon as they are placed at those depots for inspection, then ORS will go and inspect them. Whereas in paragraph 5, here we're talking about a container that has already been released, that there was no stop on it, and it was released. It comes, it gets cleared by customs, no stop by ORS, cleared by customs, and then it goes to a depot elsewhere. Number 5, those are the containers that we're talking about, where ORS has no control, it's already left.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want us to go to the process. I think in the big file that you would have obtained, the last file, which is, it's not labeled. Commissioners, can I just request that you go to that file? I apologize. It's the big one, it's not labeled. Oh, is it this one?
Yes, I've got it in front of me.
Page 286.
286.
Yes, we're going to deal with the formalities and label it properly and the exhibit. So it's going to form part of the exhibit file. Or bundle, rather. This document, would it have been applicable to the operations at the time in June 2021?
Can I just have a look at it, Commissioner?
Now, I'm saying this document, would it apply to you or in June 2021 and ORS and border policing, rather?
I see at the top, Mrs. Kagane, it says confidential. It won't get onto stuff that we need not deal with publicly. I have no idea. I'm seeing this for the first time.
Yes, apologies. I think I confessed myself. So the reason it's separate is going to form part of the confidential exhibit bundle so that it doesn't have to be released to the public. Okay. Otherwise, I'm in big trouble.
Commissioners,
in exactly on the basis of what you've just said, must the content be aired publicly? I have no idea. You've not asked your question that goes into the content, but perhaps
they've declassified it.
I guess I'm preempting that.
Yes. They've declassified it for this purpose, but I understand the concept. But I had cleared it with but they just said we shouldn't otherwise publicly deal with it or hand it out. But so I see your concern where it comes from.
Yes.
Perhaps let me deal with it later on.
I've not engaged with the content. I'm seeing the document now. Obviously, you have engaged with the document.
Yes,
and,
yes.
You are better placed to decide whether or not it's something that should be aired publicly. And your leader is right next to you.
Commissioners, I don't know if I may comment.
Yes, Kenna.
Yeah, commissioners, this document that I see, it's visible policing and operations border police. So for us, especially I as myself, I have no insight of this document. I've never seen it. So this will be what I spoke about earlier, that all arrest police have their own SOP. I'm sure this is the one of their SOP that they have. If I read it here, it's recommended and approved by the section head, Devon Harbour Policing, which is the uniform, which was in March. It was approved 2021-03-18. So I have no insight of this document. I've never seen it, and I don't know what it contains inside. In fact, before I came here, after consulting with your advocates, I did make contact with via the Chief Border Commander to access this document to see what is in those documents, and I didn't receive any response up until I see it here. So
it seems that
it's not crime intelligence. It's not crime intelligence document.
Yes.
It's a visible policy document.
I
I don't know much what is inside.
Just a minute, I guess Mrs. Kakane, the answer lies in exactly what the Colonel has just said, which is that he doesn't know the document, so perhaps we need not engage him on it, or not?
Can I just ask
Someone
in terms of the
else
process?
perhaps who has insights into the content should deal with it?
Sorry, apologies.
Yes.
So perhaps what I wanted to check whether in terms of the processes that are run,
Yes.
in terms of this document, he's aware of those processes, and then we take it from there. Because he says he's never seen the document,
Yes,
and
yes.
it was never.
It's exactly on that basis that I'm saying perhaps it would not serve much purpose for us to engage him on it if it basically knows nothing about it.
Okay.
I'm not sure that your leader agrees.
I'll just leave it at. I won't say we disagree. She doesn't disagree. I'll leave it at that. It's fine, Chair. Perhaps it leaves us.
Thank you. Or perhaps we may park this for
I think let's park it,
some
Chair, and I'll
later
explain
stage,
it.
and
I'll explain it, yes.
if you want to engage us further, you may do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just then proceed to your paragraph 12.
Yes, Commissioners. I'm going to move to paragraph 12. Okay. In 2021, or 621, I was holding the rank of a captain working at Security Intelligence in Border Security Devon. During the performance of my duties, I gathered intelligence about consignment of drugs in one of the depots at Chingo. I telephonically contacted the depot at Cargo Handling Supply Chain, CHC Container, Private Depot, 14th Avenue, Sipingo, Prospecting, Devon South. I informed the manager that I had received the permission from the transporter and the clearing and forwarding agents to have container number BEAU 595-5535 space for inspection and to be inspected by the members of the SAPS on 2026 or 622. As it was a container of interest with intention to verify the commodity that was inside the container. The container was secured by the depot manager whilst assembling operational team.
Thank you. Perhaps
Okay.
we can just deal with some questions at this point. You said you gathered the intelligence.
Yes.
Can you just explain, obviously earlier on we dealt with the manner of receiving intelligence. When do you
Yes.
get this information? Was it from an informer?
You mean when the data received it?
Date and how?
Okay. We deal with sources that we handle, and the proper information was received on the 21st of June, telephonically.
So you received information telephonically?
Yes.
Okay. And did you?
I'll say I gathered. I say I gathered it. I think we had this engagement, advocates, when we consulted, where I told you and the evidence leader, Cello, about the risks and the danger that comes with people who provide information. And I highlighted to you as to why I had written that paragraph like that, and the evidence leader agreed. We all agreed on protecting the original list of information, as it may have repercussions where we disclose our source of information. So I don't know where we stand on that, because we did speak about it, and I raised my concern with regarding to information handling and the danger it comes with it. And what and the developments that we've seen in this matter, where people have lost their lives, even some of the witnesses have lost their lives who have came in and testified. So I made it clear why I provided information. I wrote it in that way to avoid the question that will follow, that you're going to ask me, as to where the information came from, who was the informant. That's the reason why I wrote it that way, to protect. So I'll ask maybe the commissioners to take note of that.
Should we not move on to the next question, Mrs. Kakane? Thank you.
So you obtained this information on the 21st of June, and then you move on to say you then received permission from the transporter.
Yes.
And you would have contacted the transporter, obviously.
Yes.
And who?
Maybe let me try and explain exactly what happened, just to put the commission in a clear picture. This matter happened some time ago. I don't have details of transporter, of clearing forward. I don't have a name as to who exactly I spoke to. But basically, after gathering information and getting a container number, the first thing when you get a container number, you need to contact ORS to try and trace where the container is exactly, who's the transporter, where is transported to, and who's the transporter, and who's the clearing and forwarding agent. Yes, I knew it was information says that's at the depot, the specified depot, but it's important that I speak to someone to have a permission for the container to be inspected. So basically, I spoke to the transporter, and I spoke to the clearing and forwarding agent person, and they referred me to the depot manager. And then I contacted the depot manager. I spoke to her. I did not divulge much about what we were suspecting is inside the container. I just mentioned that it's a container of interest. We just want to check a commodity. I did that to protect the information so that it doesn't leak, that we lose the consignment. So that's basically how I came about communicating with this information.
So am I understanding you correctly that you, because of the passage of time, you do not have the name of the transporter?
No, I don't have, but I'm sure maybe probably if DPCI made the investigation and their inquiry, maybe they will have the details, but I don't have the details.
Okay. Can I just take you to the exhibit file? There's two files. There's the second one that starts to 642.
Let me have a look at it.
Just ask one of the attorneys to assist you.
Page?
642.
642.
642.
Yes, commissioners, advocates have got it in front of me.
Okay. Do you recognize the name Aleta Mushini?
No. Not really, no, I don't.
Because that would have been the owner of the goods that were transported from Ivans, if you look at paragraph 2 of that affidavit.
Let me just read through. Commissioners, I don't wanna say something that I don't know. I don't know this name. It's possible that I spoke to it, but I can't really tell because I don't have those records, and it's been quite a while. So unless if he says I spoke.
Colonel, so the detail you remember is the container
Yes.
number.
I remember the container number. I know the manager at the depot that I spoke to. But the transporter and the clearing and forwarding, I can't remember their details. But I know I spoke to them.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you. On the telephone call. Oh, sorry. On the telephone call, who did you speak to? When you're saying you don't know.
From where? From the transporter or?
Yeah, from the transporter to get permission.
That's what I'm saying, commissioners. I don't remember.
Okay, if you go to that.
If I remember, I would have put that in my statement. I don't remember, but I remember I spoke to someone doing transport, and I spoke to someone. He referred me to the clearing and forwarding, and the clearing and forwarding referred me to the manager at the depot. Then I contacted the manager and spoke to him.
Okay. If you go to the very same affidavit at paragraph 6, I'll give you just an opportunity to go through that paragraph.
Paragraph 6, yes. Okay, can I just have a look quickly?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Skakani, while he's reading paragraph 6, with some of the names, maybe he can just confirm that that is the name. I understood the witness's concern to be that he doesn't want to mention people's names publicly because it might expose them to risk. So if he looks at a document and the name is written there, I would be happy if he just says, yes, that's the name I spoke to. I don't know that it's necessary that it be said publicly.
Oh, I thought I had asked that question whether he recognizes the name, and he says he doesn't recall, unless it's a separate.
No, going forward, it would
going
be the
forward.
same principle.
Oh, okay. But say for the companies, obviously. All right.
No, I've read through the document, Commissioner.
So you've read paragraph 6,
Yes.
and is that the company you spoke to? That's Mega Freight.
Let me just look. Do I mention in my statement?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, honestly, but let me look at something else.
So you didn't recall it.
No, I don't recall the name. I don't recall the name. You can't look at.
Can you turn to page 611.1 on the same file?
611.
Yes, point 1. 611. If you turn back.
611, okay. Yes, I can see it in front of me.
Yes, you'd see if you go down at the square at the bottom, you'd see a list
Yes.
of containers.
Yes.
And I think it's container, the second container.
Yes.
That's the container that is subject, or at least you had the information of.
Yes.
And you would agree that it would be this is from Mega Freight. This is the company that would have been responsible for that container.
Yes.
And
You are referring to where there's a yellow highlight, Mrs. Kaka?
No, below the green one. Apologies. It's PEAU 5955535.
Oh, I see, where there's a little green on the side.
Green one, yes.
Oh, all right, thank you.
So you confirm that?
Yes,
That's
there
the
I can
company.
see it's reflected, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And just to double check, did they inform you about any detention on that container?
No, not that I know of, except that I believe there's an email that came after, on the 23rd, it was after the effect, and it showed that it had SARS detention.
No, that's a different one, but that's the only one you know of SARS.
So I don't get you now, can you repeat?
No, I'm saying the one that you saw would have been after the fact on the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay, and how did you learn of that?
There's an email that came to me requesting it was requesting counter narcotics to come. But apparently I believe DPSI went that very same day in the container to continue with the inspection. Yeah.
Okay. Then can you just go to page 595? I'll move off that.
$595.
Yes. That's an affidavit from Flaute.
Yes. Okay.
Can you just perhaps read it for yourself on the process that should have been followed? I'll give you just a minute to go through it.
Okay. You want me to read loud or read it for myself?
No, to yourself.
Okay.
can we continue? Are you still busy?
I'm still reading, but okay, now you can continue.
Okay. So the last paragraph in particular, perhaps I can read it to the record. So he says,
Yeah.
in this matter, I was not informed of the container inspection on the 22nd day of June 2021, the day the drugs were seized at CHC container depot. I only received the instruction to attend inspection on the 23rd. So you,
Yes.
so you agree that you wouldn't have interacted with him on this inspection?
No, I don't even know who he is. But I believe if I had interacted with the depot on the 21st, I'm sure they would have interacted with him to say these police will be coming the 22nd to do inspection. So maybe it should be a fault from the depot or the people I spoke to. Yeah, but I don't know his processes that must be followed. I don't know them. So that's the process that he follows. You know, as I said, each person has his own procedure that he follows. From what I can see, this is what standard operational procedure that he follows, which I would have no knowledge of. If the depot was aware of inspection being conducted on the 22nd, you would have expected that you would have got a message to say the police will be here to inspect.
Okay, so you say, just to confirm, that you've never interacted on this seizure with him, with Mr. Okay,
You know,
all right.
as I've mentioned, commissioners, I don't have details of the two people I interacted with. I can't really say this is the person. I don't want to, call names of people that I'm not sure of, that I spoke to them, or it is what it is.
Can I just ask, who must be present when now the container is going to be open? I had earlier understood that ORS has to be there. In fact, you say in paragraph 3, in the event the information is provided by crime intelligence, the commander of border security will be informed to be present before any cells are broken. So, according to this paragraph 3, the border security commander should have been there when the seal was broken, according to this paragraph 3.
Basically, the commissioner, okay, let me just go through so that I can answer you correctly. We refer there to the container that are stopped at the harbor. Because if you look at it, you said paragraph 3.
Yeah.
I've mixed up my documents here, but
yeah, it's paragraph 3 where you have set out the procedure. So remember, you start off by the first heading is crime intelligence procedures, and then you tell us that the operative will report to his commander, must brief the commander, and then the commander will brief the section head of visible policing and operations, right? You say that. Operational responsibilities in border police. And then paragraph 3, I know we discussed the first part of it. As soon as the container is placed at the depot, you say this would apply only if it is the ORS that put a stop on the container. But then there's where it says, in the event of information provided by crime intelligence, the commander of border security will be informed to be present before any seals are broken. Does that apply this part that I've just read now, does that apply to cargo that was not stopped by ORS?
This procedure you've just explained, Commissioner, deals with the cargo that is detained by ORS, which is in the harbour, and which get moved to container.
Okay.
Then when you go there to FAC, let's say some containers may have already been released,
Yes.
may have already left the port. So the one that you're referring to here is retained, is released, is no more at the port. Where now, you as a member now, you are responsible to trace that container, the whereabouts, and conduct inspection. The commander, yes, can be there,
Yeah.
but those processes are specifically for Durban Harbour. Containers that are coming through the harbour, that this is a process you need to follow. Sometimes you will find that the container has moved from Durban Harbour, to example, to Kettle Ridge. There's a place called Kettle Ridge towards Pietermaritzburg. There it's outside the harbour now. So you can't follow the same process of contacting ORS because it's not under their jurisdiction. It's outside the harbour. You now as a member have to liaise with the depots and have those
containers inspected. Okay. Then let me go back.
So in this
instance, yes, carry on.
In this instance, this one was no more at the Durban Harbour. It has already moved to a depot.
Okay.
And there was no police stop, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Then let me go back to my question. When in the case such as yours, the 21 June operation, when the seal is broken, you've provided the intelligence, you are at the scene.
Yes.
Who is supposed to be there when the seal is broken? As a matter of operate, whether it's a written or just the way you operate, as a matter of operating conduct.
In some instances, you will find that some representatives of that commodity will be there. I've seen that when ORS is conducting those inspections, maybe I'm there observing. You'll find that they'll have, okay, let's put it this way, the container is stopped at the depot. Maybe they opened it at the depot, at harbour, and then they realize, no, we need to do full unpack, and they sealed it. Then from there, after it's been resealed, then the owners of such container or the clearing for them or whoever is a representative will be there when it's broken, or the manager of the depot will be there. Then the police will be there, which is ORS will be there. Yeah.
And in this case of the cargo on the 21st, was ORS there when the seal was broken?
I know there were ORS members that were there.
Yeah, we know from other evidence. Sorry, Colonel.
Yeah.
We know from
Yes.
other evidence that ORS members, I think, if I'm not mistaken, were asked to give a lift to take these drugs to Amanzimtoti police station. I think they were ORS, if I'm not mistaken. I'm asking a different question. When the seal was broken, was ORS present to observe the breaking of the seal?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, they were there, Commissioner.
Okay. Is that not something that you would have recorded in your report? Because we do see from your procedure that at the end you must also submit a report to your commander about this operation. Is that not typically information that you would include in your report?
I'm sure I would have mentioned something and trying to look something in.
Okay, if we had a copy of your report, and maybe Mr. Skakani will take us there. If we have a copy of your
Yes.
report, is that we would expect to find that kind of information in the report?
Yes. So
Okay.
Yes, your Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Skakani.
Commissioners, I think, can we adjourn for lunch? I think I want to perhaps clarify some issues with yourselves.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
We certainly can, sir.
Yes, Mrs. Kakani.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Colonel. Yes, I will try that we move as quickly as possible. I just need a few things regarding the processes that are applicable. Just on your understanding, at which point, if a container is traveling, obviously, or it lands, at which point is it cleared? At what point do we consider it cleared?
I'll say when it's cleared by customs.
By customs. And
Yes.
before that, what would be the process that is applicable when it comes to dealing with inspections of that cargo?
It depends now.
Is it not so between the process you outlined at paragraph 10 and 11, which one would be applicable?
Okay, let me go back and have a look. Paragraph 10 and 11.
Yes, which one would be? I think the debate you had of the statement, apologies. I think your debate with Commissioner Baloyi was around, I think you were saying paragraph 11 would apply when it's cleared, if I'm not mistaken.
We show paragraph 11.
Sorry, of your
I'm
statement.
sure it's paragraph 11.
So, okay, maybe let me ask you, is paragraph 10 and 11 applicable to the same but scenarios?
Paragraph 10 talk about border security is responsible for gathering intelligence. And maybe you mean because
Maybe if
the
I can-
commissioner.
If I can try and assist, Mrs. Kakani, it was 3 and 5 of paragraph 10.
Yes, but it follows from paragraph 10. I think I was just dealing with the process that he outlined at paragraph 10
Okay.
and the one he distinguishes at paragraph 11.
Okay.
So I wanted to know which one is applicable in this scenario.
In this scenario of this container. In this scenario of this container, you'll follow 5. Some containers may have already been released by customs, may have already left the port. So in this instance, this one had already left the port. Although there was a start stop on it, but it already left the port. That's why we couldn't use ORS to place a stop because it already left the port.
No, but is it at that point it's not cleared, it's not the responsibility, it's still part of the port, according to the processes?
I would say in customs, but in us now, for example, if you want to stop the container, we'll ask ORS to put a stop before the container lands in the harbor or when it's in the harbor. But in this case, it's already left the port. If ORS had placed a stop and then the shipping lines agreed that they move it to that depot for them to continue with inspection, they would have continued as so. But if there was no stop placed by ORS, it's a different story. Custom operates in their own way. They have their own SOPs that, I don't know what is their SOPs, but they have their own SOPs. But as far as I know, the only time you say the container is cleared is when it's cleared by customs.
Okay.
Although it's cleared by customs, but you can still place a stop as a police official if you believe that it's being used in a commission of an offense.
Okay.
You can still place a stop wherever it is.
So which one is it? Is this one, so this one was not cleared as yet at the time that you, on the 22nd?
I cannot say it was clear, but it had already left the port. Because Spingo is outside the Durban Harbour. So it had already left the port. I cannot be in the position to say it was cleared by customs. That is a process that you asked me to say, at what stage is the container cleared? And I said, if it's cleared by customs.
No, sir, can I just understand? We looked earlier at page 611.1, which contains a detain for state vet document. And that document, in my understanding, is part of a stop ordered by SARS or by the vet. So doesn't that, if SARS has got that kind of authority, surely it must mean that the container has not been cleared yet by customs. I mean, you've got at 611.1 a document, firstly, it's date, time to SARS, somewhere up there, 2021-06-14. And then date, time from SARS, 21-06-14. And then next to it, it has a note that says detain for state vet. That's on the 14th of June. And we are talking about a shipment that lands only on the 21st. In fact, in the next block of that page, there's where it talks about final BOE date. I don't know what BOE stands for, but the date is the 21st, and we know this shipment arrived on the 21st, 2021. No, sorry, let me read this properly. Estimated date of arrival, on the third block. It's 2021-06-17. Then that's when this shipment is estimated to arrive. But already on the 14th of June, there's a detention notice for state vet. So from how I have understood an explanation from the previous witness, these things are flagged while it's still out there, and that's how this notice gets to be issued. So by the time it lands, it's been identified for detention. And if detention is by a state agency, such as the SARS, according to this document, then I don't understand, unless I missed something in your explanation, how this is then considered to have cleared customs on the 21st when it's sitting at CHC. Can you just hold on? Sorry, hold on. Can I? Yeah, hold on. So there is another document, in fact, at page 623 of that same bundle, and it lists containers, and one of them is your container. And it has a date. I think this was discussed with you on the 23rd of 06-2021. It's a SARS document, and your container is one of the listed containers for detention, notice of detention. It surely must still be within the control of SARS or reachable to SARS, that SARS is able to issue this notice even if it is issued on the 23rd. If this date is correct. So how can this container be cleared already on the 21st if SARS on the 23rd issues a notice of detention on it? It suggests that it is still under the control of customs.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
I fully agree with you.
Yes.
And I understand. If we go back to the procedures, you must remember I was explaining our own design procedure that we follow. And if you go to procedure after briefing the brigadier, there's that process that we follow, which means when there's a stop on the container before it arrives, it will be moved to various depots, and I've mentioned a few. So, depending on the shipping line that they are dealing with, then it will move to a depot. So these are the processes that I was explaining. But when it comes to communication between us and customs does not divulge most of their operations. You can provide them information, but they won't tell you anything. They keep it to themselves. So the processes I was explaining was that when it leaves the ports, we can stop the container as subs. We can request a stop. So on this one, pardon me if I'm mistaken, I don't remember saying this one was cleared by SARS Customs.
Well, I think I think you did, Colonel, when I asked why it is that ORS was not involved with this, and your answer was that it's because it had already been cleared, and evidence that it has already been cleared is it is sitting in a depot, and that means that it has already gone past customs, and if it has gone past customs, then ORS does not have jurisdiction over it, or doesn't have powers over it.
No, I remember. It was point number 5, where I say some containers may have already been released by customs.
Yes.
Commissioner, I wanted to put in records that if you remember earlier when I gave evidence, and I said I received a notice on the 23rd after the effect. So when I requested the stop, I did not get any notification that SARS was involved in this container.
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah.
No, sorry. Carry on. Finish off what you were going to say.
Yeah. And as I said, normally SARS conduct their own operations in terms of their Customs Act. So they are not obliged to communicate with crime intelligence or anyone else unless they pick up something that requires the police. Then maybe on their inspection, they'll then say, oh, we found drugs here. Okay, call the narcotics squad to come and continue. I think it's there when we explain at the earlier stage how DPCI gets involved, customs and DPCI on the SOPs. So in this matter, if I had said that it was released by customs, I would like to withdraw that statement and say that I was not aware that there was a stop up until the 23rd when I received an email, but it was already after the operation has been conducted.
Okay.
So what I was explaining at paragraph 5 is just the process that when it has left, this is what we can do as CI. We can request to the depots to have them stopped.
Okay. All right. So
yeah.
just to be clear,
yes.
Are we on the same page or in agreement that if it was still under the authority of SARS to be able to give the detention order, then it hasn't cleared customs yet? Can we agreed on that?
That's correct, sir, Commissioner.
Okay. And then lastly, the depot, the CHC depot, on a quick read of the standard operating procedure of the ORS, in fact, under responsibilities, it includes areas of responsibilities. It includes CHC depot by name, that the ORS has responsibility over CHC depot, Isipingo prospection. Are you aware of that kind of prescript? And I'm asking because of your earlier evidence that once it's in the depot, it's the ORS does not have any authority, which is, I think, what you also say in your description of the procedure. But the SOP of the ORS includes, specifies CHC depot, Isipingo, as an area of responsibility for the ORS. Are you aware of that?
No, Commissioner, I'm not aware.
Okay.
I haven't gone through their SOP, and
Yes.
I requested it before whilst we're still busy with the statement. On my first consultation,
Yes.
these are some of the things that were raised by evidence leader and the advocate to say I must go get, but unfortunately I couldn't lay my hand on it. So I wrote my statement without having laid my hand to read through to see what is it that,
Yeah. Okay. Then.
that they have in that SOP, yes.
Okay. Allowing for, you may not have been aware of this, but let's just go back. The procedure that you have described, we have
Yes.
established that the consignment was still within the reach or authority of the SARS because it hadn't been cleared, so it hadn't cleared custom, that's one. And then two,
Yes.
as I've just put to you, that the standard operating procedure says the responsibilities of ORS includes the CHC depot. Knowing that now, are you willing to accept, now that you know all of this, right? Are you willing to
Yes.
accept that, in fact, ORS should have been notified according to the procedure that you have described here? They should have been there when the seal was broken, according to your procedure.
I confirm, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you say that you only became aware. So when you, on the 23rd, that is, and is there any particular reason, or what did you do once you knew on the 23rd that the container had been detained by SARS?
No, then the matter was under DPCI's hands. They were the one busy with it at the time.
Okay.
It was after the container was opened, from breaking the seal, I introduced the TPCI, went to a place and pointed it out and met with the manager. Then from there, whatever happened from there, it was in the hands of TPCI to continue with it. So it was out of my hands by then.
Can I just ask this question? And I should have asked you much earlier. In the procedure that you've described in your statement, where you inform your commander, and then your commander will then brief the section head of visible policing at ORS. What is the purpose of that briefing to ORS? What practical purpose does it serve? Remember your procedure is you've received intelligence that there is this consignment that's coming, and then you brief your superior, and your superior then speaks to ORS. So I'm asking about that leg. What is the purpose?
The purpose, Commissioner, is that the port commander who's in charge, he needs to know about operations that are taking place. He's responsible for the port. So whatever information that we want to operationalize at the hub, it has to go via him. It's a protocol that we follow, that it has to via the commander.
So would that briefing then to ORS at that stage also include the detail of what's going to happen, in this case, on the day of the operation?
Yes, you'll provide the container number that you have to say this is a container that you have. You suspect it being used in smuggling whatever commodity it is. And then you request it to be detained and placed for inspection. And you'll probably explain the reason why you want to have it stopped.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think just that in the interest of time, I'll just move forward to paragraph, I think, of your statement, Colonel. It would be paragraph 13.
30.
13.13. Can you just read that to the record?
Okay. Paragraph 13, that's 1.3, yeah?
Yes.
And continue until you are interrupted.
1.3, if you remember on our consultation, that's where you said I need to explain the clearing and forwarding and all those things. So that's where I was explaining what, if you talk about clearing and forwarding, what you're talking about. So the clearing and forwarding agent is hired by importer of the community to act as an intermediary, bridging the gaps between themselves, shipping lines and custom authorities of South African Revenue Services, SARS. They prepare and submit all necessary documentation, commercial invoices, packaging lists, permits, and make legal customs declaration. They book cargo space on ships or planes, organizing warehousing and hiring trucks to deliver goods to the importer's warehouse. And paragraph 14, the importer is an individual or business or entity that brings or buy foreign products in bulk in foreign countries in order to in foreign countries into their domestic or local markets to trade, use or sale. Shipping lines owns and operate transports such as cargo, ships or airplanes. In global trade, they operate vessels and transports large-scale cargo. I'm not sure. I think there's a mix-up somewhere here. Oh, okay. No, there is. I'm done by the importer. And after the full stop, it's shipping lines. Shipping lines owns and operates transport such as cargo, ships or airplanes. In global trade, they operate vessels and transports large-scale cargo and containers between ports. For example, I just gave a name of one shipping line and many others.
Proceed.
Okay, paragraph 15. On the 2026 or 622, I contacted Colonel Jacobs, who was a unit commander of counter-narcotics unit, and Warrant of Sambangase from Directorate for Proactive Crime Investigation, DPCI, Devon, provided the intelligence that I had gathered and requested their assistance to conduct an inspection of the community on one of the containers that was suspected of being used to smuggle 27 kilograms of cocaine at CHC container depot, 14 Avenue in Spingo, Prospect in Devon South. Providing this intelligence, I had communicated to both of them and highlighted that there might be a container with a shipment of drugs and they need to assist in conducting the search. Whilst I was still following up on intelligence gathering, I requested them to be on standby as I will request their assistance.
Colonel,
and paragraph
Colonel, what informs your choice
Yes.
of the police to whom you divulge the information?
So can you repeat the question, Commissioner?
What informs your choice of the police whom you inform about the information?
Okay.
Or how do
It
you
first
choose?
de-
How do you choose those police?
Okay. It first depends what commodity you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a counterfeit, obviously you'll contract commercial crime. If it's a drugs, you then go for DPCI counter narcotics.
But within DPCI, for example, there is more than one person. So how would you choose the person that you tell him or her of the information you have? Or them, rather?
No, normally, Commissioner, when it comes to that, it depends on the relationship and trust of of members. Let's say maybe you've had operations with that member and you were satisfied about the operations and trust, whether you trust that if you liaise information with that person, it won't leak, where you'll find that you give information and then when it's time to operationalize the information, then you find that by providing such information, you've defeated the object of the operation and it becomes negative. So it's a common thing that is being done in the police. It's not only me or I'll say the previous witness that testified. I've done some information with him as well previously, where we've been together working on containers in the harbor. So it's all about trust. That's all I can say. There's nothing special or about it. It's all about trust that you somehow you have to work with people that you trust in order to make sure that your information is safe and secured and is operationalized accordingly.
So implicit in that is that there are some police from, for example, within this PCI that you do not trust.
I wouldn't say that's because I have no evidence as to say that I do not trust them. It's just my belief that, okay, these are the members that I've worked with, that I'm happy to work with. And I remember, I think after this passed, I had one in Centurion where I traced drugs all the way from the harbor to Centurion. I also had to communicate with my commander to get a person that can help us with the operation, which was the PCI head office, and it was done successfully. So it's not that there's
1, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Yeah.
1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2.
This is Pretoria. My mouth is already peeling off.
Yes, Mr. Skakane.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel Duma?
Yes, Commissioners.
Yes. Can we just, I think we're going through paragraph 14 to 15. Can we start with your paragraph 15? Just for, you were going through it and then, insofar as it's necessary, we'll interrupt, but just go through the paragraphs sequentially.
Okay. Paragraph 15 is as follows. On 2026-06-22, I contacted Colonel Jacobs, who was a unit commander of counter-narcotics units and warrant of Sambangase from DPCI, Durban. I provided the intelligence that I had gathered and requested their assistance to conduct an inspection of the commodity on one of the containers that were suspected of being used to smuggle 27 kilograms of cocaine at CHC Container Depot, 14 Avenue, Pingo Prospecting, Durban South. Prior providing this intelligence, I had communicated to both of them and highlighted that there might be a container with a shipment of drugs that they need to assist in conducting the search. Whilst I was still following up on intelligence gathering, I requested them to be on standby as I will request their assistance.
Sorry, can I just get clarity on the event? So when did you first speak to Colonel Jacob? You said on the 22nd, or you had some discussions prior?
We had some discussions where I went past their office, if I'm not mistaken, and said, I'm expecting there could be a consignment coming, but I don't have the facts yet. I'm still gathering. They must just be standby. Then I'll call you when the information is available to assist. Then on the 22nd, that's when I contacted them early in the morning to assist.
Okay. And when was that discussion with Colonel Jacob?
It was one of the days, a week before, if I'm not mistaken.
A week before?
I don't have a specific dates, but it was a week before.
Okay. You recall earlier you said you learned of this information on the 21st.
Yes.
So how do you reconcile the two versions?
The exact information where I received the container number was on the 21st, but prior to that, it was just a warning that there could be from the sort, say, you know what, there could be something, but I don't have anything at hand at the moment. Then I tasked him to say, you know what, follow up, get more information and get back to me. Then on the 22nd, he got back to me.
Okay, so you had at least prior to the 22nd, had discussions with Colonel Jacobs about the possibility of this smuggle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and as well as warrant of Sambangase.
Okay, and did you discuss it with anyone else within DPCI?
No.
Okay. In particular, did you speak to Brigadier Nyuswa or General Sinona?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Paragraph 16. On the same day, it's approximately 19:20. I met Colonel Jacobs with two members, Warrant Officer Bangase and Sibia. I came to know about Warrant Officer Sibia when we were at the crime scene. I think it was the first time I saw him on that day. At his area where I briefed them and provided them with container number BEAU 595-5535. After briefing, I then escorted them to the Spimo area where I pointed out the CAC container depot. We arrived at 9:45. Whilst at the depot, the detective members communicated with the depot manager to have the container inspected. I noticed that the bill of lading and other documents pertaining to the said container indicated that it contained animal food. The scene was taken over by the members of DPCI.
Sorry, just pick up. I'm battling to hear you. Yeah, can Can we perhaps just start?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you just start afresh? I just didn't get that.
Okay. Paragraph 16. On the same day, it's approximately 9:20. I met Kenneth Jacobs with two members, Warrant Officer Mbangas and Sibia at the Sipingo area, where I briefed them and provided them with the container number BEAU 595-5535. I then escorted them to the Sipingo area where I pointed out the CSE container depot. We arrived at 9:45. Whilst at the depot, the DPCI detective members communicated with the depot manager to have the container inspected. I noticed that the bill of lading and other documentation pertaining to the said container indicated that it contained animal food. The scene was taken over by the members of DPCI. Okay, paragraph 17.
Sorry,
On the same day,
just before you go, you say there was a bill of lading and other documentation pertaining to the container. What other documentation was that?
I can't remember where they or what documents they were, but what I remember seeing was the bill of lading, which I think it's SAD 500, which shows what commodity is declared as.
Okay.
The other attachments, I didn't pay attention to it.
Okay. And then just two questions on that paragraph. In terms of the information you had received, were you now aware where the container might be?
I was aware that it was in the depot.
Okay, from your sources.
But the container number, I only shared the container number with the detectives on the 22nd when I met them. That's the only time I shared the container number with them.
Okay. And with the clearing agent?
I did discuss it with them because to have it stopped at the depot, you have to provide the container number. So I did inform them the container number, but I did not mention what we're suspecting is inside. I said we just need to inspect to confirm what commodity is inside. That's how I tried to cover, not to mention that there was drugs inside, because I was avoiding maybe if the information leaks.
Okay, and then in terms of, remember earlier on we dealt with the processes. So can I take it that you didn't interact with ORS, or would I be mistaken?
You can go back if you want to notify.
Sorry?
I say you can go back and ask there if you feel there is a need to go back. But
No.
if I remember, we with Commissioner Baloyi, we did come to a conclusion that it was still under ORS control as per their SOP, which I was in a position of, and I didn't know about it. So we both agreed that yes, it was.
Now I'm asking
and
whether...
I confirmed it.
So I'm saying, so are you saying that you didn't interact directly with them, with your commander there?
No.
Okay. Your interaction was with Ms. Pillay and the DPCI?
Ms. Pillay, the logistics, Pillay, all I did was to check where the container was. The source says the container is at the depot, but I still have to check as to who the clearing and forwarding. So to get that, I'll have to contact the ORS to ask, they're in a profile office to ask as to who this container, who's the transporter or clearing forward. And then that's how I get the name. Then I try to trace the telephone numbers, then I contact them in order to make those arrangements. And then they then refer me to the depot manager, of which I contacted and made those arrangements.
Okay. And then in terms of your internal processes, who else was aware of this container? Was your commander aware of this container or this bust or this consignment? Did you report to anyone? Your superiors?
I did write a report. I did write a report which was submitted. And then I went
before or after?
I meant before. Apologies, Kevin.
The report was written, yes, I think before, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, Colonel. The question is, was your commander aware of the bust that was going to happen before it happened? Did you inform him that there was possibly drugs coming in and the operation that needed to take place to intercept those drugs? That's really the question. Not the report,
Yes, I did.
not the report that you wrote after the bust.
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah, I remember. The reports after the bus would be a success, but there is a report prior to the bus which reports about the information that is being received that went to the commander.
So is your answer to Commissioner Kumalo that you did a report prior or you...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that report, are we able to obtain it from our side if we require it? You have no issue with us obtaining it?
No. Unfortunately, in fact, it's in your bundle that you shared with me. You know where you attach the SOP of ORS. If you go to 316, you'll find it there. It's there.
So that's the report you confirmed. That's the report. So the commissioners, it's the big bundle, the one that has that I provided to you last, the confidential one.
The one with no labeling on the spine.
Yes, no labeling. Thanks. At 316. So this is the report that you provided?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to confirm that the witness says this is the report he had provided. This was now on the 21st, right?
Yes.
And prior to that, you said you had information that you had learned of the consignment coming on. Did you do any report prior, or at least tell your commander about this prior to the 21st, obviously?
No, there was no report complied. It was just a communication between me and the person providing such.
Chairperson, I just wanted the witness to confirm that report, but that's all we need from it. Thank you. Please then proceed to your paragraph 17.
Can I just understand? This is the first report, not the success report.
Yes, it's a prior report, that's what it indicates.
Okay. So at 318, where it says information was received on the 21st, my understanding of your evidence was you got the information before the 21st. Did I misunderstand? At paragraph 11, page 318, it says you received the information on the 21st. Did I misunderstand your evidence about this?
No, you're correct. That's what I said.
So where it says 21st, that's not correct. It should have been before that, a date earlier. Can I?
It's just that Commissioner, prior to that, there was basically nothing much to write about since there was no container number. So, but I'm sure I did diarize it in a source file of a source. I did diarize it, and then where I tasked him to say, go and get more information on this, and then report back. But there is no intelligence report as such to that, except on the 21st. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So, prior to the 21st, obviously you only inform your commander on the day just before, right?
Yes.
So, what was the process? Was this information verified?
By ensuring that the container does exist and it's in the depot. So to me, that's a verification that yes, the container number is correct and it does exist. Because sometimes you can get a container number, but when you check with the authorities at the harbor or in the depots, then they don't have that container. So you have to verify to check that the container does exist, which is exactly what I did.
Okay, just two follow-up questions from that. And obviously, when you get information, you don't just verify the container number, correct?
You have to verify a container number, but to know exactly what is inside, it's impossible to know until you open it.
Okay, so the information that you had at the time was that there were 27 kilograms of cocaine, and that's the report
Yes.
that you were working on?
That's all yes.
Okay, so there was no way to verify that there could have been
No.
more or less?
No.
Okay, all right.
In most cases, when you get an intel, it should let's say we move away from drugs. Maybe you'll get an intel to say there's a shipment of container coming with counterfeit goods. Maybe you get the container number. Maybe sometimes it's more than one container number, then you stop. But you wouldn't know exactly as to how many bales are inside and what is the commodity, whether it's Nike or Puma, or you wouldn't have that up until you open the container and see yourself what is inside.
Can we stick to narcotics in the examples, even going forward? So, yeah, it's just so that we are specific. So, are you saying that even then, you wouldn't be too sure about, so the source, you wouldn't be sure about how much the consignment is?
Yes. Yes, commissioners. Maybe just to clarify, I'm not a counter-narcotics specialist. I don't know much about narcotics, drugs and everything, but it's just a matter of working on information when you get it and then you work on it. Because if I may remember, at that time, I was dealing with other threats up north. But because it's border security, you find yourself, any information that you get, you have to attend to it. Whether it's airports or land borders or harbors, it works like that. I'm not a specialist in counter narcotics.
No, thanks. The point I was getting at is obviously the difference between 27 kg and 27 bags is quite high. It's a bit big in terms of the information. And that goes to the debate we were having earlier about verifying information. It could be that someone was misleading you in providing you 27 kgs and all of that. So that's what I was trying to get at. But if you are certain that you won't be able to know, then I think let's move to the next paragraph.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
Before that, Colonel, I'm interested.
Yes, Commissioners.
Yes, I'm interested to know if Colonel Jacobs indicated to you that he was on leave when you contacted him on the Yes, 21st of June 2026.
It was 22nd of.
22nd, I'm sorry. Yeah, paragraph 15, 22nd of June 2026.
Sorry, Chair, just for the record, 2021, sorry.
Oh, Nkosi yami.
It's a
Yes,
22nd of June.
Let me come to Chair's defense. The statement says 2026.
Oh, I
So
see.
it's not Chair who's
It's not
making
Chair.
a mistake. The
But-
statement says 2026.
It's the
But
numbers.
of course, against my interest, I should have known because I know when the drug bust was. So, did Colonel Jacobs indicate that he was on leave?
Yes, Commissioner, I did indicate. And I think, Commissioner, when we went offline, you were in the middle of a question, which the next question was the same question you're asking me. Your statement was giving information. Do you just give any information to anybody, or? And then I was explaining that when we went offline to say. Information, it depends on the trust.
Yeah.
Whether you trust the person
Yeah.
that you share information with.
You've answered my question, Colonel.
Okay.
Of course, you did
Yes.
talk about trust, and you explained when I asked what informs your choice of
Yes.
the police officer.
Yes.
But what I
Yes.
want to know is whether he and the other person you contacted, Warrant Officer Mpanga, say whether
Yes.
they are the only two officers that you trusted.
I wouldn't say like that, Commissioner, that from the whole unit I can trust two people.
Yes, and so you never.
but-
yes.
But I've trusted the information with them and expected them to assist me. And it's a common practice that
Yeah, but you never insisted that Colonel Jacobs should assist, regardless of whether he was on leave.
No, Commissioner. I requested. If I insist, Commissioner, someone must have said,
So,
no, he can't assist, and then I insist. So I requested that.
so
I'll
if-
appreciate if you can.
if he had said to you, "I'm on leave," you would have moved on to someone else, seeing that you say that, seeing that you are saying they are not the only people that you trusted. You would have moved on to someone else.
I would have expected him to arrange someone who can assist, since he was the person that's in charge.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, just to follow up on what the chair is saying, or probing. In one of the statements, Colonel Jacob alleges or states that, in a sense, you got him. Maybe let me give you to refer you to page 589 of the exhibit files. Should be the smaller of the files.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. The paragraph 2 of 589.
Yes, it's part, yeah, if you go to exhibit number CJC 243, and then particularly the document and page that I'm looking for is page 589.
Yes, I've got it.
Okay. Could you just read paragraph 3 for the record and I beg your indulgence, Chairperson? I know we're pressed for time.
Okay, you the one that is highlighted.
Entirely, paragraph 3, just.
Okay. I told him I will get back to him and call Boron Simbaga to find out his availability. He indicated that he was made aware of this situation by Captain Duma, and he was also smart about Captain Duma's reservation of utilizing other members from the unit. I told him that I was on leave, but I was willing to book on duty if the provincial command gave permission to do so. He said he would brief Brigadier Nyuswa on the situation and get back to me. A short while later, he called me and said that he had spoken to the Brigadier and that was in order with regards to me booking on duty. I think here that was the communication between Warrant of Sampangase and Colonel Jacobs talking about me.
Okay, that's fine. But I wanted to just check on your side. You didn't speak to, I think you earlier on you said, sorry, I just want to be clear, maybe you're correct. Yeah, I think you are correct. And you did indicate that you didn't speak to to Brigadier Nyuswa. My apologies. I think you're correct there. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get back to paragraph 17 then. Sorry.
Okay. Paragraph 17
Of your statement.
on the same day. Okay. On the same day, it's approximately 10:20. The seal number H1905754.
But I'm sorry, Colonel. I think
Yes,
what
yes,
Mr. Skakane wanted to draw your attention to actually does appear in the preceding paragraph, because that's where on 2021-06-22 around. Paragraph 2 of the same statement.
Paragraph 2, yeah.
I was
the third commissioner thought.
Sorry?
The third commissioner thought he was going to. That's what I thought commissioner he was going to go to. That's why I was saying paragraph 2.
Yeah, he had, let's look at the yellow highlight. And I think that's referring to you. He had a few weeks prior met with me to discuss the same information. However, he did not have any specific details to furnish me with. I explained to him that I was on vacation leave.
Yes.
Do you want to comment on that?
I think, Commissioner, it goes back to say, I requested him to assist in utilizing the information together because I already discussed with them. So, but at the end of the day, he would have made a decision maybe to trust someone else. But when we come from outside, like CI, when we provide information, we share information with people that we have integrity with, that we have trust, that they'll do work. It's in this case, most of our guys, not only me, this is how we operate when it comes to information. Another thing, information like this that involves drugs, if you just share it anyhow, there's a possibility that the whole container will go missing, or by the time you operationalize it, because you've shared it with so many people, then you've already defeated the object of the operation and the search, and then you'll get nothing, and then you'll get negative results. This is the only reason that we always prefer people that we've shared with to operationalize it. But it does not mean that if a person is not available, then the operation cannot continue. I'm sure a person in charge can make means to have members available for operation. But it was a request that he assist, because based on trust, and that I've already liaised the information and discussed it. Although it was, that basically it is. There's no hidden agenda about that, which made me request that it was just a matter of understanding and how we operate in the field. And it doesn't only happen with me. It happened with, like for example, in most operations that have been conducted in Hub that involves drugs, it's something similar, where the detective from DPSI that deals with it, he works closely with someone from CI, especially the previous office I was in. So that's how we've been operating. But there's nothing hidden that there's a hidden agenda with it. Yeah,
In fairness,
that's how I can explain it.
in fairness to you, Colonel, this is a matter of detail on something that happened as far back as 2021.
Yes.
Of course, if anything turns on it, I'm not necessarily saying that our decision
Yes.
on it will turn on the comment I've just made, but it's an observation that I think I should make. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
Colonel, before you move from this Jacob statement, can we just clarify? You said earlier when we were discussing your report to your commander that
Yes.
you reported on the day itself, but Colonel Jacob says you informed him a few weeks prior that there was information. You didn't have specific details, but you told him that you had some
Yes.
information. Can you just explain that, where he says
Ye-
there was a prior discussion a few weeks earlier, and yet your statement says you were informed on the 21st? Not
Yes,
your statement,
Commissioner.
your report. Yes.
Yes, Commissioner. If I believe maybe in the past 20 minutes, I discussed it. I was in paragraph 15, where I said prior to that, I had met them, and I even went as far to say that if I remember very well, I had a meeting with them in their offices
I see.
to say that yes, I am expecting something that might come up of transshipment, but I do not have details at the moment because I was still following up. I think that question is covered there when I explained that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right. I apologize if I didn't hear that, if I missed that. But in that report, your report, that same paragraph which I had taken you to at 11.1, it says that you received information about a container that is at CHC, container depot.
Yes,
And then you tasked the source to gather information, and the source came back to you and gave you the container number. Now, the impression in this report, the way you are reporting here, you did not stop the container. The container was already sitting at CHC, and you then arranged for it to go and be searched. And that is, for me, an issue that does require clarification, because if the container was already sitting at CHC, then without fail and without uncertainty, it was under the control of customs. It was already put in the depot. You didn't put it there. ORS did not put it there. Somebody detained it, and that is consistent with the SARS detention notice. All you did was, according to your report, is your source told you there is a container number, so and so it is in the depot. Can you just explain, because up to now, the impression that your statement created is that you became aware of the container coming in, you caused it, and I may have misunderstood you, you caused it to be detained. You informed the depot that there is that container, it must stay there, I'm coming to search it. And now I'm getting a different impression that, in fact, you were told about a container that was already sitting in the depot.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. When I received the container was at the depot.
Yes.
Then I had to, if you could remember earlier, that I said I had to find out who was the clearing and forwarding and transporter to find out, because if it's in the depot, it might leave the depot without you getting there. I had to contact those people, and then they said, no, it was there, and then referred me to the manager. Then I phoned. At the time, I was not aware that SARS had put a stop on the container. The only time that came into my notice was on the 23rd, when the operation was already conducted. And it wasn't brought, I don't know, maybe DPCI, it was brought to their attention that SARS had put in a stop, but to me, it wasn't brought to my attention.
No, we know it was not brought to the attention of DPCI because DPCI becomes involved through you. It's because of your involvement that DPCI is involved.
Yes.
So we know they never knew anything about this.
Yes.
Are you saying that when you speak to the depot manager and say, I want to see that depot for inspection, the container, are you saying that the depot manager doesn't tell you that it is in fact under detention by SARS?
Not that I know of, Commissioner.
So you're saying there is no indicator, a container is sitting there, there's no indication whatsoever from anybody, there are no custom officials, depot manager, nobody indicates to you, and there's no obvious signs that this container is under detention?
I know, Commissioner, people who will have the documentation will be most probably the depot. We will know that there is a SARS detention, but on my side, unless I'm told, I wouldn't know that there's a SARS detention because the way custom operates, they don't come to us and tell us we've stopped such a container. They have their own operation that they run randomly, where they stop, detain, and search containers. Sometimes you get a dual stop where ORS will stop same containers, and then we come on the side as well, and then we request detention. But our detention, when we do it at the harbor for containers that are coming through, we're doing it through ORS.
Yeah.
Unless we are told, then we'll know. But if we are not told, we wouldn't come to know that there's a SARS stop on it, because we don't have access to their systems of profiling. We don't have access to profiling of containers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And I think you would agree, obviously, I think that we've done this where, this whole thing was not with the interaction with ORS, correct? Otherwise, they would have known, or you would have known of it. Okay. If you please turn to the exhibit file, I think it's smaller, it's the smaller of the two. I'm interested in CJC 244, which should appear at page 609.
On the same file?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Colonel.
CJ 244.
Yes.
Oh, is it? No, I've got it.
Page 609. And are you familiar with that document or any of the contents? Have you seen it before? So that should be my question. And maybe just to explain, so this is from the company SN Logistics. It contains special instructions to move the container, and the container that's there is your container, or the container we are speaking about. And this instruction is issued on the 19th of 06.
No, I'm not familiar with this document, Commissioner.
And this is the only container that, when we went earlier with the detention notices, in fact, from Mega Freight, the document, they had about 10 containers, but we only have this one.
Do you say this has an instruction? Mr. Skakane?
No, I'm saying under special. Under special instructions, that's where there's some writing about it. But I think it's because it's faded. But it seems to go to CHC. So it's moving from
From the new pier to CHC.
Yes,
New
to
pier.
CHC.
Yes.
Do you know what
No, I'm
this,
not familiar.
do you, or you say you don't know what the instruction was?
No.
Oh, okay. So all what's visible or legible is the MD what? That's MD what? Is that a U or a
MDU.
MDU, then the date and time. What's that about?
Honestly, commissioners, I don't know about this document.
All right.
But from what I can see, it comes from some logistic company. It says sender's name, address, new pier, consignee, CHC, and then it's got special instructions. But I have no knowledge of the document.
Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask this? Ordinarily, it's just maybe stepping away a bit from this particular operation. Ordinarily, when you have to inspect, when there's an operation, and if you've never had that situation, you can say that. But where there's been a detention instruction on a container by one of the agencies which is not yours, and
Yes.
and you want to search because now you've got information,
Yes.
how does that play out? What happens? Because I'm assuming that, my question assumes that whoever puts that detention instruction has an interest in being the first one to open that container, and you now come, you're the second person, you have an interest in what is the container, what's in the container. What happens in your interaction with the first person that made a call, the first agency that placed this container under detention?
Normally, under the circumstances like that, let's say, for example, Commissioner, I get information on a container that I need to place and stop, and I contact ORS to say, please put a stop on this container for these following reasons. I suspect there's drugs in this container. They will then put a stop to the container, and then it will be placed for inspection and inspected. But if it's already stopped by customs, they will tell me that no, the container is already stopped by customs, which means in that matter, on the operations that I've had where there's a dual stop, subs will be there and customs will be there during the breaking of the seal. Unless there's been no communication to say there is a dual stop. But normally, in normal circumstances where there's a dual stop of containers, I've been to operations where ORS is there and SARS is there and the container is open.
In the opening of this, now we are back in this operation, when the seal is broken, there was no customs or veterinarian together with your police people. They were not there. You had only your SAPS, DPCI, the depot manager, I think you say, and yeah, pretty much. There was no SARS people there, or customs people.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
That's where I said, Commissioner.
Yes.
On my side, it wasn't brought to my attention that there was a stop from customs. It only came to me after the effect. So if there was a stop, I would have expected that I'll be told that there's a stop, and then I'm sure the PCI would have waited for other counterparts to be present if there's a stop. Okay. But in this case, I don't know if they were informed. On my side, I wasn't informed of SARS detention. Okay. The email only came on the 23rd.
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner.
Can I just follow up on that document before we stop off, just for the record? So this is the container that was subject to this diversion was the same container which you had an interest on, and you would also see that if I look at your statement, but we'll go to this paragraph 17 of your statement, it's got the same seal number.
Yes.
Okay, and then you say, can I just probe one thing with you? In terms of, I think what we can gather is that there was a bit of informal processes or engagements about this information and how the operations were conducted. And I think we've gathered about that. What I'm interested to know, whether it's just by mistake or otherwise, that you know of this information weeks in advance, it's not urgent. Why don't you put in place a proper process, engage with ORS, engage with the relevant persons, with your commander much earlier? Is there a reason for that?
Yes, Commissioner. As I said before, if you don't have a container number, there's nothing you can do. You need a container number to be able to. Let's say, for example, if I had a container number 2 weeks before, whilst the vessel was still at sea, I would have requested ORS to stop that container. And then they would have put in a detention. So in this case, I'm only getting the container number on the 21st. And by the look of things, even with this document, it shows that this container was moved on the 19th. So when I received the information, the container was already at the depth. So there was no time. There was no time to engage with ORS to say, because the container is already moved. There's no detention by ORS that I know of. So the only detention that it had was customs, which wasn't brought to our attention. But if ORS had a detention notice, they would have told us that we have a detention notice on that container, and customs has a detention notice. And then things would have been done according to how they should have been done, with involving customs, obviously. But in this case, I wouldn't have contacted ORS and asked them to stop a container that I don't even have the number of the container, because the container number is the key. If you don't have it, you can't do anything until you get it.
Perhaps to follow up on that and what I think the chair had suggested earlier, well, not suggested, was talking about was when you finally get the container number on the 21st, right? Did you seek any cooperation from ORS?
If I'm not mistaken, I did contact them.
And who
did contact the profiling office.
Okay, do you recall the name?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I can't really remember who I spoke to, but it's been longer, 2021. But I did contact to find out, because that's where I managed to get the transporter as to who was the transporter of the container. Then the transporter led me to a clearing and forwarding, and then from there, I managed to get the details of a person at the airport to speak to.
And obviously, I mean, I think that's a very important part. Obviously, that's not in your statement. Is there a particular reason, or it's just a mistake to leave it?
No, there's no particular reasons for it.
Okay.
I had no way I'm going to come across such a question.
Sure. Then let's go to paragraph 17 of your statement.
Yes.
Can you read it for the record?
On the same day, it's approximately 20 past 10. The seal number H1905754 was broken in my presence, as well as of the warehouse manager, DPCI. DPCI, well, one of the workers working at the depot with a bolt cutter. Prior to the seal being broken, a photo of the seal was taken, and it was intact.
Okay, and those are the only people that were present at the breaking of the seal, correct? I think you've...
I'm sure ORS was there as well, just because I remember in my other statement that I shared with you, I had ORS, but when I must have missed something here, because ORS was there as well when we broke. So.
Okay, proceed to paragraph 18.
Well, when the container was opened, numerous black canvas bags were noticed at the entrance of the container. These bags were inspected by DPCI my present and found to contain bricks of suspected cocaine. 27 bags were discovered. Due to the members of people being ultimately responsible for the scene and the recovery of the exhibits were conveyed to SPINO SIPS by ORS, where a detailed count was conducted by DPCI in my presence.
Okay, just to take you back a bit, if you go to the exhibit file,
yes,
the small file, I think you've got a statement that you had prepared earlier in the inquiry, which is CJC 243.
Yes.
The page 599.
Okay, still working. This one. CJ? 599.
CJC 243.
Okay, just 1 second.
You there? Page 599?
Yes.
Okay. If you then that's your statement, you confirm, I think, that you had signed on 16.
Yes, no, it's correct.
If you go to
No,
paragraph
correct.
4, can you just read paragraph 4 out?
Paragraph 4. Okay. I wish to say that on 2020, during the performance of my duties, I telephonically conducted the depot's AC depot.
Sorry, just read slowly so for the record. Thank you.
Okay. I wish to state that on 2021-06-21, during the performance of my duties, I telephonically contacted the depot at SABC depot container depot, 14 Avenue Road, Ispingo, prospecting Durban South, and informed the manager that I had received the permission from transporter and the clearing and forwarding agent to have container number placed on inspection to be inspected by SAPS on 21/06/22, as it was a container of interest with the intention to verify the commodity that was inside the container.
So you had asked for this, and it was a telephonical instruction.
Yes.
And how would that process work in terms of the sort of separating the container from the rest of the cargo or the containers in the depot? How does it get separated for inspection? And what's the process?
The depot will have its own process, how they place the container. But basically, when you get there, you request the container to be placed for inspection. So they will probably choose the place where they place containers for inspection, and the crane will go pick it up from the stack where it is and will bring to where the inspection will be conducted, and then inspection will be conducted then.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yes, that's what happened.
And there's some controversy around it. So would they put the container, would it be secluded or be part of the main containers?
The process, it depends, Commissioner, when you get to the depot where the container is. In this one, I wouldn't be We know it's happened long time. I wouldn't be exactly sure whether it was brought into where it was placed or it was just there when we arrived. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure it was brought from somewhere within the yard where the other containers were. Normally, in a normal environment, when you're going to do inspection, you'll find that the container is not on the ground. It's with a stack somewhere outside the depot. Then they will go pick it up, maybe place it where it can be inspected. Or if it's in the right place for inspection, they will just take the members where the container is, and then the seal will be broken, and the container will be inspected.
Okay, let's go back to your statement. Then I think we are getting to the conclusion. Paragraph 19.
Okay, paragraph 19. The following exhibits were seized by DPCI members. 26 canvas bags.
Sorry, just again, just remember, just read out properly.
Okay. Just a second. Okay, Commissioners, paragraph 19. The following exhibits that were seized by DPCI members were 26 canvas bags which contain 20 times 1 kg bricks of cocaine, and 1 canvas bag contained 21 times 1 kg of bricks cocaine. In total, 541 kilograms of cocaine were seized. The estimated street value of exhibits were about 243,450 million rand. The bricks were wrapped in black and yellow plastic with TikTok and Jaguar logos on the packaging. The exhibits were entered on SAP 13373 and Durban Central Organized Crime Investigation Inquiry Case 28/06/2021 was opened by DPCI. I had waited for the entering of the exhibit to be completed by DPCI members, and I received the exhibit number and inquiry number, which I needed to update the reports for my office. I left SAP's Pingo, leaving DPCI members at the station with exhibits. I don't have a copy of my diary to attach as the matter happened, for example, when the diary has been misplaced.
Okay.
Just just for the record, I think on the first line you first said 20, and after a few words you then corrected yourself. I'm not sure whether a reader down the line will understand what you were saying. Let me just read that first part, and you will confirm. The following exhibits.
Yes.
The following exhibits that were seized by the DPCI members were 26 canvas bags contained in 20, and then it goes on. You confirm that?
Is if I may explain.
That is 20 by 1 kg bricks of cocaine. I'm just
Yes.
correcting the part about 26. I think you said 20, and then went back to correct yourself. I'm not so sure that it will read well. That's all I'm doing.
Yes, Commissioner. Basically, Commissioner, it's 26 canvas bags containing 20 1 kg bricks, 26 of them. So out of 27 bags, 26 is containing 20 times 1 kg bricks, and the other bag, which is a 27 one now, is containing 21 1 kg bricks of bricks of cocaine, which means the packaging in 26 bags had 20 on each bag, whereas one of those bags had 21 bricks of cocaine.
Thank you, Colonel.
Which makes the number to be 27 bags.
And obviously, this would have been quite I think we did say it is quite far apart from the 27 kilograms.
Yeah, it's fine. It was, basically when you see that we were expecting obviously 27 kg, you look and maybe it should be one bag or something. But when it's open and you see these bags lining there, it's shocking.
Okay. And what was your role at the time at the scene?
My role at the scene was to show the members of the scene where the scene is, and then when I get there was to observe for my own records to ensure that this operation takes place successfully and the exhibits are recovered.
Okay.
That was my role.
And then you left the station, Isipingo.
Yes.
And you say you left all the PCI members there.
I left the PCI members except one member that Colonel Jacobs, that I gave him lift home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, he was no longer in charge at the time you left of the scene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think, and did you speak to him and other member or any other member of the PCI post that date?
No, commissioners.
Thank you. Please proceed to paragraph 20 then.
Maybe, Colonel, before you proceed to paragraph 20, in paragraph 18, you're still at the container, and you say 27 bags were discovered. In my presence, you say when the container was opened, numerous black canvas bags were noticed at the entrance of the container. These bags were inspected. When you say the bags were inspected, what in fact happened? What is that inspection at that point?
At that point, Commissioner, was to most probably to open, because when the bag is closed, you really have to open it to see what is inside.
So were all the bags open at the container, at the scene?
From what I observed, they didn't open all the bags. I think they opened maybe one or two bags and they realized, no, this is drugs. And after that, not all the bags were open at the time.
So at this point, you didn't know how many bricks there were in total?
No, we didn't know.
And and I'm asking you in particular, you only found out when you got to Isipingo police station that
That's correct.
That each bag contained 20 bricks, and then another one contained 21 rather.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And
the only thing I could see whilst in the container, when you're standing, you can count and see how many are there. But I couldn't see as to how much is the content that is inside. How much is it?
And the container was, apart from you found these bags right at the front, was any search of that container, any further search of the container done?
No.
Okay.
Not on that day. Maybe some other day, but not on that day. There was no further search done.
No, not in your presence.
Yes.
So you don't know whether any other bag might have been left somewhere at the back of the truck, of the container. If there was.
That's correct.
You don't know.
That's correct. I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Now, from other evidence, we've heard that after the container is opened, the seal is broken, there's a search, and then the container is again sealed. From your statement, it doesn't seem like that happened. The seal was broken, you took the bags, and you all left, because you're not saying anything about the sealing again of that container.
Yes, commissioners. There was no sealing made, done. The bags were loaded in the ORS vehicle and transported to the station. where the counting was conducted.
So the container was left unsealed in the absence of the owner of the container and the clearing agent. There was just the depot manager and his employees, basically. That's what you left there with that container.
No, from what I observed, commissioners, after the bags had been removed and placed in the police car, the container was sealed with another seal.
So,
If I'm not mistaken, it could be a seal from ORS, if not the depot, but it was resealed.
so you did.
Only the bags.
Yes.
Only the bags were removed, and the container was resealed again.
Okay. You do say earlier, in an earlier paragraph, that a photo was taken of the seal before it was broken. We've also
Yes.
seen in other evidence and different operations that once the container is resealed, a photograph is taken to show that seal. You didn't have that here? Because
No,
well,
I
you
didn't
don't
have
speak.
that.
You don't speak of that?
No, I didn't have that because at that stage, the PCI was in charge of everything. So I just stood back and, observed.
Okay, thank you. And does your answer now mean that you, because the PCI, you tell us they are now in charge of the scene and the operation, does your answer that you stood back, the PCI was in charge, mean you would expect the PCI to attend to something like that, to make sure that it is sealed again and take a picture to show that this is how they left it?
That corrects, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we're in paragraph 20, and I think that's just a repetition of some of what was contained in the notice you received. But I think, to be fair to you, I think it's the bullet points that you may want to speak to. Briefly, please.
Yes. Okay, I'll move into those bullet points where I say I, as a member of crime intelligence, cannot interfere in crime scene during operations. The operational team, which is in this matter, the PCI detectives, were responsible for the handling of the crime scene. I did not play any role in the management of crime scene and handling of exhibits because that would be interference, and it was not part of my mandate. I however, observed in order to prepare my reports for my office. Crime intelligence officers do not get involved in calling off the crime scene, calling off local criminal record center or forensics, conducting searches and making arrests, as this is the duties of the detectives, which in this instance was the members of DPCI. The duty of an intelligence operative is to provide intelligence and observe during operations to ensure that the information is operationalized successfully. It is the duty of the detectives to manage crime scene and handling of exhibits. In this matter, DPCI members who were in the scene took charge of the crime scene and made decisions. DPCI have experience and are experts in handling crime scenes, and it is their mandate to handle the crime scene and exhibits. Although the National Instruction 8 of 27 is applicable to all SAPS members, including reservists, but some of the units of SAPS do not handle crime scenes and exhibits. The National Instruction gives instruction and procedures to be followed when the member handled exhibits. In the normal police environment, this generally applies to the first member at the crime scene, which is in most cases is visible policing members, which will be followed by investigators, which is general detectives. It will go on as well as DPCI as well as forensics, who have, for 1 second,
Who are responsible?
who are responsible to calling off crime scene, process and sealing of exhibits. When members of crime intelligence are at the scene, they are there to observe and gather intelligence, and in most cases, their presence is not known.
Colonel, Can I just
Yes.
make an observation? Because in paragraph 20 and the bullet points that follow, you dispute
Yes.
allegations made by General Flynn to the extent that they
Yes.
implicate you. Am I correct?
Yes.
But if
Yes,
you go,
that's correct.
if you go to paragraphs 17 and 18, you confirm your presence at the scene, and the DPCI and SABC people who were there were called by you. So is it not fair to say you were present throughout, and while you were present at the scene and the container was opened and the exhibits were taken out, the prescripts of National Instruction 8 of 2017 were not observed, whether it was by you or the people you called to the scene? But the simple point is that those who handled the scene did not comply with those prescripts. Because even your statement seems to suggest that LCRC was not called. Commissioner Baloy talked about a seal after the container was opened, the photos being taken. None of that happened while you were there. So is it not fair to say, whether it's you or the people you called, the simple point is that the national instruction was not followed to the letter?
I confirm, Commissioners.
And that's a fair observation. It may be that it's being attributed to the wrong person because you were not in charge of the scene.
No, that's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to follow up slightly differently on this question, is there, you know the place very well, you were there on the day, is there a good reason why these exhibits could not have been processed on that scene? You were there, you know the space on the day.
Commissioners, if I'm not mistaken, it was my second time to go to that depot. The first time when I went there, I went to do inspection. It was already, the container had already been offloaded, unpacked, and the commodity was placed around the depot. So on that day, from what I observed, on my observation, the container was placed, yes. The area where it was placed, to deal with one bag, it would have been, the space most probably will be enough. But for the number of bags that were there, definitely you needed a bigger space. So in my observation, that would mean you have a situation where you need maybe to seal the container, uplift it, which means you move the crime scene somewhere else, where you can break the seal again and open it and do whatever you need to do. Yeah. So I cannot, in my view, detectives are there, crime scene manager is there, he's dealing with the matter. I think it was his call to make a decision as to what he should have done on the day. Maybe he's the one who can explain, most probably, what made him take such decision to move it.
Yes.
But definitely, I can confirm that there's no way you could have worked there. The only way you could have done is to move the container completely somewhere else, or alternatively, take the exhibit out. So somehow a decision had to be made because of where it was placed.
Yeah.
Maybe the place where it was placed, it wasn't good enough to investigate, to do the unpacking and laying out these exhibits, because even when you there at the station, they took a whole lot of space in the parking lot.
So you're on your observation, your only possible explanation why this operation was not conducted fully on site is space. You think maybe he thought space was small?
Where the container was placed?
Yes.
It does not mean somewhere in the depot. Maybe there wasn't the space. I haven't had a walk around the depot to see how much space they have, but where it was placed, it was not conducive to process exhibits.
But you
needed
say,
a bigger space to.
but you say it could have been moved elsewhere, the container, if space was an issue.
Yes, that's the possible way to do it. To either you leave the container, you seal it, you move it, or you remove the exhibit. So someone had to make a decision as to what to do.
No, we have been told, and I accept that you're not responsible for crime scenes or crime scene management, but we have been told that the crime scene is where you find the exhibits. In this case, you find them in a container. You cordon off the area around the container so that you can work in that space.
Yes.
So Isipingo police station is not the crime scene on the evidence that we have received. So I'm asking you, you say in your observation, maybe the size of the space was not big enough. Maybe that's what the person in charge, Colonel Jacob, maybe he determined that the space is not big enough and comfortable to work, and that was also your observation. But that's not what he said to you. You're not saying they said that. He said that, right? Can I just be clear about that? You're not saying that's what he said.
Commissioner, he did inform me. It's just that you asked me about my observation. But he did tell me that he'll move them to the station because there's no space. But on my observation, that's why I'm saying, commissioners, there's two choices. A crime scene is a crime scene. It cannot be moved.
Yes.
But if you really want to process the exhibit, you look at the space. What space do you need? Someone else would have come up with a different idea. Maybe say, okay, let's reseal this container and do the other way.
Yes.
Or someone will make decisions and move the exhibit. So, of which this is what happened in this instance where the exhibits were moved.
Do you know whether Colonel Jacob looked for considered alternative space in the depot? It's a yes or no?
No, not that I know.
Not that you know?
No, not that I know of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Colonel.
On
Paragraph 21.
21, okay. Okay, on the above-mentioned data, I provided accurate and strategic intelligence to DPCI, which led to the successful operation being conducted and recovery of exhibits as part of my mandate. My actions were not part of the scheme or design to store them in an unsafe storage to make them vulnerable to theft. I felt I did not know where the exhibits were stored after the recovery. All I knew was that they were at Spingo SAPS up until I read about the theft in the news article. I left the police station after receiving the SAP 13 number and para number. The rest was for the DPCI to investigate.
Please continue.
The malicious manner in which my name has been mentioned in the commission has put my life in danger and at high risk. My name and the unit that I worked for has been mentioned without protecting my identity, knowing very well what the drug cartels are capable of. And in my belief, this action has compromised me. I have been exposed to all cartels who are smuggling drugs to the Durban Harbour. And I request the Commission to assist me by testifying behind camera in order to prevent me from being further compromised, to protect my identity, my safety, as well as my family.
Colonel, I take issue with paragraph 22, where you say the malicious manner in which your name has been mentioned in the commission. It seems to me that all that has happened is that you were the person who was placed at the scene, and you were the person who was identified as having called Jacobs and the other people, and you were present at the scene and at Isipingo when the exhibits were counted and they were booked there. So I'm not sure exactly what you regard as malicious.
Yeah, I understand, Commissioner, your point. What I'm trying to get at here, I'll make an example of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry to bring that up, but on the testimony of the warrant officer that testified yesterday, he did not divulge the source of information as to who gave information. He protected the identity of member of CI who provides him with information. So I was expecting the same. It's not that I wasn't going to testify in the commission. I was going to testify when I'm called, but considering the nature of how drug cartels operate, where already there's some DJs who were killed who are associated with this, I expect that my name should have been dealt with in a more way where it's concealed. Not because I don't want to come to the commission, but to think of my safety as well. You know, at the end of the day, my safety is important. So that's the only way. But if it's unacceptable to the commission, I'll withdraw that.
No, it is fine. So the issue is not the facts. The issue is you would have wished that your name was not mentioned. And
that's correct, sir.
Protected. Yes. No, I just wanted to be sure that you were not attributing malice to the evidence leaders or the commissioners. So I just needed you to clarify that. Thank you.
Or the witness,
okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Or other witnesses. And I'm sure it's more likely that the malice would have been referring to other witnesses, not the other people that Commissioner Khumalo is referring to, or not?
Yes, your commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that should bring us to the end of your statement. Just to be fair to you, perhaps, is there anything else that you just want to add that is otherwise not covered in your statement? Briefly.
No, commissioners. On my side, I try to do my work, which I did it to the best of my ability on the day. And the information provided was positive. Operation was conducted successfully. The drugs were inside in a SAP 13, where I wanted them to be. And I was happy on the day. In fact, I was excited. I had several operations where I always hit negative results. But on that day in question, it happened to be, my day to come up with a good success, which made my division look operational. And I was happy. Beside all the discrepancies that are being brought up now, but I was happy with the operation that it was conducted, and it was successful, and the exhibits were booked in. And then that's where I ended, commissioners. As regarding to the theft, I'm not part of that. I had nothing to do with that. My duty and my job ended when those exhibits were booked in. Thank you, commissioners.
Colonel, I wanted to ask you just one thing. I think the one question I wanted to ask was whether you were involved at all in the theft. You've already dealt with that. But seeing that this was your operation in the sense that you are the one who got the tip-off and you dispatched the relevant team to go to the depot and recover these drugs, how do you feel that all that work was for nothing because 4 months later, the same drugs disappeared while in custody of the DPCI?
Yeah, commissioners, I don't want to lie to you. I lost the trust, not necessarily to the members. that's where assisting. But I lost the trust to DPSI as a component to say, in my point of view, or in my knowledge, I thought those drugs were lying in the forensic. So to get stolen like that, and it's not that one or two bricks are stolen, the whole consignment, it brings us back to square one, where we're trying to remove these drugs off the street, and they're going back under the police watch. So it was a sore matter which is a bit disgraceful to the SAPS.
And just lastly, and you did a closeout report, correct, after that?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that one on the 22nd of June?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Just for the record, if the last file, which is the one that's not labeled at the spine, the confidential bundle, it's page 319.
Okay, 319.
Yes, can you turn to that?
Yes.
Was that the report you did?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you turn to page 321?
Yes.
Just out of interest, the people that are written there, in terms of the command structure, can you read them out? Is it possible? And the order, and why do they need to know?
Okay. There you have Colonel Khan, who's a section component head at head office of security intelligence. And we have Brigadier Ndo, who's our section head. I mean, not section head. He's sorry, my apologies. He's a section head COVID operations. And I made a mistake here. If we can go back, Colonel Khan was a section commander of security intelligence. He has retired. There you have Major General Khan, who's a component head, and then you have Colonel Mutali, who was at the time analyst, was in charge of the analysts, and then Major General Shika was a provincial head.
Sorry, just one question, and I just need to confirm with my senior, otherwise I'm covered on myself. Thank you. That is all on our side.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And the witness may be excused.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute adjournment. We'll come back just now.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
We are shutting down our laptops now.
I would like to believe so. Yes, definitely.
Thank
The
you,
witness
thank
is in the auditorium, Chair.
Thank you.
So we proceed with the Port Shepstone stream. We hope to lead 3 very quick witnesses, and they shall be led by Advocate Sigals Nube. Oh, we had needed to confirm that the witness has got his statement. The Advocate Sigals will tell us the order
you.
of the witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Rank and all, please.
Yes, it's Warrant Officer Setsedi. Thank you, Chair. He will be sworn in, and his statement appears at Section 6.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, Warrant Officer.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Just before we walked in, we were told that you did not have files. Have you been sorted out now?
Yes, Chair.
I assume all of that is attributable to the fact that this is the graveside shift.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
And one important thing I forgot, please state your full names for the record.
My full name is Begimbo Weni Sitsedi, a warrant officer in the SAPS, serving under Forensic Science Laboratory.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, there should be 3 files in front of you. The one file is labeled Consolidated Witness Statements. And if you go to Section 6, so there's file dividers numbered 1 to 6. Your statement is in Section 6.
Ms. Nube, we have 4 files in front of us. Which one must we keep and which ones must we get rid of?
Commissioner, I don't know which is the 4th one that you have. I've just
The
been
previous
dealing with
witnesses'
the...
files
Yes, I
are still
won't be
here.
dealing with the previous...
Only one?
Yes, I won't be dealing with the previous witness file. So, have you been able to find your statement? So it's Section 6? Are you at-
Correct, Counsel.
And you will see on page 1, it has witness statement. Do you see that?
Correct, Counsel.
And until page 5, can you confirm that the signature on page 5 is your signature?
Correct, Counsel.
And the statement was prepared by you in preparation for your evidence today.
Correct, Counsel.
Do you confirm the correctness of this statement?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay, thank you. Warrant Officer, I think we can start by you just reading your statement into the record, and where we have clarifying questions, we will ask for that, and then thereafter we can go into further aspects of your evidence.
Okay, thanks, Counsel. I am an adult male employed at the SAPS.
Can you just raise your voice for us, please?
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I am an adult male employed at the South African Police Service as a forensic drug analyst in the Chemistry Investigation Unit in the Chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory in KZN since 2021. I hold the rank of the warrant officer. I am in possession of a BSc degree in chemistry from the University of KwaZulu-Natal with chemistry and physics as a major subjects. The chemical investigation subsection for clan lab laboratories is responsible for attending and processing clandestine clan lab crime scenes, which are classified as type C cases, and we may also attend to type B cases, which are complex non-clan lab cases brought to the lab. I report to Lieutenant Colonel Songa as the commander of the Chemical Investigation Unit. Cases dealing with illicit clan labs are handled by Chemical Investigation Subsection Team. Page 2. The purpose of the statement is to explain an interaction I had with Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Jacob on the 27 October 2021 at the FSL in Amanzimtota relating to the 22nd July 2021, 22nd June 2021 seizure of 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine. I have been informed by the Commission that my evidence may be of an assistance in the Commission's work regarding the seizure and the subsequent theft of the drugs from the forensic premises of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, known as DPCI. Part B, 27 October 2021. On 27 October 2021, I was in my office at the FSL when Colonel Jacobs, who was a Lieutenant Colonel at the time, approached me. I had recently been involved in a seizure in Simbiti where Colonel Jacob was involved. However, when he came to my office, he told me that he had been there to see Captain Gubega and wanted advice from me. Colonel Jacobs' inquiry was in 4 parts. First, he asked me for my advice on how to destroy exhibit. I told him that I am not involved in destruction and that the best person to speak to is Colonel Kuzwai, the section commander for chemistry section. Secondly, he asked if destroying the exhibit will affect the case. He told me his inquiry relates to samples of exhibit that DPCI had brought to the FSL. I was not familiar with these samples. I informed him that it was essential to have a record of the total mass of the exhibit. And if the exhibits are going to be destroyed, the analyst will not be able to establish the total mass of the exhibits that were seized. I explained that in order to determine the total mass, the analyst will need all the exhibits and that he or she cannot determine the total mass of the total mass with the sample with the use of the samples. The analyst will count all exhibits, but only weigh a certain number of the exhibits. And if there is a big variation between the first weighed exhibit, the analysis will need to weigh more exhibit to determine the total mass of the exhibit. I told him that this was something he needs to discuss with Colonel Kuza because she would know more. Thirdly, Colonel Jacobs asked me if one of the members in my team, the 10 lab team, could analyze the case. I told him that since the case, the limited exhibits or samples were brought to the FSL as opposed to a crime scene analyst bringing it to the FSL, the case will be analyzed by anyone. Lastly...
Sorry. I'm not sure of the distinction you are seeking to draw here. I told him that since the case was brought to FSL as opposed to crime analyst bringing it to FSL, the case could be analyzed by anyone. Can you just explain to me what distinction you are seeking to draw here?
Okay. The distinction I was drawing here, Chair, is that the laboratory receive exhibits in two ways. The first way is when exhibits are brought by the station to the lab. The second way is us, the clandestine laboratory team, who goes out and attend the clandestine laboratory, which are chemical investigation where drugs are being manufactured, being synthesized. Then we bring those exhibits, we take samples and bring those exhibits to the lab. That was what I was explaining to him.
Does the distinction not also relate to who then does the analysis? Because you say at the end, the case could be analyzed by anyone.
Yes.
Which case, which type of case? Of the two examples you are giving, which case would be analyzed by anyone?
The one that
which case cannot be analyzed by anyone, and why the distinction?
Okay, what I was explaining to him is that since the case was brought to the lab by an investigating officer, those cases are allocated to analysts, to any analyst that is in the lab. But the cases that we bring as crime scene investigators, we bring in, the lab register it and allocate it back to us. That was
So if you fetched, then you analyze.
If I fetched, then I analyzed. But also, Chair, if they brought, because it's not that you get crime scenes every time. If I'm done doing crime scenes, then I go to the lab, and then they allocate cases for me.
But why that distinction? Why must you analyze those that you brought in, and those that were brought by an investigator may be analyzed by anyone? Why can't the ones that you bring in be analyzed by anyone? Why does it matter that you brought those in?
Because at the lab, the clandestine laboratory team, when you after 2 years, you can apply to do clandestine laboratories. Then you get a different training, an extra training from drug analysts, just to process clandestine laboratories. That is the distinction. At the lab, there are analysts that does analysis on cases that are brought to the lab by investigators. And there is the clandestine laboratory team that go and do clandestine processing of synthesis cases. That is discovered.
What's clandestine and what's not, where narcotics are involved?
Okay.
I would have thought everything is clandestine.
Yes.
No, Chair. The lab, when police officers are doing their work, they arrest someone with 10 capsules, right? They will book those 10 capsules into the 13, then they bring to the lab for analysis. But when we are talking about clandestine, it's when at a particular house they were synthesizing the substances that are listed in the Drug and Trafficking Act. Then there is chemicals, there are precursors, there is final product. Then that particular type of case is done by us clandestine laboratories. Yes.
It's clandestine drug laboratories. That is the manufacturers where they manufacture illicit drugs.
Yes.
And so because it entails chemicals, precursors and that, it requires special skills in order to analyze that. When you attend a scene as a clan lab analyst, you have those specialities and that skill to identify precursors.
Yes.
and you would then take them. But not every analyst at FSL has that special skill or training to identify precursors.
Correct, Council.
And so when Chair asks for clarity on the first part where it says was brought to the FSL, that would be brought by an investigating officer who has made a recovery, such as at a harbour or a depot, and they could bring that in.
Correct.
Yes. And the second one is where you, as a Clan Lab analyst, you've been called out to a scene because it's identified as a Clan Lab or suspected Clan Lab, and you would then bring the exhibits in.
Correct.
Okay, so you may continue then. 6.4.
Okay. Lastly, Colonel Jacob asked if I knew who attends the distraction. Again, I refer him to Colonel Kuzwa. Colonel Jacob then received a call.
I want to take you back to the last sentence of paragraph 5. There you say, he said, however, when he came to my office, he told me that he had been there to see Captain Kubeka and wanted advice from him. Why did he end up seeking advice from you? Was Captain Kubeka not there?
She was there in the office.
It says
Sorry?
advice from me, Chair. He says you had been there to see Captain Kubeka and then wanted advice from me. So from him, yes.
All right. Oh, so he had been there to see Captain Kubeka for something else?
For something else.
Presumably?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Can I just get clarity? Why do you link all of this to the drugs mentioned in paragraph 4? Because it's not clear to me that the inquiry in 5 and 6 is related to the drugs at 4, even from your statement. Or was it a general inquiry?
It was a general inquiry.
So it was not specific to the drugs in paragraph 4? Because in paragraph 4, you talk about the purpose of the statement is to explain your interaction with Colonel Jacobs relating to, then you mentioned the 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine. But then when you get to 5 and 6, you seem to be talking about exhibits in general and not the drugs in 4. So I just want to be clear that when he came to you, he was specifically asking about the exhibits which form part of the drugs that were seized on the 22nd of June 2021.
No, when he came to me, he talked about the samples they brought to the lab.
But were those samples part of the drugs that were seized on the 22nd of June 2021?
No, he didn't state that they were.
He didn't state that?
He didn't state that.
Okay.
Commissioner Kumalo, he does clarify on the last page of his statement that when he found out that the two are connected. Okay, you may proceed. Paragraph 7.
Maybe before you proceed, in 6.3, where he said he asked if one of the members in my team could analyze the case, was it a specific member that he asked about?
No, he asked that can one of the crime scene guys analyze the case?
Okay. And your answer in relation to how you're distinguishing the two, where you say the samples were brought in, if they were brought in, you make a distinction between that and where crime scene analysts have brought in the samples. What does it matter? Is your team a specialist team that analyzes specific drugs? Why would he ask, can a member, I'm trying to understand how it works in the kind of conversation you had with him. What is it that about your team, if at all, or about these samples that he was talking about, that it would matter that it's a member from your team or it's allocated to just anybody?
I will say, I was explaining to him that there's no need for us as crime scene guys, because most of the time DPCI work with us as crime scene guys. That is what I was explaining to him, that anyone can do a case that is brought to the lab by an IO.
So you didn't, it wasn't a case of he's looking for a special skill in your team. I'm just trying to understand.
No, that is what I was explaining to him, Commissioner, that the case doesn't need a special skill to be done. Anyone from the lab can do it.
Okay. But he didn't mention anyone in particular.
No, he didn't mention anyone in
Okay,
particular.
thank you.
You may continue. Paragraph 7.
Colonel Jacob then received a call, and after his call, he informed me that it was Warrant Officer 4 regarding the Simbiti case. Thereafter, he said he would contact Colonel Kuzwayo, and he returned to Captain Gubega's office. Paragraph 8. I did not have a serious concern about Colonel Jacob's distraction question, although I found it strange that he will ask about destroying exhibit when the exhibit had not yet been analyzed. My real concern about the conversation was Colonel Jacob's question about the possibility of one of the team members analyzing the case. When a case is assigned to an analyst, the investigating officer is not made aware of the identity of the analyst. In fact, if there are inquiries by the investigating officer regarding progress of the analysis, the inquiry is made with admin, who would then notify the analyst supervisor of the query, and the supervisor would engage the analyst and report back to the investigating office. This is to prevent undue influence or pressure.
Undue influence.
Oh, sorry. This is to prevent undue influence or pressure on the analyst.
Can you just elaborate on that? What kind of undue influence or pressure could be placed by an investigating officer on an analyst?
The first pressure is that they would ask, when will you issue the analysis report? That's the first pressure. And the other one is to say the progress of the process. Where is it now? So that they will say also the court will need to remind a case, and then when are you finishing it? So those are type of pressures that are there.
You also mentioned undue influence. How would that manifest?
Undue influence, Commissioner, will manifest by saying what is the case that we submitted. What is it before the report comes out, which is not the practice of the lab, because the practice of the lab is that the investigating officer will only know the results of the case that they've submitted when the 212 statement is issued to them. When the case has gone through all quality checks and everything, then a 212 statement will give it to them. So there's not the undue influence is you cannot give any information before the case, the 212 statement is issued out.
Ordinarily, when we speak about undue influence, it's about influencing a party to a particular outcome. That's what ordinarily undue influence would be. It's improper, it's, if you like, it's unlawful even influence. What you're describing, that they would want information before, doesn't, it sounds to me like it falls in the category of pressure, that they pressure you to give you information as you are working. Are you sure that when you speak of undue influence in your statement as one of the protection that is offered, because you say it in the context of why investigating officers would not speak to analysts, right? It has to be done through the supervisor. It's to protect the analyst and the institution from being influenced improperly. But you're not describing improper influence. Are you sure that is what undue influence in your environment, and as you mean it in the statement, is what you've just explained?
Let me say it like this, Commissioner. The influence that we are talking about, because the lab has this part of criteria. See, when you join the lab, you are trained, and then you go to a mentorship, and then you must be able to work independently without influence, even from the internal, from your superiors in the lab who you report to. So they can't tell you what the results must be. That is the undue influence that I was talking about, which is to work independently. You must be independent in whatever conclusion that you...
That's my understanding too of undue influence. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
You may continue.
Therefore, Kenneth Jacob inquiry as to whether one of the crime scene analysts will analyze the case did not sit well with me. After my conversation with Colonel Jacob, I contacted my commander, Colonel Songa, and informed her about my conversation with Colonel Jacob. In particular, his inquiry about a crime scene analyst analyzing the case. I did not inform her about the destruction of exhibit because I had already told Colonel Jacob that the correct person to have the conversation, the correct person to have that discussion with was Colonel Kuzwai. Colonel Songa told me that since the case had been submitted to FSL, it will be allocated to any analyst, and that is as my commander, and that as my commander, she considered the request from an investigating officer for a specific analyst to analyze the case to be irregular. I have since been made aware that Colonel Jacobs stated that he had arranged for me to accompany him to TPCI office in Potchefstroom to collect few exhibits of the 22nd June 2021 suspected cocaine seizure. I deny that I have had a conversation with Kenneth Jacob about collecting exhibits, which will be irregular. The only conversation I had with Kenneth Jacob about the exhibit is the conversation of the 27 October 2021. I only find out on 21 January 2022 that the conversation I had with Kenneth Jacobs on the 27 October 2021 was about the 541 kg of suspected cocaine.
How did you find out?
Chair, on January 21, 2022, there were guys from DPCI HQ who came to the lab. And when they came to the lab, they were looking for warrant officers. I found them with Colonel Song. And then they said, we must go to, then we went to Colonel Songa's office. And then when we reached Colonel Songa's office, then they said to the Colonel, no, Colonel, it's fine. We just want to ask questions to Warrant Officer Tsedi. And the first question that they posed is that we want our drugs. And I said, which drugs are you talking about? They said, the push-15 drugs. I said, the push-15 drugs, the one that is in the media. They said, yes. Then I said to them, I don't know anything about them. I've never seen them, the drugs. I've never seen the sample. I've never analyzed those drugs. So it's the first time that I'm hearing about that. I'm part of that. I'm an analyst or I have any role in that seizure.
And when those inquiries were made, was Colonel Jacobs mentioned?
Yes, they did ask me about Colonel Jacobs on the 27th of October. They asked me what happened on the 27th of October. Then I explained what happened.
Can you say exactly what they said about him?
They said, what was your conversation with Colonel Jacobs on the 27th of October? Then I explained the whole story about Colonel Jacobs, the 27th of October 2021.
Can we then go back to my question because it's still not answered? Colonel Jacob did not say what he's talking to you about on the 27th of October 2021. Is this 541 kilograms of cocaine?
No, he didn't say that.
So he could have been talking about drugs
Anything.
in general or
Yes.
exhibits in general.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks.
You say in that paragraph that I deny that I ever had a conversation with Colonel Jacob about collecting exhibits. But before that, you say you have since been made aware that he stated he had arranged for me to accompany him. Where does he state this? You were made aware that he says this where? Where he says he had an arrangement with you to go and collect the samples. Is it in the commission?
Since the first one was, I was made aware that I'm part of this on the 21st of January. The other ones is through the commission. I think it was the 5th when there was this, I think it was General Flynn who was presenting.
Okay.
And then he talked about a plan that had a date of the 15th of November.
Okay.
I was made aware through the commission. I didn't know what is happening.
Okay. And then you go on to say you deny that you had that conversation about collecting exhibits, which would be irregular. It would be irregular because that you go and collect samples.
No, it will be irregular because, Commissioner, the case was never allocated to me. So what happens at the lab is that for me to be an analyst of the case, they must first allocate the case to me. And then I will be I'll be processing the case. But if the case is not allocated to me, then I can't do anything on a case that is not allocated to me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And just to be clear, the case was never allocated to you.
Yes, Commissioner.
The only reason why you were interviewed by the investigators on the theft is because Colonel Jacob had told them about a conversation that he had with you.
Yes, that was they came with to me.
Okay. Now, if I could ask you to go to the information note that had been referred to previously, and that would be in the first exhibit file. So there's a file in front of you that would say exhibit file 1. And it is CJC 232.
Yes, I'm the counsel.
Okay. If I could ask you to go to this
Sorry, CJC?
232, Chair.
232 page.
Page 93, 91. That's it.
Thank you.
This information note had been referred to previously at the Commission, which is the information note dealing with the Port Shepstone theft. Now, at paragraph 2.3.1 on page 94, there's a reference to your name, and I'll just read from the middle of the page where it says, the fifth line, the FSL was again approached by the IO on the 27th of October 2021 in order to expedite the analysis report. However, Warrant Officer Sechedi indicated that he needed approximately 7 bricks of cocaine from the exhibit seized. He further reiterated that FSL does not have space to store the exhibits. The IO had arranged with FSL that additional bricks of cocaine from Port Shepstone could be obtained during the week of 15 November 2021. Now, from this recordal, it suggests where it says that there was an approach about in order to expedite the analysis report, and then your name is referenced. It suggests that you were the analyst that had been allocated this file. How would one be able to establish that objectively, that you were not the analyst?
I was not the analyst for this case because at the lab there is when you are allocated a case, they allocate a case through a system called forensic exhibit management. So that case can be tracked throughout. When you are done with it, then the system will affundle the case, and then the system will then say the case is completed and give the dates when the case was completed. And another thing that happened on the 27th of October during this time, I was the analyst for a clandestine laboratory that the Durban TPCI discovered in September 2020. I was the analyst of that case, the case that I referred to as a SMBT case. I was the analyst of that case at that time on 27 October 2021. And the IO for that case, it was Kenneth Jacobs.
Did you at some point get to know about the existence of these samples within SFL?
No, Chairperson.
Not at all?
Never at all.
So you do not know who, if they had been submitted, who they would have been allocated to or who they were allocated to?
No, I won't have that knowledge, Chairperson.
Who would know? Who would know?
It's case administration or the commander.
Colonel Songa?
No, Colonel Kuzwa is the section commander.
Oh, Colonel Kuzwa, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify, Warrant Officer? You do know that the sample was brought, but you only found out after the fact because you and your Colonel and Colonel Kuzwayo looked at the system in preparation for the hearing today. That's what the Chair is referring to, the samples that the investigating officer would have brought to FSL.
Yes, when we are doing preparations, yes, because I was also checking myself that which case are they talking about. Because what I know from the system is that in 2021, I was only allocated one clandestine laboratory. So I wanted to be sure that the facts that I will present here are correct. Then after we did that exercise whereby we want to check which case are they talking about.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify for the Chair because I don't want it to be suggested that you don't know. You do know, you didn't know at the time whether the samples had been submitted, but in preparation today you did, and in fact the document has been handed over to the Commission, a screenshot of the fact that Colonel Jacob had brought the exhibit as a sample, the samples into the FSL, correct?
Correct, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Chair,
So I'm basically asking you, as you sit there now,
Yeah.
Oh,
have you since become aware, as you sit there now?
oh, in that case, Chair, yes, I'm aware. I thought on the 27th of
No,
October.
no.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sorry
thank you
about that,
very
Chair.
much, Ms. Seegers.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it was only given to us this afternoon, so might I just hand it up? It is CJC 254. It will be inserted in the exhibit file, and we will also flight it.
Ms. Nube, I wanted to ask about page 93, 228 and 229, but if you are going to do it, I will leave that to you, just to clarify whether Sitedi is aware of these facts. 2.2.8 and 2.2.9.
Yes, that's the one that we're dealing with now, Commissioner. So CJC 254, we're going to put it up, and then if you should have a hard copy in front of you. Do you have, warrant officer?
Can you
Or
come
they'll
again?
hand it up to you.
Okay. Okay, I do.
Just look for the one that says page 683.
I do have it, Council.
Okay. Can you tell us what this document is that we're looking at? Or the screenshot?
Oh, okay. The screenshot, it's a screenshot of the forensic exhibit management system. We call it FEM at the lab. The inquiry, it's an inquiry summary of a case, whereby when we want to get details of the case, we use a function called 8.1 as it shows there, and then it will have the person who made an inquiry as the name is shown also there. The lab number, which is assigned to a case when the case is submitted to the lab, and the lab number of a case linked to exhibit bags that are brought to the lab. And then we have the component which is Durban Central OCIU, and then we have the reference number, which is the reference number of the case that DPCI registered as. And then we have dates, registered dates and assigned date. The registered date is the date that the case was registered on when it came to the lab. And the date assigned is the date assigned to the last person who was assigned that case. So in this case, the last user was that name that is shown there.
And
And the examination
Is user the same as analyst, or is it a person who's making this inquiry?
the user is the analyst, the same as the analyst.
It's the analyst.
Yes,
Okay.
it's the same as the analyst.
And then the examination type?
The examination type is drug analysis KZN. So the examination type changes if it's HQ. Western Cape changes by provinces where the case is registered. This
And-
means the case was submitted to KZN, since it has drug analysis KZN.
And in the next page, unfortunately, the copy that we were given is cut off. But if you can just tell us what is the names that what are the details that we're looking at there, especially where it says number and then Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. Why would his name be there?
The system captures the IO, the investigating officer of the case. When the investigating officer bring the case to the lab, that case, when they bring the exhibit, they also bring the the covering minutes of the case. That states the case, the SAP 13 number, and what they brought to the lab, and for what. Like, mostly, if they, and put the charge dealing opposition in the covering minutes, then the admin personnel take that covering minutes and they enter it into the system. So it will show the investigating officer's name there. That is why the name is there.
And what comes before number? I see the NG and then officer, I assume that's investigating officer. And then there's number. Surely there must be something just before the word number there. What comes before? Or there's nothing? There's nothing, it's just the number only.
At the top, I think, is the system number.
No, I'm looking where there's NG, lowercase NG, and then officer, which I assume is investigating officer. Do you see where that is?
Yes.
So
Chair.
my question is there anything that comes before the next line where you see open quote number, close quote? Why I think there's probably something before that. I'm looking at the alignment.
It's his personal number.
Sorry?
The investigating office
It's the
personal
personal
number.
So
Yes.
what's missing is personal number.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
PESAL.
PESAL.
PESAL number.
PESAL, okay.
And where it says description is cut off, what is that?
The description will be since it says 1 times evidence back, so it means the IO submitted 1 evidence back. Because if you submit multiple evidence back, it will state there how many evidence back are linked to this particular case.
And then the next, where it says Durban Central OCIU, what would be the word just before that to show what we're referring to? It says something reference number. Identification.
It's
what
identification, which means it's the station that brought the
Okay.
the
And then
exhibit.
the PA number, is that the evidence bag serial number?
The PA 65 is the evidence back serial number, is the unique evidence back serial number.
So it's the unique sealed evidence bag.
Yes, it's the sealed evidence back number.
So you would be able to see what was in that. If you punched this in, would there be a description as to what was in that evidence bag, or where would one go and see what was in the evidence bag that was submitted?
You will only see what was in the evidence bag when it's drawn. The evidence bag is drawn, it's shown to you, because that is how you're going to see it. When the whole case file of that particular lab number is drawn and given to you.
Okay. So the only description you have is the serial number, the unique serial number, and that it's 1 times evidence bag. If we wanted to know what was in that bag, we would have to go and look at the SAP 13 where it was logged in at the police station.
Correct.
Then on the 3rd page,
Just ask. So does this last discussion, does it mean that the lab doesn't keep its own record, apart from this information on page 684, it doesn't keep its own record of what in fact was brought in? So does the lab have information that tells us how many bricks were in that evidence bag? Or is it what you're saying to Ms. Seagulls that, well, if you want to know how many bags were brought in with that evidence, under the seal, that seal number,
yes,
the only place you go is to the SAP 13? Is that how it works?
In terms of remember, Commissioner, when the evidence back is brought in, So they punch it into the system. Then the contents of the evidence bag, the person who will confirm the content of the evidence bag is the analyst when he's doing the 212 statement. That this particular evidence bag came to me sealed, undamaged, and these are the contents that were in the evidence bag.
Okay.
So, when the case is submitted, administration they just give it a lab number, they create a case file for it, and then they put it. When it's time for allocation to the analyst, they take the case file, then they give it to the analyst. Then the analyst, when the analyst opens the case, since I said the IO, when it brings when it submits to the lab, his submission have covering minutes. Then as an analyst, I look at the covering minutes, that how much is inside the evidence bag. Then I do my counting before analysis to confirm that the number of items that they are saying is in the evidence bag is really in the evidence bag. Then I will continue with the process of analyzing. Then when I issue my 212, I will issue my 212 which states that this is what I've got, and the evidence bag was sealed, it was undamaged. I am the person who break the seal in terms of during the analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Warrant Officer, then it's just back to the information note on page 94 of the exhibit. Oh, sorry, the last page, my apologies. The last page of exhibit CJC 254, which is page 685. Can you just tell us what information is contained on that screenshot?
In the screenshot, there is a lab number. There is a entry number, which means entry 1. Entry 1, it means that that particular case or that particular reference, it has one entry. It doesn't have multiple entry on that particular case. There's only one. This is the first entry that they've submitted.
Is entry meaning activity, something that's happened to the exhibit? An analysis, what?
No, it's like entry means, you see, when police officers work, I'll make an example with DPCI. There is this process that they call, during their investigation, they call buying, whereby they are building an investigation. So if there is a case that is registered, then they submit their first evidence bag or first exhibits into the lab. Then that first exhibit will be entry 1 of that case. Then if they submit this, if they do their operation and get something that relates to that case number, then they will submit it. And then that number, remember the lab will generate one lab number. And that one lab number is also linked to the case. It links to the evidence bag and to the case. So when they bring the second evidence bag number, the lab number will be the same. But what will change is the entry number, which will become the second entry. If they also bring more entries, it will change just like that. And then the reference number is like the case number that is generated by the case system in the SABC. And then we have the exhibit summary. The exhibit summary, there it states flooded case 2022. And then the exhibit status, it's B. B means it's completed. So the number of exhibit, which is 1, refers to the bag number. So it means this particular exhibit or that exhibit that was brought to the lab, it has flooded. That is why we have that flooded case 2022. But the best person to explain that is the section command.
Warrant Officer, there's something I don't understand.
Yes, Captain.
If I recall correctly, the KZN floods were around May 2022, right?
I think it's February.
February? Yes. Because in your statement, you said they came to see you in January, 21 January 2022.
Correct.
And they asked you about the samples. So on the 21st of January 2022, because this is before the floods, those samples should have still been at the FSL. Why couldn't FSL give the samples back? Because they were still there. Because if they were damaged in the floods, that would have been much later.
I won't know that information.
This is what worries me.
Commissioner.
These exhibits could have disappeared at FSL long before the floods, and the floods are just being used as an excuse to hide the fact that the exhibits were no longer there when the floods happened. Because if somebody came to FSL in January 2022 to ask for their exhibits, the exhibits should still have been there. Even if they were not dealt with by you, they were dealt with by another analyst. Somebody should have gone to the system and said, it's Analyst Kumalo who dealt with these exhibits. Here they are, and you give them back.
I think it's management that can answer that.
No.
In terms of, because what I will say, Commissioner, is that the FSL has a process whereby we call it urgent cases, which is managed by case administration. So when a case is urgent, they do allocate it to an analyst. So in this case, I won't know what happened.
And just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that it's you. Because you are sitting here and you are dealing with these documents. I just wanted that clarity from you that when somebody came to you in January to say, we're looking for our 7 bricks that were sent to FSL for analysis, you knew nothing about it, and you could say, they were not given to me, I was not the analyst. But surely somebody at FSL should have said, yes, here they are, this is the analyst, if you want your things back, you can have them back, or the analysis has not been done. But there seems to be a gap between the year before in July, 5 July, and the day of the flooding, which is much later in 2022.
Commissioner Kumalo, can I just clarify, the 7 bricks were never brought to FSL. This relates only to the one bag that Colonel Jacob speaks about. It was a small amount for sampling. So it wasn't the 7 bricks that he alleges he was going to take. He was going to take the warrant officer to go to their offices to collect before the theft. It was the small bag that they brought for sampling to see whether it is cocaine. That was in July of 2021. And when they were confronted with questions in January of 2022, it was about where are our drugs, meaning where is the 541 kgs, not where is the small
Not
bag.
the sample.
Yes.
Not the sample.
Yes.
So when they were asking you in January 2022, they were asking you about the 541 kilograms.
Yes.
Not the samples.
Not the samples. They were asking about the Poshipstein, I think it's Poshipstein cocaine.
Okay.
Yes.
But it still doesn't explain what happened to that sample that was brought in July and why that could not be accounted for until the floods.
Well, are you aware of whether anyone at FSL was asked if the sample is there when in January 2022 when you were interviewed? Were you aware that there was a sample that had been brought? Because you knew Colonel Jacob had the conversation with you in October 2021, but you didn't know it was about the 541 at the time of the conversation.
I will say in January 2021,
2022.
2022. What the investigating officer from DPCI said to me, they say, where is our drugs? I said, I don't know them. And then they said, prove it, that you don't know them. I say, okay, if the drugs were said they were submitted to the lab, there is a receipt called the acknowledgement of receipt. And in that receipt, there is a evidence back number. because after the admin received the case, they stamped that receipt with the forensic stamp, which will have the date when the case came. I said, give me that. I'll go to the administration to check that this evidence pack is here. Then
let's just make sure that we are on the same page, because what you are saying now is different from what Advocate Ngube said. So when they came to you in January,
yes,
they were asking you about the exhibits that were brought to FSL. That's why you were telling them about evidence bags.
When they were, I said, I don't know about, I've never seen those drugs. I've never seen them. Then they said, I need to prove that I've never seen them, because in their minds is that I was the analyst of the case. Yes. And then what I did to prove that the case was not allocated to me, I said they must give me the acknowledgement of receipt slip to go and check the evidence bag, that the evidence bag was at the lab. And then they gave me that. I went to administration. Then administration checked that the evidence bag was there. Yes, the evidence bag was there, but it was in the safe of the lab.
No, Warrant Officer, you and I are on the same page then. They were not asking you, where are the 541 kilograms of cocaine stolen at Port Shepstone? What they were asking you was the exhibits that were brought to FSL. Where are they? The sample.
You see, what they wanted me to prove, Commissioner, is that I had nothing to do with the case, because I didn't know what they want, because I didn't know anything about the Port Shepstone case. So the only way to show them that I have nothing to do with this, because I'm not the analyst, is to go and confirm that this particular evidence bag, where is its status? Its status at that time was the E-status, which is the big safe lab where they keep the cases that they have received from the investigation.
I get you.
And it was not allocated.
At that time, it was not allocated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then maybe just close this off and go to Colonel Jacob's statement? It's in section 3 of the witness statement bundle. Section 3, so you have to look at the bundle where your statement is, but go to section 3. Do you have it? Section 3? Yes. And then go to page 6 in section 3. Page 6 in section 3.
Okay.
Do you see paragraph 33?
Yes, I see.
I'm going to read it. Chair, do you have it? Thank you. So this is what Colonel Jacob says at paragraph 33. Since the FSL had no space for us to forward all the exhibits, the next logical step to take was to forward samples to confirm indeed that if what we had was cocaine. I called Colonel Kuzwayo, who is the head of chemistry at the FSL in Amanzimtoti, and sought guidance in this regard. I cannot recall exactly what her instructions were, but it involved taking samples from a few bricks and placing a minute amount of powder into a small exhibit bag meant to accommodate these samples. This would then be conveyed to the FSL for analysis. And then if you go to the next page, on page 7, at paragraph 37, he says, on 5 July 2021, I took these samples to the FSL Amanzimtoti for analysis. It is only when an analysis report is received from the FSL can the exhibits be destroyed, more especially for matters under investigation. So what he took to the lab on the 5th of July 2021 was the small exhibit bag with minute amounts from various bricks.
If it samples it, it means
Yes.
that it's small amounts
Yes.
from various bricks.
And so what you're saying is when you are confronted in January 2022 with the question about prove that you don't have our drugs, you go onto the system to see if there was anything that was registered onto the system. And what was registered was that one exhibit bag.
Correct.
Thank you. So that's the first time that you now confronted with the Port Shepstone theft. It's in January 2022. You prepared a statement for purposes of that investigation.
Correct.
Okay. And in that statement, did you deal with the fact that you were asked by Colonel Jacob about destruction?
Correct, I did.
If we can just go to that statement to confirm, it will be in the second exhibit file. It's on page 639. It's part of CJC 244. CJC 244, and it's page 639.
Yes, I'm the counsel.
Do you have it?
Yes.
It's 639 and 640, and there's a signature and dated 25/01/2022. That seems to be the date, but you mentioned that you were with them on 21 January. That's when you found out.
Yes.
Why is your statement dated 25?
They said I must write my statement, they will come back and collect it.
Okay, and then somebody came and collected it?
Yes, they came and collected it.
So you prepared it on the 25th of January 2022?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to go to Colonel Jacob's statement just to deal with certain allegations that he makes regarding his interactions with you, for you to comment on. Okay. So if we can go back to section 3 of the statement bundle. And if we can go to paragraph, I want to deal with page 8, on page 8, paragraph 44. So there he deals with the same interaction that you had with him on the 27th of October 2021. And what he says here is that you are an analyst that normally attends their scenes and has the FSL standby cellular phone. You have already indicated to us that you have worked with him previously, and in fact, in October 2021, you were the analyst on one of the matters that he was, one Clan Lab matter that he was the investigating officer.
Correct.
Now, what is the FSL standby cellular phone?
The FSL standby cellular phone is the cell phone that rotates among the team, because at the FSL KZN, the clandestine laboratory team, we are 4. Then we rotate on the phone, not being on standby. So the rotation is weekly, and any person within the standby team carries the phone on that week. So that standby phone, its function is to, when there is a clandestine laboratory, they will call the phone directly, and we are on standby for 24 hours.
Okay. Were you on standby on the 27th of October 2021?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
He then says, I asked him about expediting the samples we had sent for analysis so that we could receive our analysis report. Did he ask you about that?
No, can't.
Because you weren't the analyst and he knew you weren't the analyst.
No, I was not the analyst.
He says this would in essence mean that at least they could be destroyed since the formality of the analysis report would have been addressed. Now, can you just explain to us why he would need the analysis report from a sample before you can destroy the exhibits? And here is when you refer to exhibits and samples, is it the same thing?
What I know is that investigating officers cannot take samples. That is what I know. Because sampling itself is done at the lab by trained analysts. So, and what I know about destruction is that destruction happens when SAP 83A is issued out, and that means the report went to the court, and then the decision is taken. So I don't know that exhibit can be destroyed before an SAP 83 is issued, because most of my matters often stand laboratories. They are destroyed when the exhibits, the SAP 83 is issued.
Okay, so if an investigating officer brings a sample to FSL, do they say that it's a sample of a bigger exhibit body, or do they say that it is just an exhibit? How do you know that there isn't something bigger behind what they have brought to the lab?
It never happened. It never happened. What we know is that investigating officers bring everything to the lab. What they found from the suspect, they bring it to the lab. It never occurred that an investigating officer will bring a sample that I know of.
Well, my question is, how would you know that what he's bringing is a sample of a bigger body of exhibits?
The investigating officer has to state that this is a sample of, there is a bigger exhibit.
He would have to tell you that there's more. So what he's brought to you is just a sample of exhibits. So if he was bringing samples of 541 kgs of suspected cocaine, he would say to you, this is just a sample.
Yeah, he has to state that this is the sample.
But what you're saying is he would never do that because it never happens.
It never happens that the investigating officer brings samples.
It is not supposed to happen.
It never supposed to happen, Chair, because I think even the national instructions stated that they can only do sampling in cannabis and cat only. So exhibits, because the national instructions states that all exhibits, so which means cocaine, heroin, Menrex, all of the other drugs that are not plants, they must bring everything to the lab.
But in this case, it did happen that they brought a sample, because the documents you showed us reflected that in the system it shows that in July of 2021.
Yes, that is why I'm saying, Commissioner, it's I don't know what happened, because I know that the national instructions stated very clearly that all exhibits must be brought to FSL.
I think we've come to accept from every officer that has testified here that each of them has their own interpretation of that instruction, and they use their discretion many times.
Warrant officer, don't be so quick to concede. Isn't it that you don't know that he brought a sample? The lab doesn't know that he brought a sample. As far as the lab is concerned, he brought an exhibit.
Yes.
And an exhibit could also be just a small package of cocaine that he
Yes,
found.
yes.
You don't know as the lab that what is being brought by the IO is a sample. When you get it, it's an exhibit for you.
Yes, it's an exhibit.
Okay. So your record that we looked at, CJC 254, nowhere does it indicate that it was a sample that was brought. It is always referred to as an exhibit.
Yes, it's an exhibit because it's in the exhibit bag.
Only Colonel Jacob and his team that's involved in the investigation would know that it's a sample.
Correct.
Or if he told somebody at FSL that this thing that I brought in is a sample, it's not all the full exhibit.
Yes.
Okay.
Moving from this paragraph. Okay. That paragraph 44, where Colonel Jacob discusses with you about a sample to speed it up, so that at least they could destroy the exhibits after the analysis. Do you've explained that you did another bust with him. You did the Simbiti, I think you referred to it.
Correct.
And we know from a mention of his name that he's quite senior and familiar with the environment. Sanep, I think he's Sanep at some point.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm trying to think how to ask this question. Would you expect, maybe let me put it that way, would you expect that Colonel Jacob knows how things work, that he cannot destroy, firstly, that the FSL would require all the exhibits must go to FSL, that it doesn't work on the basis of a sample, and that on the basis of a finalization of a sample, the rest of the exhibits would be destroyed. Would you expect that he knows that kind of process?
Yes.
You expect he does?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I then just go to page 6 of Colonel Jacob's statement so that you can perhaps school us about what sampling actually is and tell us whether what Colonel Jacob is describing in his statement is what you understand sampling to be. So at paragraph 33, which I've already read, but just to repeat for the purpose of this exercise, he says, I cannot recall exactly what her instructions were, but it involved taking samples from a few bricks and placing a minute amount of powder into a small exhibit bag meant to accommodate these samples. This would then be conveyed to the FSL for analysis. Then 34, there is no training or specialized skill involved in doing this. The samples are merely forwarded to the FSL by the member for chemical analysis by an analyst at the chemistry section. Is what he's describing there what you understand sampling to be? And if not, can you tell us explain to us what sampling is?
Sampling, it's the first point of...
Warrant officer.
Yes.
Is what he's explaining as sampling, is that sampling, firstly? No.
No.
What is sampling?
Okay. Sampling, it's when you have a population. The population characters must be homologous, which means it must be the same. From there, then you take a representative sample from the homologous population. You take a representative sample from them, and then that representative sample will tell you what the population contains. I will make an example, if I may, Councillor. If I bring a packet of 10 muffins in the room, and then I give the three of you the packet, I give you each a muffin, right? Then I ask you that, does the flavor of this, of the muffin that I gave you, it's an all-brand muffin. Since the 10 contains, all of them, they are brown. And I'm of the view that they are all brand. But if all the three of you confirm that the muffins are all brand, it means that what is in the bag, the remaining ones, the 7s, it means they are all brand. That is what sampling means, which means is the representation of the total population of a population with the same characteristics. Because the first part of sampling is characteristics, which must be homologous. You cannot take a sample on a heterologous population. If the population is heterologous, means the population is different, then you need to separate, to take each sample as per representative of the homogeneity within the samples.
And you indicated that the first step in sampling is to count.
The first step in sampling is the visual identification, where you are seeking to the characters, that the characters are homologous. Then the other step in sampling is to count the population, because the lab uses a sampling plan called hypogeometric sampling plan. The hypogeometric sampling plan is a sampling plan designed from statistical principles that the lab uses. So in that hypogeometric sampling plan, it tells you that if you are having a population with this certain number, that population can be represented by this particular number. For instance, if you have a population of 10, the population can be represented by 3 samples. But if you have a population of 100, the population of 100 can be represented by 5 samples. So the hypogeometric sampling plan is an international sampling plan that is used by the lab. So it guides you. If you have this population, then these numbers you must get. So without counting visual analysis and without counting the whole thing, because for you to count, you are determining the number, the population number of the exhibit that you are dealing with.
So you would need the entire exhibit. You'd need all the exhibits.
Yes, you need all exhibits.
So if you were doing sampling of the 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine, how would you have gone about doing it?
The first thing I want to ask, because what confuses me is that is the 541 kilograms. So I don't know that 541 kilograms, does it mean that it's 541 unit where each unit weighs 1 gram, or what does it mean?
Yes, we are going on what we've been told, but of course you're the expert. So let's say it was 541 bricks, which each one is suspected or estimated to have been a kilogram each, but we don't know that information. We just know it was 541 bricks.
Okay. So the first thing that I will do, if it's 541 bricks, I will arrange the bricks. I will count the bricks. In my counting, it means I must group each by 100 first, then it's 500. Then the 41, then I'll put amongst. Then I'll do a random sampling whereby when I check the hypogeometric sampling plan, if it will say I must take 5, then I will take 5 within the bricks. But the first thing that I must assure myself of is that all these bricks are the same, which means they are homologous. Then I will do the sampling. Then.
Which means you have to unwrap it from the wrapping.
Yes,
okay.
If they are wrapped.
Does the investigating officer play a role in the sample size, in deciding the sample size and from which groups, as you say you would have grouped it into 100 bricks each. Does the investigating officer play any role in the sampling decision, let me say?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Commissioner. It doesn't.
Okay. And your superior, Kuzwayo, would have known that the investigating officer doesn't get to pick what to sample.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Now, Colonel Jacob does have a BSc and majoring in chemistry and biochemistry. Would he be able to do sampling on his own? Even forget about his role, but from a technical point of view, would he be able to do it? Would he know what you know?
At the lab, when you join the lab, you are taken to training on how the lab operates. And sampling, the sampling is like it's a module within that training, because it is what the lab mostly use. So when you join, you get trained to how to do the sampling according to the forensic science laboratory operations.
Now, the process that you explained now for sampling mean, as I understand it, you have to unwrap each brick.
Correct.
Can you do that at the scene of the seizure?
No, because there will be contaminations, cross-contamination.
Just elaborate on that.
So when we talk about cross-contaminations, we talk about each item you must treat it independently, because you don't want the results being affected by if it's powder, if it blows, then it means the whole environment will be contaminated. So you must treat each item independently, because if there is cross-contamination, it means you won't get the correct results. It means the other results is affecting the other one, which means within your sampling procedure, the sampling is not independent, because each item must be independent. Then you will know that you have collected the correct data. You've collected the correct data, and then whatever results you get, you know that is correct.
Now, if FSL is called by DPCI on a bulk a bust like 541 bricks to come and guide them on sampling at the scene, is that even a feasible, never mind irregular, is that a feasible request to make? Can you do that?
No.
Because of the practicalities that you've indicated?
Yes.
And from from a regulation point of view, are you allowed to go out and guide investigating officers on sampling?
No, we are not allowed to guide investigating officers on sampling.
Then if we can continue with Colonel Jacob's statement at paragraph 47. This relates again.
Before you do that, I had meant just to clarify this. In paragraph 46, he refers to Advocate Ramkalawan. Is that someone in the FSL? Paragraph 46?
No, I don't know.
It's not a person that you know?
I don't
Okay, thank
I
you.
think it's somebody from DPP. Paragraph 47, Colonel Jacob refers to a conversation that he had with Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the acting unit commander of Port Shepstone, where he indicated to him that you would come from FSL and you would go with him to go and take 7 to 10 bricks to FSL for weighing. Can you comment on whether you ever made an undertaking of such a nature?
No, it never happened.
I've
never made this any plan to go to Port Shepstone. I've never made any plan with Kenneth Jacobs to go to Port Shepstone. I've never.
But did you ever go on a wildlife workshop from 8 to 12 November 2021?
Chair, that is
No, Chair.
Prinsloo.
Who was?
That would Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
No,
This,
It's very late in the day.
Yes, it is, Chair. We are all forgiven. So the 7 to 10 bricks, is really referring to the advice you gave him on when he told you that how do you go about destructing? And you say, well, how would they even go about doing that? Because they would have to get the weight, and for that you would need a certain amount of bricks in order to determine the total weight in that. That could be the only reference to that amount of bricks.
I've never, there was never a number, because my advice to him was to bring the whole thing. The whole thing will be needed in order to determine the weight of the exhibit.
Yes, but when you were saying to him, how do you even go about destroying these exhibits? Because in order to destroy the exhibits, they would need to weigh you would need to weigh before you destroy, if you want to do an analysis, they would have to know what the total weight of the exhibits are. And that is done, the process of weighing that, they would take bricks, they would see whether how many, I think you said 5 bricks or something like that, that would be weighted. Do you recall that?
So what I was explaining there is that what he said they've brought, which is the sample, because I was saying the analyst will weigh what is in the evidence bag. Yes.
Because you didn't know how much he's talking about. You didn't know. Yes. Okay.
I didn't know how much he's talking about.
But that conversation about you going with him to get bricks, or him even bringing bricks to FSL, never happened.
It never happened.
Then if we can go to paragraph 56. Your name is mentioned again at paragraph 56, and this relates to a Brighton Beach matter. And what Colonel Jacob there says is that you were an analyst and that you had acquired samples of the precursor chemicals stored at Brighton Beach, and you conducted this exercise with an investigating officer from your office. And so what he seems to be suggesting there is that it's not untoward for you as an analyst to work with an investigating officer to collect samples at the scene. And this is referring to the Brighton Beach matter. Can you tell us whether he's correct about this, and if not?
No, the Brighton Beach matter, Commissioner, it's a clandestine laboratory. That's how it differs with the bricks. It's a clandestine laboratory, where as a clandestine analyst, I must go there and do samples.
So you're doing it at the scene?
At the scene, yes.
And then if we can go to paragraph 58. Colonel Jacob speaks about a conversation that he had with you and is it your section or unit commander? On the 19th, I think it was the 19th of May.
Oh yes, it's the subsection commander.
Subsection commander.
Immediate supervisor. Yes.
Okay, can you tell us, he says that it became apparent that the investigation team had obtained statements in respect of my interactions with them. And these statements he's referring to is from the Port Shepstone theft investigation, correct? The ones that we had dealt with in your January 2022 statement.
Yes.
Okay. At paragraph 59, he says the following. Warrant Officer Cheri admitted to being intimidated by those members that acquired his statement. He indicated that he was first accused of stealing the drugs before the interview began. In no uncertain terms, he made it known that his statement was made under duress. I inquired from him regarding our discussion on 27 October 2021, when he agreed to assist with the obtaining of 7 to 10 bricks of cocaine for weighing purposes. He was reluctant to even confirm this conversation with me. During this meeting, he fetched his statement that he had furnished to General Flynn's team in order to refresh his memory. When reading it out, I noticed that he had stated that on 27 October 2021, that I had told him that people were planning to break into Port Shepstone office to steal the drugs, when in fact I had told him that Brigadier Nuswa had informed me that there was attempted break-in at Port Shepstone office. Tell us about what transpired here and when did this happen?
What happened is that on the 11th of May, 2026, the colonel was communicating with my immediate supervisor.
When you say the colonel, you mean
Colonel Jacobs was communicating with my immediate supervisor, Colonel Song, and he requested to see me so that I can remind him what we talked about on the 27th of October 2021. Then I told the colonel that, Colonel, I'm not comfortable to talk to Colonel Jacobs alone because I'm in this Port Shepstone thing that I don't know how did I get into it. So, and then the colonel said, Colonel Jacobs must send the questions that he wants to talk to me about. And then the questions were sent to Colonel Songa's phone, and then the colonel read it. And then on the 19th of May, he called again, called my immediate supervisor and said, Colonel, I really, really want to see Sitsedi. And then the colonel said, Sitsedi is not available because on the 20th, I was going to a police station where I do because I'm from a basic training, so there are hours that I need to do at the police station. And then he said on the 20th, the Colonel Songa said on the 20th, Sitsedi is not available. Then Colonel Jacob said, can I come now? And then the Colonel said, okay. And then the Colonel came to me and said, hey, the guy said he was contacted by the commission, so he needs you to remind him on what happened on the 27th of October 2021. I said, but that meeting, Colonel, cannot take place with me and Colonel Jacobs, because I'm afraid that he will twist whatever it said in that meeting. Then the Colonel said to me, no, I'll be there, and we will get another person to be there. And then the Colonel Jacobs arrived with Lieutenant Colonel Spear. They came to the lab. When they came to the lab, then the Colonel, we went to, since at Mayville, it's a new laboratory at Mayville. And then we went to a lab, and then we sit there, and then he asked that.
Before you get to who all was present in the meeting, so we know it was Colonel Sabia and Colonel Jacob.
Colonel Songa, myself, and Colonel Songa, and Colonel Songa asked another warrant officer Nkosi to be present.
Melusi Nkosi.
Nkosi, yes.
Okay. Continue.
Yes, and then when he came, he said, hey, they are accusing me of stealing drugs. I did not do it. I don't know what they are talking about. Sitsedi, what did you say to the guys who came in 2022, the investigation? Then I said to him, Colonel, I issued a statement. That's what I have done. Then he said, do you have a copy of that statement? I said, the signed copy I've submitted. Then I went to my diary and checked the old statement, the one that is the same as the one that I've submitted in 2022. And I gave it to him. And then he said, he read it. And then he said, Sitsedi, you don't remember the plan about going to Port Shepstone? I told him that, Colonel, Don't come with stories here. It never happened. The only discussion that me and you had, it's me guiding you, telling you that distraction, who you must talk to if you want to talk about distraction, which is Colonel Kuzwayo. When you talk to Colonel Kuzwayo, please put the point of total mass discussion with Colonel Kuzwayo, so that you can also understand what I'm talking about. There was no plan that I made with you to go to Potchefstroom. So you see, and then he said to me, come on, remember something. Then I said, there's nothing, it never happened. If it never happens, I can't remember anything.
Warrant Officer said the affidavit from January 2022 in file 2, your affidavit. Now, this is before anybody knew that there was going to be a commission of inquiry. On page 639, there you seem to be confirming parts of Jacobs's version, because you do say when he spoke to you on the 27th of October, he asked you about samples that had been brought to the lab. So there was a discussion about these samples that were brought to the lab. And he explained that he feared that people were going to break into the place where the drugs were stored, and he asked about the destruction of exhibits. So the discussion was not just about destruction of exhibits, it was also about the samples that had been brought to the FSL, and him wanting that process to be expedited. And that's in paragraph 3 on 639. And that seems to me to be consistent with what he says in paragraph 44 of his statement or affidavit. Because he says in paragraph 44, I asked him about expediting the samples we had sent for analysis so that we could receive our analysis report. This would, in essence, mean that at least they could be destroyed, since the formality of the analysis report would have been analyzed. Whether that's the correct process or not, let's leave that aside. But your affidavit on 639 seems to confirm that he came to ask about samples that had been brought to the lab. Just look at paragraph 3 on 639 in file 2.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it goes back to my earlier question. When did you know that what they were talking about is the drugs that were seized, the 541 kg? It seems to me that there was that discussion in October. The discussion wasn't just about how do I destroy drugs in general.
No, the discussion was about, it was not about because the 549, I knew in 2022, the 21st of January. So on the 27th, we were talking, he was talking about samples. I was advising him about weight, that how does it works. Because the question that he posed to me is that he asked if destroying the exhibit won't affect the case.
No, let's not go there first. Let's start with the first sentence. Colonel Jacobs said it was about the case whose samples have been brought to the lab.
Yes.
Now, the case whose samples have been brought to the lab is the Potchefstroom case.
At that time, I didn't know that
You
it's
didn't
the
know
patient.
that.
Is the
But
patient
at least
case.
you knew that he was asking about samples that had been brought to FSL, according to your affidavit.
Yes, because he told me that they brought samples to FSL.
And you never asked him what that was about, because according to you, it's not allowed that samples should be brought to the FSL.
I've never asked
You
him.
didn't have that discussion with him?
We didn't have.
Okay.
We didn't have.
And I'm only doing this to be fair to you, because when he comes here and he refers to this paragraph, we won't have the opportunity to call you back to clarify this. So because you are here now, it's only fair that I take you through this, so that when he refers us to this, I will at least know that you got the opportunity to answer this part. I'm not trying to catch you.
No,
So
I
please don't
understand.
think I'm trying to catch you. I know he's coming, and when he comes, when he refers to this, I want to make sure that you have been given the opportunity to deal with this. Because this seems to be, his position that we had the discussion about the samples, we had the discussion about the distraction, and if you go further down that paragraph, it talks about the number of exhibits. It says, for example, I also said that the analyst who will be doing the analysis of the case will need the actual exhibits to determine the weight of the total mass. And the analyst will need to count all exhibits and weigh a certain number from the exhibits, and then it continues. Which, that part is basically what you're saying, that you needed all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, but I must say that FSL confuses me because your superior says, we didn't have storage for all of those. There's no way they could have come to FSL. So it makes me wonder, how else could you, that analysis, accept a sample? Because if your superior says, there's no way we could have accommodated 540 kilograms of cocaine at FSL, how else then would one have done that analysis? And if you don't know, your superior maybe will talk about that. But it seems to me that the only way you could do it in the circumstances was a sample.
No. My comment is that if they should have brought everything to the lab. That is what I know.
All 554 kilograms?
Yes, they should have brought it to the lab.
To FSL?
That is what I know.
But your superior says we didn't have storage for 541 kilograms of cocaine at FSL. So how could they have brought all 541 kilograms? I just don't get that. And it's not you, I'm just,
Yes, I don't know how the superiors reached that decision.
Yeah. Thank you.
And the other options that they would have taken the stuff to Pretoria or keep it until there was space in your lab?
I will also say, Commissioner, also, me as a clandestine laboratory, if I have a large quantity of exhibits, I will call my supervisor while I'm on the scene. And then my supervisor will start arrangement for storage. If the storage, the lab at doesn't have the space, then the supervisor will say to me, no, you need to go to Pretoria. Then we start preparation for that. And then after processing the scene, then we take everything to Pretoria.
Warrant Officer, when you have the conversation with Colonel Jacob on the 27th of October 2021, forget about what's stated in your statement because your statement comes in January. Does he tell you, as you say, does he say to you, the case I want to discuss with you is about samples that we brought? What is the language that he's using in October 2021?
Yes, he said the sample that they brought to them.
He says that, so when he says to you, he wants to have a conversation with you, he comes from Captain Kubeka's office, he comes to you and he speaks to you. Does he say to you he wants to expedite an analysis?
No, he said it was about distraction, nothing we talked about expediting an analysis.
Thank you. And the issue that he raises in his statement about you being intimidated and preparing your statement, your January 2022 statement under duress, can you comment on that?
No, it was not under duress.
Oh, did you tell him during the meeting that it was?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you mention anything about intimidation or being under duress?
No, I didn't mention anything.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. There are no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
May we just quickly go out? We'll come back. We'll come back when we indicate.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
The next witness is Lieutenant Colonel Songa.
Good evening, Lieutenant Colonel Songa. I think it's the first time in greeting a witness I've ever said good evening. Will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing, Commissioner. Thank you.
And please state your full names for the record.
I, Patience.
Just your full names.
Okay. Patience Nokwazi Songa, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, in front of you are three files. The file I'm focusing on is the first file, which says consolidated statement. Do you have it there? It should say
File
consolidated statement file 1. And then if I could ask you to go to section 4, which is a file divider 4, which should contain your statement. Just confirm once you have it.
And Mrs. Seegers Ngobe, the time is 18:51. So
Noted, Chair.
I will hold you to your undertaking.
Noted, Chair. Do you have it?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Could I ask you to confirm that it is your statement and that the signature on page 5 is your signature?
Page 5 of 5 is my signature, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you confirm the correctness of this statement?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. Can you then read the statement into the record from page 1?
Introduction. Under A. I am an adult female employed at the South African Police Services, SABC, as a subsection commander for chemical investigation under chemistry section in the Forensic Science Laboratory, FSL, in KwaZulu-Natal. I hold the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Number 2, I am in possession of a BSc degree majoring in chemistry and botany from the University of Transkei, a BTech in chemistry from PE Technikon, a BTech in quality management from Durban University of Technology, a national diploma in project management, and an MBA General from Regent Business School. Number 3, I have been commander of chemical investigation subsection since 2023. My apology,
2013.
Since 2013. The chemical investigation subsection for clandestine laboratory, Clan Lab, is responsible for attending and processing clan crime scenes, which are classified as C-type cases. The members also attend a B-type cases, which are complex non-clan lab cases brought to FSL. It is important to note that in B-type cases, the members do not attend the crime scenes to collect or to sample. The case is brought to the FSL. I report to Colonel Kuzwayo as the chemistry section commander, and she reports to Brigadier Maluleke, who is the regional head of FSL KwaZulu-Natal. Number 4, cases dealing with illicit clan labs are handled by the chemical investigation subsection team members headed by me. This subsection is responsible for attending and processing clan lab crime scenes and analyzing of clan lab exhibits. Number 5, the purpose of this statement is to explain my limited role in what is referred to as the seizure of 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine on 22 June 2021 in KZN. I have been informed by the Commission that my evidence may be of assistance in the Commission's work regarding this seizure and the subsequent theft of the drugs from the Potchefstroom premises of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI. Before I deal with my involvement, it is important for me to highlight that FSL's operation at the time were subject to National Instruction 1 of 2015, National Instruction 8 of 2017, and the Protocol on the search, seizure, handling, processing, and disposal of illicit drugs, the Protocol. I was advised that these documents have already been placed before the Commission.
Thank you, Colonel. Can I then just ask you, instead of reading the next page, if you could tell us about the events of 23 June 2021, in your own words, not reading into the record. If you can tell us what happened.
Thank you, Councillor. On 23 June 2021, firstly, I was on vacation leave. And on that day, in the morning, around 8 o'clock, I received a telephone call from one of the team members on the Clan Lab. They are standby duty members of 2 members per time. So on that day, I received a telephone call from Warrant Officer Ngosi, and he informed me that he has received a call from Colonel Kuzwayo, whom I have identified her as my direct commander. Colonel Kuzwayo, from the member, he indicated that Colonel Kuzwayo requested my Clan Lab team members to go and assist Brigadier Nyuswa's team at Isipingo for a cocaine case and to guide Brigadier Nyuswa's team on how to sample. And from that, I've informed the member that I will call back Colonel Kuzwayo and explain how my subsection works and come back to the member to explain the directive, how are they going to respond to a request from Colonel Kuzwayo. Just after I was busy speaking to the Warrant Officer Ngosi, I received a call from Brigadier Maluleke, who is the regional head for Forensic Science Lab KwaZulu-Natal. And Brigadier Maluleka indicated to me that he requested my team members for Clan Lab KZN to go to Isipingo to assist Brigadier Nyuswa's team and guide them on how to sample in a cocaine case. And I responded to Brigadier Maluleka the same response I gave to Warrant Officer Ngosi, that we don't assist DPCI in sampling. Sampling is a forensic lab type to do. So I clearly defined and explained to Brigadier Maluleka that Clan Lab team do not assist. They are forensic experts. DPCI, if they have got any need from the forensic lab, they specify either they are information seeking or they want my team to attend Clan Lab. So I explained to Brigadier Maluleka that we do not assist DPCI or investigating officer on guiding them on how to sample, because that is a forensic lab work to be done. And Brigadier cut the call. Just after I spoke to Brigadier Maluleke, I received another call from my direct commander, who is Colonel Kuzwayo. She said to me, she requested my team to go and assist Brigadier Nyuswa's team to guide them on how to sample a cocaine case at Isipingo. I responded the same way I've responded to Brigadier Maluleke, to Colonel Kuzwayo, and explained to her why my members cannot attend. And Colonel Kuzwayo was understanding, and the call ended. That was all I was involved on the 23rd. of June 2021, Councillor.
And did any of your members go out to go and assist Brigadier Nuswa's team?
No, Councillor.
Okay. And then so that takes care of page 3 and 4 of your statement. Still on page 4.
Advocate Siggles, do you mind if she reads paragraph 10, only 10?
Okay, can you read paragraph 10? On
Page 4 or 5?
Yes, page 4, paragraph 10.
It is important for the Commission to understand that, in terms of the protocol, all drug exhibits, except dagga and cat, must be submitted to the FSL immediately, but not later than 7 days. Once the exhibits are at the FSL, the exhibits are registered, stored in the safe, awaiting allocation to any available analyst. My members do not attend non-clan lab crime scenes to collect samples of exhibits that are stored or will be stored elsewhere. Thank you, Councillor.
Can I just ask, this request from Colonel Kuzwayo and Brigadier Maluleke, does it mean they don't know this which you have had to explain to them, that your members do not go out to, I think they're called Type B, since they go only to clan labs? I'm trying to understand such a request being made to you by these two senior people. On the face of it, it suggests they don't know this protocol that you've had to explain to them.
Commissioner, it may happen they don't know or they forgot, but I did my extent to explain to them my restriction as a clan lab manager so that they understand clearly, even to the person who have phoned them to request. And I even further explain to them, if you have got any challenges to the requestee, you can ask him to call me back, because I've got a good relationship with DPCI. They call me directly for information seeking and even for assistance. So we may not know, but I gave them that benefit of the doubt. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
And you say that your members don't attend non-clan lab crime scenes to collect exhibits. In fact, they don't attend non-clan lab crime scenes. How did you know that what was being requested, the assistance that was being requested by Brigadier Nuswa's team, was a non-clan lab crime scene so that your members don't go out?
From the information that I've requested from the 3 people that have communicated to me, because I even asked from Colonel Kuzwayo, what is there that the members they are going to do? He said they are just going to assist them and guide them on how to sample. Then I said, it is not within my restriction for my members to guide the investigating officer because they don't have the training for sampling.
If Colonel Kuzwayo had said to you that the request from Brigadier Nuswa is for your clan lab members to go out and do sampling, not to guide, but to do sampling, would that still have been, you still wouldn't have sent your members out?
If she indicates it's a clan lab, I further go in details because I have to minimize my members to go out where there is no need for that. I would request, because they were phoning me in a state phone, I would request Colonel Kuzwayo to provide me the details of the investigating officer so that prior releasing my members, I conducted the investigating officer of the matter to find out the details of the actual area that is involved. This includes whereby they will even send me the photos and we can talk about the clan lab to see whether it fit in with the criteria. Because we had instances before that members end up going to attend something that doesn't fit the criteria. So we've gone to an extent that I have a direct contact with the investigating officer to see that where my members are going to go, it actually meets the criteria. So even if Colonel Kuzwayo can say it's a clan lab, I will request a further communication with that investigating officer before I release my members, Councillor.
Okay, if I can then just understand the sequence, Brigadier Maluleke calls you first.
Yes,
You
Councillor.
explain, and does he accept your explanation as to why your members are not going out?
He said, okay, Colonel.
And then you receive a few minutes later a call from Colonel Kuzwayo.
Yes, Councillor.
Does she tell you why she's calling you with the same instruction? Did she know that Brigadier Maluleke had just called you?
I cannot be sure of that, Councillor. Only thing that I did, I responded to her request and give clarity.
But when she speaks to you, she says to you that Brigadier Nuswa called her as well? Or does she say she got a call from Brigadier Maluleke to approach you?
She didn't indicate who called her, Councillor. She just said, can my team members go and assist? So she didn't indicate who actually requests.
Okay. And did you not find it strange that your two seniors are calling you in succession about this request? Shouldn't they have known, as Commissioner Baloy saying, shouldn't they know the protocol that FSL members, Clan Lab members, don't go out to assist or guide on sampling?
It may be, Councillor, but I would give the benefit of the doubt because this is not their field of expertise. At least they phoned me so I can give them directive and clarity. Then it's sounding better on my side because I have informed them or updated them for what is actually happening.
Okay. And you didn't receive any direct communication from Brigadier Nuswa?
No, Councillor.
Have you ever been requested by DPCI directly to send your members out?
A lot of time, Councillor.
But not to go and guide on sampling?
No, Councillor.
For Clan Labs?
For Clan Lab, even if it's not Clan Lab, if they have got any consignment, they call me for clarity. That's why I even request them to send me photos. So whatever communication I give and guidance, it's for something that I see of. So we've got a good relationship working with them. So it was shocking for me now that I receive call from my senior, but I'm working with them. Almost, they are my primary customers when it comes to Clan Lab.
Okay, would you have expected Brigadier Nuswa to call you directly or somebody from his team?
Yes, Councillor.
Because they know you are the person that gives that instruction?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Then if you can continue with your statement at page 4, the October 2021 incident. Again there, if you could just tell us in your own words rather than read what happened on the 27th of October 2021.
Firstly, Councillor, under my Clan Lab, I've got 4 members who partner up in 2 pairs. One of the members is Warrant Officer Setsedi. So on this day, Warrant Officer Setsedi, around 11:20, he called me and he informed me that he had a conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs of DPCI. I usually work with him also because at that time, Warrant Officer Setsedi was having a SABC case whom Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs was the investigating officer. So there was nothing fun with me because I know exactly there will be some communications between the members and the investigating officer. But now the shocking part is every time when the investigating officer wanted to communicate with me, wanted to communicate with my members, they via me. Then they speak with a member with me knowing exactly what is expected. So on this day, Warrant Officer Setsedi telephonically called me and said, Colonel, there was Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs in the office and he came and inquired from me to find out about there was information. Can I refer from my statement to be a little bit specific on
yes,
this
sure.
information?
Yes.
So Warrant Officer Setsedi informed me that there was Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs early this morning, and Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs asked him if it is possible that the case that the DPCI sampled and forwarded to FSL lab for analysis could be analyzed by one of the crime scene analysts. Which means, on those words, you as meaning my team members can assist, since I think the background was that Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs know my team because he has been working with. So he wanted to know whether, is it possible that those team members can address that case that he has forwarded to the lab. And I responded to Warrant Officer Setedi that procedurally, the IO don't pick up the analyst to analyze a case. And secondly, this case that Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs was referring to was the case that was brought directly to the lab. So it was already within the FSL system, which is out of my restriction as a clan lab. So they indicated to Warrant Officer Setedi that procedurally, investigating officer, they don't pick an analyst to analyze a case. And that will not be done. And that was then.
And then something that's not contained in your statement, but that we became aware of after the fact in consultation with you, was a meeting.
May I just quickly ask this? You say, he informed me that, let me start a line down. He said that Lieutenant Colonel Jacob asked him if it is possible that the case that DPCI sampled and forwarded to FSL for analysis could be analyzed by one of the crime scene analysts. In other words, by one of my members. I told Warrant Officer Sitsedi that if the case had been submitted to FSL, it will be allocated to any analyst, and that his commander, and that as his commander, I informed him that it is irregular for any investigating officer to request or choose a specific analyst to analyze a case. My understanding is that all exhibits should be brought to FSL and the sampling should be done by FSL. Why did you say that, that is to Warrant Officer Sitsedi, that the case would have to be allocated to any analyst? Why did you not say, we will not do that because we cannot analyze what has been sampled and brought as a sample by the DPCI? Because here you seem to be accepting that you would do the analysis, but that they could not choose which analyst should do it. So you are receptive to the idea of doing the analysis, even though DPCI had done a sample for you. Why did you not say, we are not going to do that because they can't sample for us?
Councillor, firstly, not all...
I was a councillor before...
My apology, Commissioner.
Let's just say more than a decade ago.
My apology. You are growing younger to me. Okay, Commissioner, firstly, not all the exhibits come to the FSL because there is my subsection that goes out there to collect exhibits. And secondly, the issue of sampling, I don't have the details whether sampling or they analyzed or they brought the wrong term because I know nothing about this. The only information I know about this case is when I got the call while I was on vacation leave in June. So I don't know what transpired after that call. So I'll either assume they are giving incorrect terminology or either. So that's where my position is. So the actual position that I was to address the position of selecting an analyst to assist. Thanks, Commissioner.
So had you known that they had actually sampled and brought a sample themselves, you would have rejected that.
Yes, Councillor.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, my apology.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Colonel, then an issue that you didn't deal with in your statement because you only informed us about it after in preparation for your evidence is a meeting that took place on the 19th of May 2026. Can you tell us what happened, how that meeting came about and what happened in the meeting?
Thank you, Councillor. Can we go back first?
Yes.
Before the 19th. On the 11th of May, I received a telephone call from Colonel Jacobs at this stage, and he requested from me to speak to Warrant Officer Setsedi and see what did he write on his statement. And I said, what do you want to know from Warrant Officer Setsedi? He said, I just want to remind myself, my apology, of what Warrant Officer Setsedi wrote while the investigating officer came. I said, can you please send me in my phone the question that you wanted to address with Warrant Officer Setsedi so that I can view them and discuss with him so that when you come, we are already prepared. Then he sent me a WhatsApp message because I was out of office also. He sent me a WhatsApp message and he was using Durban, KZN, Young. But I can confirm for my phone, but it's not his number that we usually communicate. Then I took those, it was about 6 questions. Then I took those questions and discussed with Colonel Kuzwai and say, these are the questions I've received from Colonel Jacobs. He wants to meet with my member. But when I read these questions, it's not about Warrant Officer Setsedi. Because in my knowledge, I thought the question he's going to address the cases that Setsedi has done that are his. But when I read these questions, it's what asking about distraction, which is out of Setsedi's matter. Then I said, Colonel, these questions are awkward for Setsedi. I don't know why Colonel Jacobs wants to discuss such questions, because these operational questions, which also myself as his commander is not involved. I'm not involved in distraction. I'm not involved about case management. I don't understand why he wanted to know that. Then we discussed the question. I said, I'll hear from him when he calls back again so that I can inquire if there is anything further than this. But all of these questions, they don't involve Warrant Officer Setsedi. Then I just keep myself busy with other things. Then on the 19th, he called me again. The 19th of May, he called me again, insisting, Colonel, please, can I see Warrant Officer Setsedi? I wanted to remind myself what did he say in his statement. I said, Warrant Officer Setsedi is in the office today, but 20th and the 21st, he will not be in the office because he's doing the police, what do we call it, after the college. So you have got 2 days where you need to serve in the police station. I said, today, Thursday and Friday, you won't be there. So if you want him urgently, you can come today, while I'm also here and he's here, so that we can address actually your concerns, because the questions you send me, they don't involve Warrant Officer Setsedi. He said, we are coming now. Within about 20 minutes, he was at the lab, going with Colonel Sibia. I don't know, it's KG, I can't remember his initials. They came to the lab and I was called at case reception. I went and collected them. And they went in a lab opposite my office because my office is small at Mayville. Then I informed him that I'm going to be part of your discussion as a supervisor for Setsedi. And I called another member to come as a third party to inquire, to hear actually what is being inquired by Colonel Jacobs, because I could not understand. And Colonel Kuzwai was busy with some information, so she could not manage to join us. So I grabbed another analyst as a third party to listen. And Colonel Jacobs requested first to find out what did Setsedi wrote in his statement and what did he say. Then Setsedi said, I'll go and collect my statement because I can't remember everything. Then Warrant Officer Setsedi went out to their office and collected an unsigned statement, and he showed him. He said, "This is the statement." He gave it to me. Then I said, "Colonel, there is a statement. You can read for yourself and remind yourself." Then he was reading every passage and questioned every paragraph. "Can you remember something Warrant Officer said?" And Warrant Officer said, "This is all we have communicated about, and this is all I know." And he was insisting, "Can you please remember what we have discussed?" And this instance, I was not there when they discussed. It's only the two of them. And Setsedi said, "This is all I know, Colonel, nothing more about that." And he was really furious that Setsedi supposed to remember something. Say, "Please remember, please, what we have talked on that day." And Setsedi was saying, "No, this is all we have talked about, Colonel." Then they decided, Colonel Jacob said he wanted to see Colonel Kuzwayo. And Colonel Kuzwayo was up and down those weeks. We were preparing for audits. So he could not manage to meet Colonel Kuzwayo. Then they left. So that was a little bit concerning to me because he was continuously persisting to meet with Setsedi. So that's why I also wanted to hear what is it that is so important they want to discuss about. That's all, Councillor.
Do Ms. Sigals-Ncube, do we have the phone record?
Phone record of what, Chair?
Remember,
No, we don't have. She
you
hasn't
know
provided-
what I'm referring. You know.
I hear it for the first time that the questions were actually sent to her, so we will engage her on that.
All right.
Yes,
Thank
you.
You can share that with the evidence leaders. You remember what you referred to about the text that was sent to you by.
The text that was sent, Commissioner, is set for, I don't know what they call the technology, whereby the message is staying for a certain time frame. I didn't know either, but in my phone it's still indicating that the message came on the 11th May 2026. And at least on that day when I received the message, I went to Colonel Kuzwayo and we discussed it. Now when we're preparing, I want this message. It's no longer there. But the contact that he sent the message with is still within my phone. And it was a WhatsApp communication.
So it will show that it's a disappearing message on the 11th, that was
Yes,
sent on the
Councillor.
11th of May. Okay. And you say that you did tell Colonel Kuzwayo contemporaneously about what happened, the messages that you got?
Yes, we even discussed the questions that I've received, Councillor.
During the meeting of the 19th of May, did Warrant Officer Setsedi say anything about him being intimidated by the investigators of the Port Shepstone theft in January 2022 when they were asking for a statement and interviewing him?
No, Councillor.
Did he mention anything about having prepared his statement under duress during that meeting?
No, Councillor.
Okay. What was Colonel Jacob's attitude towards Warrant Officer Setsedi insofar as when he didn't recall what Colonel Jacob wanted him to recall? And do you have a specific issue that they were discussing that he was frustrated or that he was upset about that wasn't being recalled?
He was furious about, can you remember about us making arrangement for the 7 blocks in Port Shepstone? Can you remember something? They said, I stole exhibit. Please remember. That's all I can remember, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Chair, no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Sigals-Ncube. Thank you very much, Colonel Songa. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Who do I look to now?
Thank you, Chair. I think that just might be enough for the day.
During some of the informal discussions outside, an indication was made to start at 9. I have practical difficulties. I can't make 9 o'clock.
No, Chair, having considered the next witness, the statement is in the file and it's fairly brief as well. So there won't be any need to start earlier than normal. So we don't have to start at 9.
How long do you think it would take to
30
30?
minutes. And I start.
Let's do it now.
We do it now.
Yes.
I did stick to my 30 minutes.
Well, she stuck to her 30 minutes. She's giving you an undertaking of 30 minutes again.
Let me look. I don't trust that.
We
Did, Chair.
yeah, then we can.
Yes, she'll be even briefer, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
She'll be relieved.
Do you have sweets? Please, can I give her also? No, I give her also.
Dig, you know. That's
I
where
know.
you dig. That's where the digging happens.
I like it when she does that.
Okay, remember to give her.
Yes,
She could do
exactly.
it
I
the
have to go. Do you buy them every day? She's gonna want to more.
energy.
For her.
I buy a few packets to save her father.
That's it. 6, 1 more.
Yeah.
Intuition.
Huh?
Intuition.
Okay, then I think you're spot on. You're spot on.
These 3 rounds there.
Yes, Mr. Sigalznube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the next witness is Colonel Kuzwayo. Her statement appears in section 5.
Good evening, Colonel.
Good evening, Commissioner. How are you?
Well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing.
Do you swear that, first, please give us your full names for the record.
Nonkululeko Promise Kuzwayo.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth? nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colonel, there should be a file in front of you that says consolidated witness statements. And if you go to section 5, your statement should be there of that file.
Yes.
I think they've already opened it for you. Page 1 to page 6, if you can confirm the signature on page 6, that it's yours.
Yes, it is mine.
And do you confirm that this is the statement that you prepared for purposes of your evidence before the Commission?
Correct.
And you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
Yes.
Can I ask you to go to page 1, and if you could read your statement into the record, please?
I am an adult female in the employ of the South African Police Services as the section commander of the chemistry section in the Forensic Science Laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal. I hold the rank of colonel. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry. I also have an in-house training on the analysis of illicit drugs and medicine exhibits. Before my promotion to section commander of the chemistry section, I started as an assistant forensic analyst in FSL from 2002 with the rank of sergeant. In 2005, I was promoted to a forensic analyst responsible for technical management in the section until I was promoted in 2009 to supervisor with the rank of a captain. I was promoted to section commander in 2013. In 2001, I reported to Brigadier Maluleke, who is the regional head of FSL for KwaZulu-Natal and parts of Eastern Cape and the Free State. As a section commander, I am responsible for the chemistry section, which deals with cases such as suspected illicit drug and fire investigation. The chemistry section includes subsections such as chemical investigation, chemical analysis, case management, as well as archives and disposals. The chemical investigation subsection is headed by Lieutenant Colonel Songa. This subsection is responsible for attending to, amongst others, clandestine drug laboratory cases. The purpose of this statement is to explain my limited role in the evidence surrounding the seizure of 541 kilograms of suspected cocaine on the 22nd June 2021 in KZN. I am advised that my evidence may be of assistance in the Commissioner's work regarding the seizure of the subsequent theft of the drugs from the Potchefstroom premises of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. Before I deal with my involvement, it is important for me to highlight that FSL's operations at the time were subject to National Instruction 1 of 2015, National Instruction 8 of 2017, and the Protocol of Search, Siege, Handling and Processing of Disposition and Disposition of Illicit Drugs, which is the protocol. I am advised that these documents have already been placed before the Commission. The events of June 2021. On the 22nd of June 2021, I received a call from a member of the PCI KZN. I do not recall who called me, but I do recall speaking to Colonel Gavin Jacobs and Brigadier Nyuswa. However, I do not recall who of the two called me on the 22nd of June 2021. What I recall is that I received the call in the early afternoon and I was requested to make members of FSL available to assist the DPCI members for a crime scene the following day. I was informed that it's related to drugs. After the call, I contacted Warrant Officer Melu Sinkosi of the FSL Chemistry Investigation Section. If I recall correctly, he was the officer manning the standby phone at the time. Usually, law enforcement agencies such as DPCI will contact the standby phone when they require FSL assistance. I told Warrant Officer Nkosi that the members will be needed the next day to attend the DPCI team, to assist the DPCI team. At this stage, I was not given any information regarding the nature of the crime scene. I assumed that it was a CDL, which is the clandestine drug laboratory. Also referred to, or it's also referred as a clan lab. In terms of the protocol, FSL members are only required to attend CDL crime scenes. They do not attend crime scenes such as harbor or depot seizures, which I refer to as non-clan lab crime scenes. On the 23rd of June 2021, I received a call asking me to arrange for FSL members to go to the crime scene. I do not recall who called me. I noticed from my May 2022 statement that I stated I received the call from Brigadier Maluleke. I think I did speak to you, Councillor, about this, that I remember that it was Brigadier Maluleke that I spoke to. Yes. It was not DPCI members. So Brigadier Maluleke, he asked me to, during the call, I was asked to send the members in order for them to assist with sampling exhibits that were to be sent to the FSL for analysis. I called Warrant Officer Nkosi again and informed him that the FSL members must attend the crime scene to assist the DPCI members. During this conversation, Warrant Officer Nkosi told me that he will speak to Colonel Songa because as far as he is aware, they cannot attend the sampling and collection of samples. Later, the same morning, I spoke to Colonel Songa to find out if the members had gone to the scene as requested. During this conversation, Colonel Songa informed me that the scene we were requested to attend was not a clan lab crime scene, and as such, her members could not attend the scene. She also indicated that FSL does not attend non-clan lab crime scenes to assist in sampling, or nor do members attend non-clan lab scenes to collect exhibits. It sounded to me as though Colonel Songa had more information about the nature of the crime scene because she knew that it was not a clan lab crime scene, whereas this was not disclosed to me during my conversation with the DPCI. I accepted and agreed with her response. Thereafter, I contacted Brigadier Maluleke and informed him that we could not send members for the reasons mentioned by Colonel Songa during our call. I had no further involvement in this seizure. I have been informed that Colonel Jacobs stated that he contacted me or the standby number on the 22nd of June 2021, and he was informed that FSL would not attend the scene as it was not an active clan lab scene and the FSL did not have space to store the exhibits. I do not recall telling Colonel Jacob that FSL do not have space to store the exhibits. As far as I recall, I did not have any discussion with anyone regarding the FSL's capacity to store the exhibits. As previously stated, the request from DPCI was to send FSL members to assist with sampling of the exhibits, which would be analyzed at the FSL. I do not see how a discussion about a request for sampling would lead to me telling anyone that FSL does not have capacity to store the drugs. In fact, at the stage, I did not know the quantity of the drugs.
Quantity of the drugs.
The quantity of the drugs. At the time...
Sorry, Colonel.
Yes,
I recall that we were told that you did not have, or rather, FSL Manzim Dodi did not have storage capacity for 541 kg of cocaine, and that this had to do with the fact that there had been floods, which, if my recollection is correct, had affected your storage capacity. Is that correct?
It is correct, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, you had said because of the floods. I wasn't clear what you had indicated.
Or it had nothing to do with the flood. They just did not have enough capacity for 541 kg?
Yes.
Or what was the factual position?
Yes, because this is June 2021.
June 2021. But in what context were floods mentioned then? Because floods were mentioned with regard to storage capacity. Do you know? In what context the floods would have been mentioned?
Commissioner, the challenge is our lab in Amanzimtoti was situated at a flood plain zone. So whenever there's heavy rains, we normally experience such flooding. So our safe, the in-safe where the new exhibits comes in, it's on the ground floor. So that is the most affected area. So by us seeing that most of the time we lose some exhibits because of that, we did not use the safe now, the safe at the ground floor into full capacity, because we wanted to lift most of the things higher, so the lower part was not in use. So with that, the floods also contributed in us having limited space now in our safe. So we will not be able to take a big quantity because we won't have space to keep it there. What I was trying to explain here when I said I did not speak to him about that, I was referring to...
No, I understand. I understand what you are saying here.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 12.
12, okay. At the time, it was well known that FSL Amanzimtoti simply did not have the space to store such large quantity of drugs. Therefore, if I was told that DPCI needed the members to collect the exhibits, not just to assist in sampling, I would have informed DPCI and that FSL Amanzimtoti did not have a space, and had I been told about the quantity. In any event, DPCI members already knew that FSL Amanzimtoti does not have the capacity to store such large quantities. The safe is not big enough. However, there was never a discussion about FSL receiving exhibits. The discussion was only about sampling. Usually, when a request for storage of such large quantity is made, FSL Amanzimtoti will contact FSL Pretoria to ascertain whether they have space, because there is a large exhibit. Can I start again?
Yes.
FSL Amanzimtoti will contact FSL Pretoria to ascertain whether they have space, because that is where large exhibits are sent. DPCI members would also make arrangements directly with FSL Pretoria for exhibits to be stored in Pretoria. C, continue. Forensic Science Laboratory Operations. As stated above, FSL Amanzimtoti did not have capacity to store large illicit drug exhibits. FSL also could not send members to a non-clan lab crime scene. FSL operations are governed by the aforementioned national instructions and the protocol. FSL members only attend clan labs where preparatory material to produce drugs and end products are found. The FSL members attend the scene to assist in processing the scene, collecting exhibits in order for the exhibits to be analyzed at the FSL. Where the crime scene is a non-clan lab scene, FSL is responsible for performing analysis of the exhibits. FSL does not attend the crime scene or the police station where the drugs are stored for safekeeping to collect samples, nor does FSL receive samples collected from the PCI or other investigation teams for analysis. All exhibits must be sent to FSL for analysis, storage, and destruction. The only exception are Daha and Kat, where samples are received, not all exhibits for FSL to analyze. The request made on the 22nd and 23rd of June for FSL to assist with sampling and exhibits was not in accordance with our prescripts. I was not aware at the time that the request related to a non-clan crime scene. In fact, I did not know that the exhibits were no longer at the crime scene and had been moved to the DPCI's office in Potchefstroom. When I received the call on the 23rd of June 2021, Colonel Songa's decision not to send her members was correct. After the theft of the exhibits in November 2021, I was made aware that the PCI had inquired from FSL whether the PCI could destroy the exhibits instead of FSL. This request is highly irregular, as only FSL is permitted to destroy exhibits, and the process is quite involved. In my view, if there was a concern that the exhibits may be stolen, the DPCI members should have escalated their request for storage with FSL, Pretoria, or found a more secure storage space at a police station. I did not receive any request from DPCI to assist with engaging FSL Pretoria to make storage space available on an urgent basis. I trust that my evidence will be of assistance to the Commission.
Chair, there's just 3 clarifying questions that I have for the Colonel. Colonel, in paragraph 8 on page 3 of your statement, you initially indicated when the statement was prepared that you, in your May 2022 statement, you had said that you received a call from Brigadier Maluleke. But then you said you weren't positive even then whether it was Brigadier Maluleke. You now say that you do recall that it was him that called you.
That's correct, sir.
That was on the 23rd of June. When he called you, did he tell you that he had already spoken to Colonel Songa about the request, DPCI's request?
No, we didn't say anything about Colonel Songa. He was asking me whether the members attend because he was getting a call from Brigadier Nyuswa for our members to attend.
But did he know that, so he didn't tell you anything about that he had that conversation with her earlier?
No.
Because according to her, she received a call from him first, and thereafter you call her a few minutes after he called her.
Okay.
So you weren't aware that he had spoken?
I'm not aware of the sequence of telephone calls because we were phoning her like it's about the same time because we...
But you only spoke to her once?
Yes.
Okay. And when Brigadier Maluleke speaks to you, he's asking you, did the members go out?
Yes, I think Brigadier Maluleke started to call me before he went to Colonel Songa.
Yes, but he didn't get hold of you. He only spoke to you once,
Yes,
and he spoke to her
yes.
as well.
Yes.
When he speaks to you, he doesn't mention that he spoke to her.
Yeah, I know, I didn't. It's me who phoned him to inform him that Colonel Songa said this. So he said it's fine. But he didn't say that he already spoke to her.
No, I'm
So
talking
not sure.
about your statement where you say you received a call from him in paragraph 8.
8.
Not that you called him. So I just want to get clarity on that.
I received a call from him when he was telling me that he just received a call from Brigadier Newswa to send our members.
Okay.
Then after that, I phoned Unkosi to check whether did you go. And then Unkosi said he's still going to speak to Colonel Songa to go, whether they can go or not. And thereafter, I phoned Colonel Songa as well, just to check on her. Then that's when Colonel Songa explained why the members are not going to attend the scene. And then I went to Brigadier Maluleke to say what Colonel Songa was saying to me.
But when you spoke to her, did she not say to you, but Brigadier Maluleke just called me now, and I already told him that my members are not going?
No.
Okay,
I can't recall her saying that, no.
So you don't recall her saying that to you. So when you report back to him to tell him what she had told you, he doesn't say, no, she told me the same thing.
No, I didn't even know that they've already spoke. So
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Now, there's just some statements that are made by Colonel Jacob about a conversation that he had with you. If I could ask you.
That would have been my question, so go ahead, please.
No, I'm going to Colonel Jacob's statement, so you can. No, I'm going to the one in section 3, the one that he submitted to. Yeah.
Advocate, maybe go first because it may be the same question. In the affidavit of November 2021, Jacob deals with his conversation with Colonel Kuzwayo on the 23rd of June 2021. So, and you find that on page 591, paragraph 13. So if it's the same issue, maybe deal with it. If it's different, I'll deal with it after.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so it has to do with the sampling issue. Is that the one you wanted to address with her? Okay, you can go ahead.
Colonel, please go to Exhibit File 2. Let's start on page 518.
Which page? What page? Page 5.
589. 589.
Somebody must have stolen my file too. Now I have 4 file ones. I suspect my co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo.
Colonel, let's start at the back so that I tell you what this document is. On page 592, you see that the date is 9 November 2021. That's when the affidavit was deposed to by...
592.
592, yes.
Yes. Uh-huh.
By Colonel Jacob.
Yes.
And if you go to 589, you'll see that it's him. Those are his names, either undersigned, and then he confirms that he stays under oath.
Yes.
But the section I want to take you to is on page 591, in paragraph 13.
Yes.
So I'll read from halfway down that paragraph. He says, the following day, on the 23rd of June 2021, he informed me, he's talking about Mbangase. But later on, he says, according to my knowledge, this was done on the 24th, is the issue of the SAP 13. Here is the important part. I also requested him to take samples of the exhibits to forward to the FSL. According to my knowledge, this was done by Warrant Officer Mbangase on the 23rd of June 2021. The procedure of obtaining samples was explained to me by Colonel Kuzwayo, whom I had spoken to telephonically. I then conveyed this information to Warrant Officer Mbangase telephonically. So can you just comment on that paragraph and whether that discussion took place with you and whether you confirm that they can take samples and send them to FSL?
No, I have never spoke to him about any sampling.
So the phone call on the 23rd of June 2021, what was it about? Because in your statement you say there was a call on the 23rd of June 2021.
It was not about sampling, it was about members who attend the crime scene.
Yes, but the crime scene was the day before.
No, the 22nd was him telling me that the members would be needed the following day, which is the 23rd.
Yes.
Yes. So the call came in the morning on the 23rd, but that call now, the 23rd, was Brigadier Maluleke.
Yes. So the call on the 23rd, what was it about? The call on the 23rd of June?
It was from Brigadier Nyuswa telling Brigadier Maluleke for our members to go and attend the scene.
The crime scene?
The scene, yeah, the crime scene, because the previous day, that's what they said, that there's going to be a crime scene the following day.
Okay. And this is where it all gets confusing. And then paragraph 14 is not really you, but here he recounts what happened on the 27th of October 2021 and his conversation with Warrant Officer Seteri. You wouldn't know anything about that?
No. No, I don't know anything about it.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify again, on the 22nd of June, you received a call from Colonel Jacob or Brigadier Nyuswa telling you to get the members ready.
Yeah, that's what I said. I can't remember between the two who it is, but it was a member from DPCI.
Okay,
to tell
so
him
it
my
could have
members
been
to be ready for the following day. Yes.
So it could have been Colonel Jacob.
Yeah, it could have been him.
Okay,
Yes.
and in that conversation, you're told that they'll need members from FSL to assist with the crime to guide on sampling at the crime scene.
Yeah, that one was from the following day now. The second call where Brigadier Maluleke says Brigadier Nyuswa wants our members to go and assist in sampling and guiding, all those things. Yes.
So on the 22nd, the DPCI member that called you, either Brigadier Nyuswa or Colonel Jacob, doesn't tell you that they're going to need guidance on sampling. They just say they'll need FSL members to be available, for a crime scene.
Yes.
And this is on the 22nd in the afternoon.
Yes.
On the 23rd, it's in the morning of the 23rd.
Yes.
At that stage, they tell you that they needed did they tell you where they would be needed to assist with the sampling?
They were not specific. I just called the members to tell them that the DPCI, they need them. I know that members, normally they communicate with them directly. So they were going to phone them to get all those details. So it wasn't for me to get those details for them.
Okay. Yeah. On the 22nd of June, you're told that it's going to be at Isipingo, the crime scene. Where is the crime scene?
I can't remember whether the Isipingo was mentioned on that day.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I have, the Isipingo.
Okay.
Yes.
But when you get the call on the 23rd from Brigadier Maluleke, he doesn't say where the members would have to go.
Yes.
And you don't know at that stage that the exhibits have gone to Port Shepstone already?
No, I didn't know. No.
Okay. And on the 23rd of June, did you speak to any DPCI members?
No.
Okay, so the only time you spoke to DPCI members was on the 22nd of June
22nd, yes.
to get the members ready. On the 23rd, your conversation was with Brigadier Maluleke about what he had been told by Brigadier Newswa.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's it for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Sigars Nube. Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused.
Thank you.
I'm sure that's the end for today.
I can confirm, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.